Okay. I think we're up. Although the volume levels are completely trash. Just pull you back a little bit, big man. Okay. First and foremost, I'd like to state that I am very ill at the moment, which is why you're having Bass Ghosty join. My voice is completely gone, and yeah, it's going to be a struggle today, but we're going to get through. There's currently a game on the main server, and I'll try and avoid as much as I can to not cough into the mic, but yeah, for any of you that can hear, I've not been smoking 20 a day for the last 10 years to sound like this. I am incredibly ill, but I'm not unmotivated to get this done and to see the last game of the year out. So for all of you joining me, welcome. We should be starting the main captain's game in about 10 minutes. As we can see on the main server here, we have a decently length game that looks like it's going to keep going. So the initial number count or player count on the main server might stay high whilst the battle captain's game stays low, and then over time we'll see them transpose over to us. But yeah, we're in a holding pattern for now. I figure I'll just watch a little bit of this as we go. As you can see, the lasers are relatively well developed on both sides, actually, to be fair, so there's no way this stops or ends anytime soon. But that's fine, you know, it's a good game. I'm Too Young to Die game's gone for a while, so, you know, there's no shock there at all. Right, give me a second. I need to grab all of the commands that I need to run this server. One of which being a admin command. So let's go and grab that now. Hey Chicken, how's it going? Things aren't that much better today. But yeah, Bass Ghosty is how I'd like to describe my current setup. Hopefully the music's not too loud. I can turn my mic up and all that jazz. I'm very cognizant today of not coughing or like, you know, spluttering into the microphone, because that's just absolute hot garbage to watch or to listen to. There's a game on the main server, and I don't really know exactly what I want to do here. I guess I'm just going to let them play it out. You know, there's no point in me trying to down a game or influence a game that's been going on for almost 5 hours. So what we'll do instead is we'll get the other game server going on, and from there, even if we have small numbers, these guys will probably get themselves over to our other server. So yeah, welcome everybody. This is the last game of 2023. We're trying to organize one for next week, however it's looking to be quite difficult. Like, we're not sure of the numbers. Obviously it's one day before New Year's. It's not ideal, so yeah, but we do have a lot of people on Spectator Island. So I'm guessing these guys will be the main initial thrust going in. But this is going to go on for a while. A very long time, actually, to be fair. But we do have a lot of people joining the server as well. So I think maybe they've kind of set their watch to this initial start date. So yeah, welcome. Can I get trusted? I highly doubt it. Let's actually, there you go. Let's be a good admin and see if this person should get trusted or not. Search. What's his name? Viltrumite has 3 games. Has won all of his games. I mean, should we trust him? I feel like that's not a... where is he actually? Let's take a look. Viltrum is on south. Where is he? Am I blind? He's making long pipes though. Yeah, fuck it, we'll do it. 3 games I think is enough to know what you're doing and also what you're not doing too. So, yeah, we're slightly nervous. We're 5 minutes out from the captain's game starting. I believe it's been a relatively even season so far. We've had 4 games so far. This is game 5. Last week it didn't really go to plan. We had, I think what you could arguably say, a pretty solid set of mistakes that led the side that did eventually lose the game to lose in the same fashion back to back, and that is somewhat depressing, I'm going to be honest with you. So I'm hoping that lesson learned from last week is that defense is important, and you know, heavy defense is more importanter, and importanter is a word. Yeah, you know, your base needs some love. You need some love. And yeah, defensive patterns, thick walls, lasers, flamers. If we don't see this in the captain's game, then what have we even done all year? You know, have we learned any lessons? And the answer, I say, to that is no. But we shall see as we tick on up with 4 minutes to go. And I feel like 4 minutes is enough time for us to organise some players to join some of the teams. And yeah, we need some captains today. I don't know who's actually going to lead the front. I think we've got the soldier leading a little bit to begin with. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So I'm hopping over to the captain server. And a few people you can already see are too. So yeah, I thought I'd start this up a little bit soon. Then I could probably gauge to see what the numbers are like. I'm happy to delay for like an hour if they want to kind of, oh, what? 4 hours in, oh, my voice is dead, mate. Today is going to be, I'm here, as I always am, and we will stream this and we will capture this game. But yeah, I'm struggling, everyone out there. I've got a cup of tea, I've got some lozenges, but yeah, I'm absolutely in the trenches at the moment. And it's not like a hangover or anything like that. There's something going around that's pretty grim, finally. But this is not enough. This is not enough to start a game. I mean, we haven't seen Captain Eagle for a while. Wood Axe. Oh, I need to set my group up as well and hope that nobody joins it. Referee. Bruh. Law and Order. Create. And thank you for all of you that are here again. This will be... I think I'll stream next week. I might even play whatever Captain's game is on next week. I don't think we have the right numbers to do a full captain's game. So rather than do like a 5-on-5, really slow-paced, boring game, what we'll probably do instead is I might just jump on and throw my 100% win record at the wall and see if it sticks on the second to last day of the year. Yeah, I can turn the music down for sure, mate. Definitely. Thank you for that help as well. It does help hugely. It's not an easy thing to hear it through. I need to buy like a soundboard. Yeah, sure thing, mate. That also means that somebody is stream sniping, but that's fine. I'm not a fan of this music anyway, if I'm being completely honest. I just thought I'd stick something on in the background to. Oh, sorry, to kind of keep us interested whilst we wait. Obviously the picking phase is a bit slow and it can be a little tedious. So, yeah, we'll do something special. Yeah, do you know what? I might even set up a special game next week. and play in it. So like maybe we do like free cars. Oh yeah, got ya. Because we're on a different server. That. Okay, so the command is slightly scuffed. Fair enough. So yeah, welcome everybody in to the stream. Yeah, we changed. I'm definitely not antisocial. So yeah, I don't know if we have enough people to start. I mean, I'd like to get this going kind of on the dot, but we don't have enough experience in here to pick two. Maybe Pavev and Soldier or Carl and Soldier? We do need people. The reason we require a captain for these games is that we need somebody with knowledge of the player base, at least initially. At least initially, so that they can pick even teams, and so that you don't end up with all of the very strong players on one side and all of the nubs and newbies on the other. I feel like we're getting there with the numbers though. I mean, is it worth me starting this up? Let's see, we've got a few more people coming through. Baz is coming in. Do you know what? I think we're at a good point here, and people will join over time. Right, we go in. Remember, we need to. Right. We're going to blow the map up. As every start of every game begins with a map going boom. And luckily, as you can see, I've finally gotten back my drawing tools. And I'm not going to lie, I'm so happy I have these back now. I'm not exactly sure if I'll be able to use them all the way through the game. They do tend to get laggy near the end. I have no idea why. I have downloaded some more RAM. But luckily, I finally got these things back, and I'm really happy about it. Because it allows me to do stuff like this. And as you can see, we're pointing out the nerds today. So yeah, I think we have enough people. I'm starting to see some real strong players joining the server as well. People like Menander, Fire, Clutch, Developer, Carl, Outstanding. I think we have enough of a base here to begin the game. So once the map rolls around, we will begin. I got a shout out. Oh, awesome. Thank you to McIntyre for the shout out. I've just seen that on my activity feed. That was yesterday. Awesome, thank you very much. I'm starting to realise now that there is like a small community of streamers. I need to raid somebody at the end of this as well. If you don't mind, I might drop you off with somebody as well, because I need to start doing that a bit more often. But alright, and Neuro's coming in, fantastic. It looks like we're on for a good game. 60 seconds, we'll start the game up, we'll get captains picked, we'll get teams picked, and then we'll take a look at the map as well. I want to make sure that it's admin voting only, because I don't want ITYTD. Those games go on for far too long, and I've got stuff to do tonight. Like wrapping presents, because I've literally left it that long. Today needs to be I don't have time to ref a ITYTD. I think Piece of Cake's a really good sweet spot for us as well. I gotta wrap presents I just bought today. I think I'm outing myself there as a terrible Christmas person. To all of you out there, I don't know what day you celebrate Christmas, or even if you do or don't, that's fine. It's called the holidays for a reason, because it's the season to be jolly and holly and merry. I hope you're having a really good end to your year, you know. It was interesting actually, somebody told me they were proud of me the other day, and I was like, it genuinely made me smile. They were like, I'm really proud of you, mate. You've had a really rough year, and I think you've made it to the end in really good nick. So for anybody out there that needs to hear it, I'm proud of you. I'm not just saying that as a sentiment. Some of us have had really, really good years, and some of us had challenging ones too. And so before we start this up, I just want to say, 2024 is going to be great. It's going to have some challenges in it as well, but generally speaking, you're going to smash it. I believe in you. You can do the thing. We re-rolling the map? Okay, we are re-rolling. Okay, I guess we'll go for map choice first, and then I'll start up the picks and bans. But yeah, to finish that sentiment, 2024. Keep talking to people, keep pushing forward, set goals, set visions, set boundaries, and work towards something. Have a project. It's really key to kind of keep yourself motivated. Find joy in the small things like this, being part of a small community and enjoying each other's company, and hopefully you can start off the beginning of next year with some great momentum. And what we're seeing now is the people that are going to be in the game are voting on whether they like the setup of the map, whether these patches are good for them, and whether they like the position of the oil. And I think this is a solid map. Can we not re-roll 4 days, lads? They always want to get the most ideal map. I swear some of these guys are speedrunners. They just want to literally, this is just like re-roll city at the moment. The reasons for re-rolling, some of the time, it's because of the water features that are in the map. They kind of constrict you, or not enough wood, or maybe even too much wood. This is fine. Look, you've got oil very close. You've got some lakes that you can build your defenses around. You have deep oil, so when you build your defenses out, you can go even further. Uranium is close-ish enough, and they just don't seem happy. I'm gonna start at one point. Oh, not enough people want to reload. All right, then we're on. Good stuff. I'm very, very happy. And now they're starting a reroll group. Do you know what? Deal with it. It's a good map. I don't know what your problem is. If I could play this map, and I would, and I'd win, remember to stay humble. And here we go. As we see the list of captains grows from 0 to 0. We do this dance happens every week, where nobody wants to take control, but everybody wants to be involved. And all it would take is for one person to go, that's me, I want to be this guy. We need captains. I think it's bugged. I can go again. So what we're doing at the moment is watching the lads, and you think after a year of doing this they'd have figured it out, but absolutely not. We need somebody to step up. I might make like a montage of how much time we've wasted waiting for somebody to step in. I want to stress this though. Being a captain does not mean that you need to have the 4D chess moves in your head. You need to know who to pick. Is Neuro a strong player? Is Lower Dark a strong player? And if I have to choose out of one of the two, who would I decide to pick from? Come on lads. It's mostly about picking teams. We need to, but we need to. One. So we go again. Okay lads, let's see if we can get this right. I'm not saying that the things that happen to stupid people happen to us, but it does, and has done. OJ. And I should really just have this on copy-paste. And Neuro has stepped up. Thank you, Neuro, for stepping up to the plate. At the end of the day, Neuro could be the final winning captain of the final captain's game of 2023. And we have 2 captains, fantastic. And it looks to be the French overlord that is Neuro 666 versus the Soldier 57, who has a very, very strong record, I think, in the captain's game. I believe Enkling and him are pretty much not even toe-to-toe anymore. I think the Soldier is like 5-2 in terms of wins against Ling, and Neuro has an incredibly strong understanding of the game. Right, so here's what we're going to do. Neuro is heads, Soldier is tails. Heads it is. Neuro gets to pick first. And we can take, whilst I just turn my lights on because it's dark already and that's green, we can take a quick overview of the map as well. Late joiners. Okay. So Neuro has Clutch. If ever a better pairing existed, I don't think that they would see anything else. So already, Clutch has gone north. The Soldier, needing to pick strong in the early stages, has picked Lower Dark. An interesting pick, to say the least. Controversial, some would say. But a strong player is Lower Dark, I believe. In some areas, and other areas not so much. As we can see now, Eagle, Ragnarok, and Clutch going north. Meanwhile, the Soldier will have, I believe, a couple of picks. Fire, these are some strong picks. Okay, so we have some real veterans on both sides. So as you can see, Neuro and the Soldier, they know who they need to start the game up, right? Lower Dark's outposting, Fire will outpost, Soldier will probably play main. I'm not saying this because that's what they will do, but I can imagine things like Clutch and Neuro are going to go off an outpost where Eagle's going to play main. Developer's gone north. Oh, that's so strong. That's a really strong north team. And Jason Growth. Oh. Are we in for a classic? Now, none of the newbies have been picked yet, and that's because you don't want to give up a second pick slot for a 10th pick slot. So all of these guys will get filtered in, especially this noob here, who's yet to be picked. But that's for a good reason. He's not the number one pick anymore. Menander's gone. Oh, I like South. I really like South. They might have some tempo issues though. I need a main build. Yeah, they might have some tempo issues here. Pulse, I've never heard of before, so maybe we're getting into the newbie picks now. Okay, yeah, we're getting into the new player picks. So I would opt to pick people that can fulfill basic, ideas like building up power, getting our initial smelting down. Wendergok has gone south, so we're starting to get into the people that we don't know. And any late joiners like Afmit Waffer and Mark Max King, we'll filter them in once the initial pick has happened. I want to go for piece of cake. Mostly because we don't have 8 hours. Well, I could stream for 8 hours, but as you can hear, my voice is pretty raspy, and yeah, the back end of this game I'm going to struggle. So I probably should limit my voice and the amount that I'm talking. But I'm excited. We have what looks to be two very, very strong teams. This map has no good outpost spots. It does. It does. But you're going to struggle for things like coal, Might be sprawling your outpost a little bit. Or you'd have to make use of mixed patches. I do agree with you though, and somebody wanted to re-roll earlier and they didn't, so, this is the bed that you made, and now you have to kind of play in it, I guess. Okay, 7-on-7 so far. We still have a lot of new players to pick from. At the moment, let's just put the shout out. Remember, voice chat. The thing that makes this game the most fun to play in is that each team side has a Discord, and each of those Discord chats you'll have the captain, for instance, on South. The Soldier will be talking to every single person in here, effectively asking like, all right, who do we want now? Do we want Julian Moore? Do we want Baza? When we can pick Outstanding or Carl or Martin Max King, who do we want next? And he'll be getting a feed of information given to him about what it is that they need for their team. You don't want to be picking a whole team of outposters, because then no one's going to be playing main. Enable late pick. There we go. Alright, now we can get some of the late joiners being able to be picked from. And again, you can see some very strong players here that will be on the block. Nura had first pick, so now first pick priority will go down south. And I've got a little notepad here with like a little tally system just to make sure that it evens itself up over time. Okay, so this looks like the first round. Soldier has first pick, and there are some very strong players still to join us, still to come in. Walross being one of them, 100%. I can imagine Outstanding gets picked up pretty quickly as well. So yeah, for all of you joining me, welcome. We're about to start the final Bite of Battles Captains game of the year. As you can hear, I am absolutely in the trenches at the moment. Let's get this music off. This is terrible. Who chose this? Fire them out of a cannon into the sun. So hopefully I'm not, too, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, too rough to listen to. And, okay, one more round the picks. And then I believe we're going to start the game from here, because some of these people are just going to be watching, or they'll be joining in about an hour or two's time. Detroit, Raspberries, I'm Negan, okay. Then North will have first pick. Okay, nobody else wants to come through. Nura gets to pick first. And we're going to end up around about 15 on 15. I like those numbers. Okay, alright, here's what we do. 5 mins to plan. Then we boogie. Have fun, good luck. So, 5 minutes from now, we will start the game up. There is a game on the main server too, that over time will slowly but surely filter more players and some veteran players into this game. Main is looking strong, with some really healthy patches, especially really healthy cold patch too. So there's no excuse to not have a really large power setup off the back of something like this, and you're not having to kind of reach out to kind of supplemental patches in order to kind of feed anything that you do, like extended smelting, etc. If I was looking to outpost, I guess I'd be heading west. You could get away maybe with sitting yourself over here. Maybe I think this spot here could be quite nice. There's definitely a lack of coal and stone, but I'm not. Oh, the people are pinging west. So I was pointing east. My bad. Okay, interesting. So just to be clear, on the north we have Eagle Ragnarok, WWTV, Pulse Developer, Razgriz Clutch, Botta10, I don't know how to say that, Turs, Bazza, Just Bob, Delverboy, Neuro666, Martin Max King, and I'm Negan. Some very strong players here, mixed in with some noobs. And not noobs as in they're bad at the game, but they seem new to me. They could be very strong. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, on the south, may the Factorio God be with you, and North team is called Clutchers. I'll try and refer to the teams by their team name rather than North and South. The Soldier as captain, Dr. Claw, Wendo Goch, Viltrumi Mides, sorry if I just butchered your name there, Menander, Carl 3, Fire 3231, Lower Dark, Jason Gross, Poisure, Ashenauer, Jean Moore, Walross, and Detroit. And again, some very, very strong players. I believe that Carl, Fire, Jason, like that they can output a Lower Dark maybe. There's a rocket outpost here on both North and South. It's just whether we have the opportunity to. Okay, so Pulse is saying he'd like to stay on support. That's fine. And again, you can discover more of the map by just going to the edges of this open blank box. And once we get going, once we get up and running, and we are only a few minutes away from that happening, I'll begin to do the same thing I do every day, every week, every time we host these games, explain what's going on. So if any of you have any questions, feel free to type into chat and ask away. I'm more than happy to explain. I do apologise again if I do cough anywhere near the mic. I'm going to try my hardest to mute it. And Merry Christmas. I hope you're all having a good weekend. Hopefully it's not too stressful a time of year for you. And yeah, just generally speaking, I hope you have a good weekend. It's going to be a long one for me. Lots of different families to see, lots of presents to drop off. I've had to wrap so many things. I am more wrapping paper than man at the moment. So Merry Christmas to all of you. And yeah, I hope you have a good one. I hope it's not too emotional. You know, sometimes you can have families arguing, or, you know, people fall out over the presents, or I bought somebody something really nice and I just got a pair of socks back. And where's the justice in that? But it's about being there for one another is the most important part. So, you know, seeing family, seeing the smiles on people's faces, and just enjoying it. And if you're on your own for Christmas, just remember that there's always people out there that you can reach out and talk to. For some, it's not an easy time of the year, and so it's nice to kind of reach out. If you want to have a chat, message me. I've got family stuff to do, but if you want to turn around to me and say, hey Ghosty man, I feel like crap, what you up to, what you doing, let's have a chat, I'm more than happy to do that for you, because for some people it's a really lonely time of year, they'll maybe like in a different part of the world, or they don't have family and friends. I mean, come on, let's be honest, we're Factorio Biter Battles players, our friends are here. The real ones, the ones that win us games. They're all in this Discord, they're all in this chat, and they're all in this game at the moment. So yeah, if some of them disappear over the holidays, just remember I'm here, and you can reach out at any time, and we can have a talk and just chew the fat. It doesn't have to be anything kind of super serious. Our happy little factory family. It's true though. Every single week, people. I had it. We're gonna start the game in 1 minute as well. Some of you know. I need to shout that. I had a really rough middle part of the year. Unfortunately, somebody threw themselves in front of a train, and I was on the station when it happened, and it really got to me, and I disappeared for a couple of weeks because I just got really depressed, and I got help. And since I came back, people from this Discord, they reached out to me. There are some people in this game that reached out and said, hey mate, how you doing? I hope everything's okay. If you want to meet up and have a beer. And I think in the new year, for any of you guys that are in England, I might take you up on that. It might be nice to meet some of you guys and just say hello, just meet and just chew the shit, Some of these people are probably not very far away from where I am, and I feel like maybe if there's a games convention on, I might see if we can pop down and just enjoy pointing and laughing at other non-factory based games. Like, Fortnite. Do you even build? Oh, little towers. Okay, yeah, janky little towers, yeah. Talk to me about space science. Alright, we're off. The time has come for the final game of 2023 to play itself out. We're on for a cracker with 15 players on North and 14 players on South. For any of you that don't know what this is, that's fine. This game mode is called Biter Battles. The reason being is that we will be battling biters all the way through the course of this game to stop them from fighting their way to this silo, sorry. As we see somebody wants to join another team. My name is Ghosty. I will be managing the game at times. I'll be getting people in, hopefully, as they join us late. So I'll be commentating mostly on the game, and also trying my best to do some commentary and kind of administrate the game, and just kind of go through the play-by-plays about what the hell is going on here. So we see Amelik. Ragnar just asked if he could play. I'm not blind, mate. Okay, Amelik, you'll be going south, and then North will have first pick for next go around. So the idea of the game is to go from having nothing, no automation, hand feeding these little coal miners, hand feeding these stone furnaces, and getting very, very basic items. Over the course of the game, the bugs, the biters, will kind of slowly but surely descend upon, and I love this tool, I'm so happy I've got this back. Let's put this onto red. The biters will slowly but surely filter themselves down and around towards your objective, which is the silo. As the game goes on, you need to research different defensive buildings, different technologies, different power structures, and over the course of the game, you'll be building up a way to kind of fight the biters back. And that mostly is determined by the geography of the map, i.e. the lakes that are here, that provide you some defensive coverage. It also is dictated by things like oil. As you can see out here, we have some oil, but not a lot, because later on you're going to need flamer turrets that will need lots of them, as well as oil processing. And I can imagine, although it hasn't happened every week, that over time, what we're going to see here, and if I use white to denote a wall, we'll see people walling their bases off from the bugs, encapsulating the initial part of their build, so they're smelting, and the waves will effectively fight their way towards your base and get blocked by these walls and repelled by your, ammo turrets? They're not a thing. but they'll be repelled backwards by your defensive structures, allowing you this nice safe space. And I'm really just overdrawing at this point in time because I'm so happy to have this back. Defending your main structures, and most importantly, the objective in the middle of the map. So that's, in a really simplistic explanation, that's what you're doing. You're going to be researching, you're going to be building, and later on we'll start explaining what these guys are doing out in the wilderness here, because they're clearly not defending the main thrust of the game. Fordeka is going in. Do we have anybody else who wants to join? Overtime people filter in. So, what that means for the other team, and I'll explain very quickly about the map actually. I'd like to go through the basics first, and then we'll get onto the more developed play later. As you can see, the map is flipped. So each side has the same map, the same topography, the same geography. It's just that, you know, a lake that's on your west is your south west as well. They're exactly the same, so there's no inherent advantage. And the ore patches, like your coal, copper, iron, for instance, these things, are exactly the same. So there's no inherent advantage of being north to south. But you are playing against each other, and that's where the beauty of this game mode comes in. As you can see here, there is an evolution number, a percentage of evolution, and there's also a threat number too. The evolution, it talks mostly about how strong the bugs evolve over the course of the game, and this can be manipulated over the course of the game by either side to make the opposite bugs stronger. The threat denotes how many bugs are on the map that are aggressive towards you, and as you can see here, on the south they have 4, but on the north they had just now -1, a negative number. Now they have -8, sorry. And the reason the numbers are different is because you have to deal with the bugs in a different way. And so each team will have an idea as to how they want to go about building up their base, the different kind of build philosophy, the research tech that they want to go through, the different people and playstyles they have in there on each team kind of dictates how the game's going to go. And so the replayability of this game, and I'm sure I'm talking to the vast majority of you who already know this stuff, but I'm just going through this for any new people out there, sorry. Oh god, my throat hurts. Is your game plan should be the same. It's go late game, survive. Everything else is up for debate. Everything else is all about how do you get there. And so that's your main base idea. If you're a brand new player, I highly recommend doing something like this. Mining some coal with electric miners and just building the initial power kind of setup that will fuel the initial part of your base. So, you know, a boiler with a burner inserter and then 2 steam engines with a pipe in the middle, meaning that you can put a power pole right in the middle and then just effectively just, you know, have initially 1 block of power like this, and then you can copy and paste that all the way across like this, like this, like this, and you'll have rows and rows and rows of steam engines and boilers giving you the opportunity to fuel a really large base. And later on, I hope, because uranium's not too far away and it is kind of out by the outposts as well, maybe we might see some nuclear builds, and that will provide you enormous amounts of power moving into the end of the game. Somebody's joined, I believe. Hawk20, do any of these guys want to dub, wants to get involved? That steam engine build was horrific. Really quickly before we do start, you know, the game, because obviously we're at the beginning of a very long stream, I really do appreciate it if you can tell me to either speak louder or if the music is too loud. I've noticed back on some of my streams that it's really imbalanced, and I'd like, if this is going to be like a 4-hour stream, I do watch them back as well and take notes about what I could do differently. If it's really imbalanced or like the music's really dominant, please just tell me. All you've got to put is like it's too loud, or, you know, speak louder, or whatever it is, you know, just let me know and I can balance it and mix it. My pledge to you guys in 2024 is I'm going to watch some tutorials about audio mixing, and I'm going to buy a little audio mixing desk as well for, like, you know, beginner streamers, because I need to kind of work on that. The stream is going really well. I really do appreciate all of you that have checked in. For instance, Skelly Boy's been here literally from the moment I started, and I'm really grateful and thankful for all of you guys joining in. It's been fun. You know, we've had some really, really good games, some real quality games. And I hope that 2024 is full of more of those kind of games as well. So yeah. But I do appreciate I'm quite a quiet talker. I'm not like a loud person, just naturally anyway, so it's not an easy thing to know until you hear it back, and then it's too late. But anyway, or I could just drop the music and add music in post, but who wants to listen to a really dry Factorio stream? Not me, no thanks. In the north, we can see the beginnings of a smelting line. Ore will flow itself in to either side, with coal mixing in through these inserters. The stone furnaces will then take the coal and the ore that's put in, and then throw out plates. I can imagine initially we're going to see some iron plates, but we'll need copper, we'll need stone bricks as well, and we'll need some steel down the line. My initial kind of thoughts, if I had a new player, so say for instance I'm the captain of South. I'm not this game, but if I was, I'd probably win. No, in fact I'd definitely win, 100% win rate, but remember to stay humble on that front. And we had a new player, let's say for instance, Juan Moore has only played 3 or 4 games. They really like bite battles, but the whole game mode is quite confusing, and they don't really know what this is. They like it, it's big and scary, but they don't know what it does, so they want to stay far away from this, because they don't want to make it wrong, or get anything wrong in this area. So they leave these builder nerds, like this Low Dark guy, who's definitely a big builder nerd. We call them BBNs, by the way, big builder nerds. What can I do? You know, I'm a new player, and I really want to try, I really want to win, but I don't want to ruin anything. What would I do? My answer to that is find your local stone patch, and when you can and you have enough stuff, build some electric miners. Hopefully at that point somebody will have built some power and be making the power longer and more efficient. That'd be by I forget my words out, by making it larger and kind of, you know, more proficient. Put some electric miners down, begin to build some bricks. So that would mean a small smelting line, probably half the size of this. Even just somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, like over here, pipe the bricks and some coal there, and start making walls. Walls are needed the moment you get into the game. And as you can see here, somebody is already, Wendo Goch, what an absolute lad, has decided, you know what, I'm not a big fan of having an open base that the bugs can just run into. Auto shots. What's an auto shot? I'm new to this. What is an auto shot? Auto shot. Okay, got you. Yeah. Dr. K Kong, nice to have you with us, my dude. I've been told I say my dude too much. I'll never change. Oh, people are seeing outstandings messages. Okay, got you. Right. I really should have like a little cover-up box here so you guys can't snipe this stream. But thank you for joining us. The teams are really strong, and there's a game on main. It's just started, 26 minutes in, but we took about 10 minutes to pick the teams and to balance. So it's really about an 16-minute game long game, sorry. I'm quite ill, as you can probably hear, so apologies if it sounds a bit rough. We have some really strong teams. The Soldier is the team captain of Team South, and the captain of Team North, believe it or not, is this guy here, Neuro666. A bit of a legend in the Bite Battles community. And I think that they're pretty much, you know, like equal strength. I'd maybe give it to the North because of Clutch's outposting skills with Neuro. But I also kind of like the South team because you've got Carl and Soldier and Menander, and like, it's so hard to call this early. Sometimes you get a kind of an inkling or a whiff of sort of like, all right, these guys have got the better outposters, right? So if the game goes long, the North naturally will have an opportunity to accelerate past. But that being said, and all things being equal, which they look to be, I mean, I could see this at the 2 hour mark still being a bit of a deadlock, still a bit of an arm wrestle. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm really looking forward to this. This is going to be a great game, and we're looking to almost hit the 20 on 20 mark as well, which you absolutely love to see. I'm going to take a quick pause and grab some water, and then I'm going to talk about what these nerds over here are doing. Why aren't they by the main base? What is the point of them being out here when the main objective of this game is to keep this thing alive? It's not important until you lose it, and then you lose the game, you know. And nobody wants to be sad on Christmas. Everybody wants to win. So let's see what these outpost nerds. are going to do. And as you can see, the first couple of bugs that are running into the base, completely uninhibited, are weak. You can shoot them down, you can pickaxe them, you can even use gun turrets to blow them away. They don't really, they don't pose much of a threat. Later on, they will evolve to be larger, more deadlier, more angry, and they're going to cause some havoc. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick pause there. I'll head over to the North's outpost and just take a quick look at this whilst I take some water on and probably a lozenge or two. Oh, that's better. So they're making use of a mix patch. This is interesting. This is a playstyle called outposting, and an outpost is exactly what it says on the tin. It's something far away from the main base. Later on, developer, Clutch, Ragnarok and Eagle will be providing some kind of advantage by being out in the middle of nowhere, in the Wild West. They're still susceptible to being attacked, and they are still susceptible to have, losing their base by the bugs coming and running in. But we typically see outposts as very highly coordinated, a lot of the time skilled. Yeah, you can just say, "Oi, get lost," and then they just melt, dissolve. These guys are typically, every outpost are a group of friends or highly skilled players that can rush and get rockets early. I don't believe Cola is part of this group. Harsh language is never the smartest choice. Choose peace, choose love, not war. I get nervous when I see new players run towards outposts. The reason being is that these guys are looking to move very quickly in lots of directions. They'll all have individual goals and roles they'll be fulfilling, and they're moving quite quick. People like Cola DMF, I'm sure is a good player, but will only really just get in the way. So what you'd like to have is effectively just your little group, without needing to kind of babysit somebody who might pull something out of the ground that they don't need to pull out the ground, or for instance taking plates and coal. Like they need all of this, and there's a reason for it too. So yeah, interesting one. We'll check back on that. So that's North's outpost. Meanwhile, Detroit looks to be setting up another mix patch. Okay, people are kind of keen on the mix patch builds. I like it. And here a very standard couplet of Walross and Carl. These guys, if they don't go for rockets, it's not really Christmas, is it? Let's be honest. So I'm hoping that they have more people join them. An outpost tip. Oh, we have Fire down here as well, and Jason's moving on out too. You need about 4. 6 is probably overkill, but 4 or 5 people in an outpost to fulfill multiple different roles is about the right level. And as you can see here, this is a really generous power block that, as long as you can keep it up and keep it fueled, will run you into the mid game very comfortably indeed. You're not going to worry about bouncing power from green to yellow or potentially even red. And this is how you get through the early game. Now, we talked earlier on about evolution, and I am almost certain that every single one of you watching knows, but for any of those who have forgotten or need a refresher or just don't know, the game works like this. Over the course of the game, you will unlock different technologies, meaning you'll initially start with red signs, and then you can move to logistics, which is green, military, which is grey, chemical, which is blue, production, which is purple, utility, which is yellow, and space, which is white. I don't know why they didn't make it space coloured, but that's not for me to say. Now, you can research with these different tiers of science, and they will unlock different things for you. For instance, in the north, if I just quickly check in on their tier system, they're researching walls and steel, and as you can see on just below all of this, there's a really deep tech tree that you have to move through in order to get, unlock some of the later stuff, like for instance, purple science we just talked about, or yellow science. And with that comes things like robots and power and lasers and rocket fuel and all that fun stuff, but you don't have access to it straight away. You can also choose, if you build up a lot of these signs, to throw the signs, and I know this sounds a bit odd to say, but you can throw the signs at the opposite team. You don't physically get to throw a jug at somebody. What you do is you send a number of signs, let's say 10 red jugs, 10 red signs goes over, and that will affect the strength of the bugs. And here we can see I'm Negan has thrown at the 21-minute mark really poorly, because you shouldn't throw early on. I can do that, Everlord. can do that. But south. Spouth. Spouth will get prio. There. Because that would drastically imbalance the teams. And I'm slightly so I want to make it even. I want to make things fair. And as you can see, the South are down by 2 players. So, okay, here's what we're going to do. We are going to go into my team manager. We are going to select Everlord to go north. Tombat to go north. Trico to go south. And they'll get next pick. I've done the wrong one. Trico going south is no mean loss here at all. I need to be careful though, I don't want the imbalance to be too heavy. I had to take a power nap first. Excellent. So slightly digressing. I'm also the referee of this game, so apologies if that kind of gets in the way of the stream and the commentary and stuff. I just want to try and... the thing that makes the game so much fun is this is really organised. We want to keep the teams relatively equal in strength and equal in numbers as well. So I'm more than happy to play people with their friends, as long as it doesn't imbalance the game. If 2 really strong players come in, I think it's kind of unfair for them to be just instantly put on the same side. They should be able to play against each other as well as with each other too. But if they both speak the same language, fair enough. You know, I don't really speak French at all, so I can kind of relate to needing a bit of home comfort in that game. We can see already a slight deviation in build kind of philosophy at the moment. The North have got 2 iron lanes down and a copper lane down. Meanwhile, we see, you know, slowly but surely it's trickling in, but a mall has been created, and this always happens at the beginning of every game. You want to automate the building of things you're going to be using throughout the entire of the game. So underground, your normal belts, your splitters, your inserters, you're going to need these from the moment the game starts all the way to the moment you either win or lose the game. Yeah, super duper important. And the bugs are already kind of getting in the way, but as you can see, with just a small machine gun and a couple of really easy bullets, you can just blow them away. Let's check in real quick on the south signs. Okay, moving towards steel axe and heavy armor. I hope that we do see some threat farming. Potentially that could be Dr. Claw. But I do like what I see so far. We're moving at a good pace. Although I wonder why that guy sent so early. We had a send at like the 21-minute mark. That must have been just a slip up, right? So the idea, oh, Pluto, yeah, you can go south, and that evens everything up, I believe. Boom. I think that's fair, you know. I think that's fair. Alright, let's see if any of these guys want to play. If it's Nagibata, is that a word? Is that a name? Apparently so, alright. You are going to be going north. Oh dear. Alright. And on that bombshell, I need to go downstairs and grab some lozenges, because I am going to be absolutely dead. Do you know what though? In fairness, it means when I have Christmas dinner tomorrow, I'm not going to be able to talk to anybody. So maybe there's a bonus there. But yeah, give me 5 minutes. That's not even 5 actually. Give me a minute or 2. I need to dig through my medicine cupboard and grab some lozenges. So these are long streams. I do apologise for taking quick breaks. I'm slightly ill at the moment. I hope you can afford me a little bit of space to try and get myself yeah, in a better spot. But yeah, we're looking at a 4-hour game. We're barely 1 hour in, so I will zoom out. I'll give you a full overview and then you can take a quick look. Right, Everil, there we go. You're going to be going south. I will take a quick zoom. And then I'll pull it in as much as I can. Hopefully that's good enough. I'll be back super quickly. But yeah, I am dying at the moment. BRB. That's probably not even how you spell it. But it's fine. Back in a sec.
One sunroof, 4 cup holders, and 2 heated seats, which came in very handy after realising you were never that into camping. At Auto Trader, we know what your car is really worth. Join the millions who value their car with Auto Trader, Britain's biggest matchmaker. To verify, email brand@autotrader.co.uk.
Okay, I have returned. Have I missed anything? I doubt it. The game moves at the beginning very slow, but as we go, it will get a lot quicker and a lot more fast and furious. So, yeah, building out power, it needs to happen, it needs to be done. A mall and early labs being set up, and I do it every week, and I'll continue to do it. Oh, power's lower though. Well, they need to get that new power up very quickly, otherwise this is going to be a little bit of a pain to deal with. A game like this, with equal footing, we could be looking at a rocket stare down, where both teams end up with a rocket, and they're just kind of waiting to see what the other team does. I want to kind of wager that this goes on for about 3 to 4 hours. They normally end at the 4-hour mark, unless somebody's made a huge mistake. Last week we played 2 games, and the same side made the same mistake twice, which is horrific. But yeah, with the teams as stacked as they are, and more people coming from the main server as well, I think there's like 15 people on the main server, we could be looking at a really like healthy 3 to 4 hour game. So, to build the initial signs, the most basic level 1 signs, you're going to need some copper plates and gears. Oh, yeah, we had some absolute belters when this started. 10-hour games. And it was a marathon. To win those games was kind of like a badge of honor. It's just horrific. In a good way, but you know, when you win a long encounter like that, it really does. It does kind of, yeah, it feels good. And when you lose one, you're just like, oh, I can't believe we didn't have enough lasers, or I can't believe they managed to get to, 20 rockets and we only got to 10. Your second tier of signs, being green jugs, you'll need transport belts and yellow inserters. Horrific in a good way, yeah. It gets nutty. It gets very nutty at the end of the game. But as you can see here, both of those levels of sciences are going into labs. And I would say that this dictates that we've begun the very, very start of the early phase of the game, the early game. So the very beginning is effectively all of your kind of burner miners, things like this, what you're hand feeding coal to. And then later on you want to transition into electric miners feeding into smelting stacks. Obviously, you don't want your smelting stacks to go down. And as you can see, Mitwaffer is just meleeing the bugs down. So yeah, fair play, mate. You know, stare into the face of danger. But yeah, starting your initial production, which I believe is, I mean, you could argue this is a nice and healthy beginner stack. So all of this will get you off the ground, get you through level 1 and level 2, and a little bit of steel trickling in. You want to keep all the players up as much as possible. As you say that, literally, we've got somebody who died out here. Oh no. You've got to be careful when you talk about dying in chat, because apparently that correlates to other people dying in-game. You might have special powers, Sizik, alright? So, you know, just with great power comes great responsibility. But yeah, this is, I know, that's pretty spooky, I'm going to be honest. Can you write in chat, Ghosty will win the lottery tonight as well? I mean, it could happen. It could happen. And as you can see on North, an equal level. So we're kind of, how much is the jack? I don't know. I could just, I'm not broke, but I could definitely do with winning the lottery, as we all could. This early game is looking really healthy. You have rows and rows of signs ready to go into labs. And later on, you'll see more and more rows of labs being put down. And yeah, this is looking quite close. They seem to be hitting the same mark as arguably the South have, you know, more labs, which means research will go quicker. And I'll dive really quickly into their research queue. And they're not missing a beat here. Stronger explosions, engines. Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking healthy here. They're looking very, very healthy, and they've got a good idea as to where they want to go. Roundabout by the hour and 30 mark, I'm very much, as we can see the bugs coming in now, I'm very much hoping that we begin to see some defensively minded plays. The way that these games end very early is that these people are great players of the game, but their kind of focus is far too builder based. And what you have to remember is the bugs are a constant threat throughout the entirety of the game. So as you can see there, we just saw a little thunder run of the bugs coming through. They must have travelled down here and then ended up attacking the side of a smelter. And over the course of the game, they're going to constantly be fighting and battling their way down, maybe coming in to attack your power blocks as well. And the way that we mitigate these kind of attacks, is we build big, thick, chunky walls, as you can see here on the side of the base. Christ, this is terrible. Am I looking at this right? The defensive box will look something like this. I mean, it's big. Maybe, that's huge though. That's massive. But a box this size for the early game would bounce the bugs away from, and as you can see here, there's a little group of them. I'll zoom in real quickly. We see them kind of just making their way through. Yeah, bouncing the bugs back and stopping them from having these attack patterns where they're coming in and destroying stuff that you have. You've put it down, it's yours, you should be able to keep it. MS Paint drawing, it has taken me so long to get this back. And I'm so happy I've got it back. It's really fun. Explaining things is one part of this. I really enjoy like talking to new players and people that have never seen it before, but the one thing I really enjoy is being able to literally say, let's find something to point out that's good. We're not going to find a negative here. OG can get 3 numbers. I'm more than happy with, mate. I'll take 3 numbers all day long. I'm really interested about them making use of this mix patch, even if it is just to grab some coal and some bits and pieces. We don't typically see a lot of mix patch building, so yeah, really happy to see that. But again, it's really nice to be able to draw on the map, almost like it's like a lecture, but that's not boring. I hope, you know, like a school lesson that isn't like where the teacher's crap. I mean, you've got a pretty legendary teacher in myself anyway, so. And finally, we have some walls aiming to be built over time. Once this line begins to back up, we'll see those bricks finally funnel into. And, you know, I wouldn't even prioritize right now. I'd just say, look, let's build some. Let's just get some of these heading into these two buildings and building up, because you need them. You know, walls are so important. And if you don't get them built early game, you lose the early game, to the point where the bugs will start smashing you up. 30 quid? No, I thought you got more than that. I thought it was like triple figure. I thought you got like a few hundred for 3, and then a few thousand for 4. But I don't know, maybe in this economy, inflation, shrinkflation, that's kind of gash though. I mean, out of like 59 numbers, you predict 3 of them, and then you just get what, like a tenner? You get your money back. Like, well done, mate. Terrible. Alright, let's take a look. Sorry, my phone's just pinged about Christmas dinner. You know what was really annoying? On the last draw, 3 numbers were worth 30. 4 was 1/4. 5's only $1,000. If you... No, come on, man. If you predict 5 numbers, you only get 1,700. That's criminal. Yeah, that's not right. But yeah, one of the worst things about this time of year, I say worse, it's not worse, but it's annoying, is that people turn around and go, oh, Ghosty, you used to be a chef, you can cook. And then all of a sudden I've been like lumped with doing an entire Christmas dinner that I didn't plan on doing. And it's kind of demoralizing. Like, I don't get to enjoy it. I'm stuck in a kitchen for like 12 hours, you know, 6 on one day, 6 on another, doing all the pre-prep, and yeah, it's frustrating as hell. And then somebody will just bring like a pre-made dessert. Be like, oh no, you know, you cook the main meal and we'll bring dessert. And then they bring like a Vienna that's literally out of a box. And there was one Christmas, I was like, I'm going to fucking invoice you lot. Literally, I'll invoice you for the food I've made. And this is absolute shambles. Shambolic. Waste of my time. But we're not going to be bitter at Christmas. We're going to be happy. And we're going to be happy that we're here and we're playing a game. I will start talking about game-related stuff as the game happens. I worked at some... I mean, I don't want to stay humble, obviously, but like, I wasn't working at McDonald's. I was working at some very well-established restaurants. Like, if I cook for you, you're getting a decent quality level of food, but at the same time, it's kind of taking the piss. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a little bit... It's kind of taking the piss a little bit. There is a game going on, but in the early phase of the game, not a huge amount is happening. Like KFC. Oh, Burger King. I work Wendy's. I've dropped the French fried potatoes. No, we had a couple of people that worked with Gordon Ramsay back in the day. So my head chef worked with Ramsay in the 90s and early 2000s. And we used to hear stories all the time about how hard it was to work around somebody like that. I had one head chef that was real dictator. He was incredibly skilled, but he just was not a leader at all. Like, it was clear as day. He didn't care about what people thought about him. He would just scream and shout, and I'm going to be honest, it doesn't work. It doesn't work nowadays. You can't scream in somebody's face and expect them to do anything productive for you. Yeah, he was responsible for a lot of people's like mental health breakdowns. I'm not saying that he's actually like liable or anything, but yeah, the guy was a tyrant. And at the same time, he won 17 Michelin stars. Like, I'm not here to sell Ramsay, but he got the result. But yeah, people nowadays don't respond to that. And the thing is, with things like camera phones and stuff, all it takes is for you to be screaming at some kid. And again, he did, like, there's a documentary called Boiling Point that you won't really find. If you look on YouTube, look for Boiling Point. He's quite racist to the staff members, especially some of the Spanish ones. He calls them like Dagos and Spics and stuff like that, and you just can't do that nowadays. Different time, obviously. But yeah, a bit psychopathic and one focused. And I get it, right. He grew up in a very different environment where that was acceptable. When you've got Marco Pierre White as your head chef when you're young, you're going to be that way. You know, he was in like the Rockstar Kitchen, but the best chefs I've ever worked with have worked in Michelin star environments, and it's almost like having a good captain of a sports team. You know, like a good football captain or a good rugby captain. They just take you under their wing and they take you with them. They don't drag you along, you know, they genuinely do take you with them. And I get the feeling that those kitchens back in the 90s, it was cool and it was rock starish and it was sexy and, oh my God, you know, I can't get a table, and he screams at his customers. But yeah, with nowadays, with camera phones, you just look like a bit of a prick. And it's not a good look. If you watch that back, I'll put the name of it in. I'm genuinely surprised that this hasn't come up and gotten him in trouble. He's very racist to two individuals. Again, I'm not on an anti fucking Ramsey campaign here, but and again, I'm not trying to cancel anybody, but it just goes to show the difference nowadays to back then. You know, straight to the blender. But anyway, back to Christmas dinner. People ask me to cook for them. It's fine. Like if my missus goes, "Can you cook dinner?" Not a problem. We'll knock something up. But at the same time, like if people just expect you to, it's like, oh yeah, I can't wait to cook for 20 people. Don't worry, let me spend all of my money on presents for people I don't know, including your extended family and their kids. Oh, you want me to cook and sit in the kitchen for 6 hours on the day? Oh yeah, that's fine, mate. Yeah, I love doing this. My favourite thing is serving you. And yeah, and then you get to the table and they don't even compliment the food. They just eat it and that's it. And I'm like, you have no idea how long this has been for me. I don't want a medal. I'm not expecting any like praise. But Jesus Christ, this is a long effort to please you lot. And I've had this in the past, and please don't think that I'm anti-vegan or anything like that, but I've had people join our dinner late, like last-minute additions, and all of a sudden they need a certain option. I can't have any like milk-based products or anything like that, and I'm like, look, mate, it's too late now. I can't go out. No shops are open. I can't go out and get your very specific requests. So you're having salad, mate. I'm having a big old turkey, and you can just have a salad and deal with it, you know. You can choose that. Oh, you got me off guard there. Like, yeah. What's the vegan choice? Well, you can choose to fuck off. You have no idea how much I've wanted to say that to people as well. I am quite calm. I'm not like an aggressive person, but there are times where I just blow up, and those are the times. But do you know what's really fun though? Coincidentally, last Christmas, my brother and his missus, they brought the little ones over. She has extended family, and they couldn't look after the kids. And I had two of the little ones, a little girl and a little boy, 7 and 9, and they helped me cook. They were really into cooking. They watch a lot of the cooking shows on TikTok and Instagram. And so I found an old set of chef's whites, and it was too big for them, but I put them in my old chef's whites and gave them a little chef's hat. And that was really cool, you know. It was like a nice, I mean, it was chaos. It made things like twice as long. Again, I'm not having a go at vegans. I've met lots of them. Lots of them are lovely. Unfortunately, like most things, the worst ones are the ones that spoil it for everyone. So the militant ones that want to create a debate about everything. I feel like, you know, there's lots of things we could talk about throughout, you know, a dinner conversation, and, you know, murder and cruelty-free products and all the rest of it. Like, there's other things that can be spoken about. I feel it's almost like they hijack the conversation, and that's where I take offence. Is that, you know, I might want to talk to my grandma about something, but instead I'm getting like people throwing stuff down at me, like, oh, you know, you enjoy murdering animals. It's like, nah, bro, that's just it's the law of the jungle. You know, somebody's at the top, and that happens to be us. It's just life, you know. And I'm sure if the chickens were in charge, then there'd be Kentucky Fried people. You know, it's just that, you know, we can walk and talk and think. Some of us can build factories, as we can see here. Some of them don't know how to defend said factories, but let's see if Dr. Claw can lose his belts. Lose his belt machine. Okay, maybe the chickens might win if they do decide to rise up. That was like close to 150 belts, right? I think I saw the box with 80 in, and then maybe with another 80. Oh, not great. Not a loss, not a GG easy, but that's a bit rough. Let's take a look at the outpost. Let's pivot the conversation away from vegans into what the outposts are doing. We can see here green chips and some copper wire is going to be built. Hopefully they'll buff those green chips so that later on they can have a red chip kind of buffer. It's an interesting. They're actually making use of the mixed patch as well, which I really like to see. It's not often that we see mixed patch play, but they've kind of nerfed the mixed patch. Coal, I believe it is. We used to see them, you know, if you saw a patch like this, for instance, coal would dominate most of the patch. What I should be doing, and I'm not going to, and I'm going to make sure I don't turn into this type of streamer, was I don't want to promote the whole, oh, follow me, subscribe, and find me on Twitch and fucking TikTok, and nah, just, I'm here once a week. It's really nice of everyone to join me. Windows with shows on the screen. What I can do, what I really, really want to do, is have, let me pull up my MS Paint tools really quickly. What I'd love to have is a second window, and I'd need somebody else to spectate, but like imagine down here in this space, or maybe even better down here to cover chat, is like the outpost stream screen. So effectively, you know, I've got the main game going on here, and then you've got somebody else kind of moving around the outpost, or maybe they're the ones tracking the bugs. So you get like an up-to-date look at where the attacks are happening. That would be kind of cool, but I'd need somebody else to do that. And again, like I don't need the money. I'm happy, you know. If you have a free Twitch subscribe, feel free. You know, support your small streamers. You know, feel free to throw me if you like to, if you have it for free. But your presence here alone is more than enough. I'm not asking for anything that I don't need, and that money, you know, it could buy me some beers, it could buy me a pizza, but what I'd probably do with it, if I'm being completely honest, and I haven't even seen how much money I've made from the adverts here, I'm going to be honest, boys, I'm probably just going to give it away. I do appreciate it, and I know that people want to support me and all that jazz, but like, blow it all on hats. I'm thinking Great Ormond Street, man. Give it to a kid's charity, or give it to, you know, somebody who needs it. You know, real need, like someone like terminally ill people, like, you know, that even if I make 100 quid, right, that's 100 quid donation to a hospital that needs it, or to a foundation that needs it. And I'm sure that businesses, you know, give fucking a billion times that, but yeah, I think my goal for next year is to do something charitable. There's a couple of charity runs that you can go on where you raise a bit of money. Human hunting spiders. That sounds terrifying. That sounds horrendous. But yeah, I think you understand what I'm getting at, is we're not at a size where all of the subscriptions and all of the views and all of the adverts, you know, it makes you like a comfy living. And I don't think I'll ever get to that point. What I'd like to is, yeah, like I said, if I make 100 quid, or, you know, I make 50 quid even from adverts. And again, you don't make a lot of money running this stuff, right? It's not like you can make a living off of biter battles. I just enjoy doing it. That's kind of why I'm here. That's why I like to stream. If I made 50 quid, I would... it feels like businesses donate to charity more for the publicity. Yeah, and they keep charitable status, which means that they get tax breaks as well. So what you'll find is some are really keen and they really do like to give, and some give just about enough. There's a cap. Once they hit that cap, no more charity from us. But that's another debate. But like I said, I haven't checked. I don't think I've even made that much off this. So if I do make some, I'll donate it, I think. You know, there's plenty of good charities out there. Plenty of good charities. And it's kind of like what I do anyway with my time. I like to volunteer my time as a coach. I've coached some rugby teams, some basketball teams, and I don't charge for my time. You know, I don't want to. I don't need to. I get a lot out of just, you know, helping people achieve their goals, you know. And it's a weird one because, you know, people are pretty ruthless nowadays. Biter battles, I could try. I have coached Dota teams before, and that was quite fun. But I'd never want any money for it, you know. It would have to be a really large organisation where I turn around and be like, okay, I think you can afford to pay me, you know, like it's not going to be a problem for you to pay a wage or to pay a salary, But it, like small local team of like young rugby players, nah, man. I'll just come down for a few hours on the weekend. You know, turn up on Wednesday and do tackle practice. It's not a big deal, and I'm not charging you for any of it. Like I'm fully comped. I'm all DBS checked and all that jazz. It's just, you know, when I was younger, somebody did that in my life, and I played sport my whole life, and so I like to pay it back. You know, it's important, I feel like, when you get to a certain age, and I'm not an old man, but I'm getting older, that you, if you can help, and you have the ability to, without you losing yourself, you should try and do that. It's just an opinion. I'm not saying that what I do is, I'm not trying to say, oh, look at me, I'm a saint. But when I was younger, I had people help me out, and it really did set me on the right path. And here I am, streaming biter battles on Twitch. In the freezing cold, by the way. Like, I wouldn't be outdoors right now going for a run or anything, so I'd much rather be here. Albeit slightly ill. Everlord? You're already in a team, aren't you? Am I wrong? Everlord was in... Hang on a minute. I'm almost certain that Everlord was up north. Am I having a... Sorry, somebody asked to join their friend. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, he's already... Why is he asking to play? He's pressing buttons. He doesn't need to press. And Sticklord will be joining. Here we go. And I don't think anybody else is coming through. T-Bucket. And they'll be going south. And again, another strong player joins us. So we 22 to 21. There are 43 people in this game, as well as everybody watching as well. And that's kind of cool. Welcome and thank you for joining us. This is the last game of the year. We've gone on some tangents. Lots of stuff is happening in the game. But until we get to like the mid-game where we see military science and blue science, that's all good, mate. That's absolutely fine. Feel free to watch away or AFK. I appreciate your presence here either way. And that rhymed, and I didn't mean it to, but I'm happy that it did, because it makes me look a lot smarter than I actually am. Yeah, we're cruising into the early games. You can see loads of labs doing loads of research. I'll quickly jump into the research queue to see what the North are prioritising. I can't believe it. I'm going to end the game now. Goodbye, chat. We're seeing the emergence of red belts. I'm going to pull my eyeballs out and twist my nipples off. This is terrible. So the North are committing a hate crime at the moment by researching the worst thing in the game. Meanwhile, the South are doing sensible research. I second guess myself. The game is already over. GG easy. Now, yeah, we're progressing into deeper technologies here. So you do eventually need to research red belts. However, building them is a war crime. And I will report you to the European Convention of Human Rights. It's terrible. You shouldn't do it. Don't start doing it. Kids, if you're watching, yeah, cover thine eyes. Red belts are incoming by noobs. Somebody here will build red belts. Let's see. Wendo? Is Wendo going to build? Yeah, maybe actually. Or Evil You. Yeah, this guy's going to be our red belter, I think, on the south. And on the north, Negan. Yeah, that's my prediction. The Negan and where is he now? I've lost him already. Yeah, Evil and Negan. They're going to be our red belters. As we can see down here, Negan is building... Oh, my phone's gone off. 1 second, guys. Let me just take this call real quick. Apologies about that. You'll never guess. Oh, it's almost like the universe heard me talking about vegans. Sorry, my phone just went off. My girlfriend's vegan uncle is joining us for dinner. The shop's closed tomorrow, and I'm gonna have to be. Oh my god! Hey, why? I'm not gonna get negative. See, what you just witnessed there was me almost getting sad about this. I'm not sad. I'm gonna stop being sad and start being awesome. But I'm gonna have to come up with some vegan meal options tomorrow. It's literally like the universe just heard me bitching about vegans. I knew he might be coming, and so I was like praying that he just couldn't make it. He's a lovely man, don't get me wrong, lovely man, but difficult to cook for. And typically, like, I'm not like a vegan cook. I don't know how to cook like really good solid vegan curry or a really solid. So soup, it will be soup, and he'll have his soup. No, but oh my god, it just adds more stuff. I'll do Christmas dinner, that's fine, don't worry about it. Oh right, you want to make things harder? No, that's fine. Yeah, no problem, chief. I'll just, yeah, all the things. So like I said, I'm not going to let it get me down. That is tomorrow Ghosty's problem. And tomorrow Ghosty can deal with that. Right now, streaming Ghosty has a job to do, and a job that needs to be done. So we're going to turn the music into something a bit more high tempo, because I'm falling asleep to this. And I need it because emotionally I'm falling off a cliff right now. So I need something to... No, I'm only kidding. But yeah, it's a frustration, definitely, that. So let's pick my spirits up with a little bit of drum and bass. And I do like this mix. So I apologise if you hear this every week, but I use this on one of my runs, the long runs I do, and I really enjoy it. So again, each time I play the music, or switch the music, sorry, it could change in volume. So if in chat, if you can tell me that you can't hear it, or if it's too loud, I can balance it for up and down. So, but it will get louder as we go. So we'll see how we go. All right, initial defenses are starting to be put down now in South. I do like this, and finally we have some flamer turrets. And I can get into my MS Paint. Brilliant. This is a perfect opportunity for me to talk about defense. One of my favorite parts of this game, because there's lots of nuance to it. It's not easy to see, but as I hover over a turret, you should see the emergence of a green cone. It's a real shame that the background is orange, but you should be seeing a green cone, right? Probably best not to answer them. I wouldn't mind. You know, I'm sure he's a nice guy. He's older now, so the fire will be slightly less, fiery. It won't be a bit less burning, a little less brighter. So we have now an emergence of an initial defensive thrust. We have our initial walls being built across a particular line, and we have our flamers that do have a dead spot in front of them, but they will be pumping out fire effectively in a kind of a... That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. But overlapping cones of damage. There we go. Imagine that white cone is in fact yellow, denoting fire, obviously. We have these kind of cones blaring out fire onto the bugs. And effectively this will be a defensive thrust throughout the entirety of the game, right? The reason we have the wall and the flame is slightly recessed behind it is there's a bit of dead space here that you can see denoted by the red arrows, where the bugs have to fight their way through the wall first before they can make a second jump towards the flamer towers. So as you can see here, just on the right hand side as I'm talking about that now, the bugs have to fight through the initial barrier, as I get rid of all of this, the initial barrier first, and in doing so they're going to get DPS down, and you can see a little bit of that on the ground now here. The fire remains and continues to burn. So as we zoom in a little bit, the bugs, in their own devious way, and again, like I've spoken about this often, but gun turrets after 30 minutes, useless. Don't bother with them, they're not worth investing in. So your fire damage will sit on the floor, meaning that any future runs, so if multiple waves are coming in, they will kind of end up sitting on top of the fire and burning down. Later on you'll need a much thicker wall, but initially the recessed flame turrets are safe from any initial attacks because you have this dead space here. And it's really important that you make sure that you recess your defences away from the bugs. if you were to put a flame turret directly on top, so let's say for instance this yellow square denotes a flame tower, then all it would take, and again we did speak about there being a dead zone at the front of these towers, it would take the bugs not too much effort to run in and be able to spit onto the tower, and again these things are quite expensive to build in the early game, but also tear the wall down and be directly on top of your defences. And as we go, and as we see later on, there'll be different defensive wall designs. Last week, North didn't really bother with defence, and they paid for it. They paid for it in a massive way, by losing the game, and both games in fact, by not building walls. And I'm slightly nervous now that they've left themselves open. Now, losing a few pipes, not a big deal. A refinery that goes down kind of is. Again, they're not super strong. Yes, very good point. If they do get behind the flamers, they can be a real nightmare to deal with because the flamers can't target them. And so there are a couple of like interesting designs where you can stick a flamer looking, you know, kind of this way to cover your back a little bit. But yeah, a lot of people don't know about that. We will also see later on different wall designs, which I really like to talk about. And so yeah, this MS Paint stuff is, I'm really glad I've got it back. But just for now, just having a wall down is all you need, and some flamers doing some damage, it's enough. You know, we can see here the wall's not even been touched, and the bugs are getting burnt to a crisp. Meanwhile on North, they are dealing with some bugs. At this point, I can draw Dragon Teeth, yes. So I'm really looking forward to that. Later on we'll have different patterns that they'll be using to kind of defend their base, and that's quite an interesting way to go and kind of explain this. I'm slightly worried that North haven't got their defences down. And this production build, again, like we've talked about, most of these guys want to build in peace, but the game is not a peaceful game, you know. And we're about to see what looks like 2 player deaths here, which is massive. You know, doing a good job, the dub, moving people away from moving the bugs away, but unfortunately will go down. And this just all comes back down to, you know, what side would I rather be on? Well, I'd rather be on the side that's defended. I'd rather be on the side that doesn't have bugs running through and wasting my time replacing pipes that were already down. Effectively, what I'd rather have is the beginnings, at least, the emergence of some defences, which we do have on the North. Now again, you are susceptible to side swipes, and you know, we've seen games, well, I mean, we've seen loads of games in fact, get lost to a swipe coming in from the side. So as I zoom out real quick, and I will talk about wider game functionality, but we'd like to imagine that the bugs will come from their spawning area and just hammer the very front door of our base. And all we do to mitigate that is we make a really thick wall at the front, a really heavy chunky front door, and then we put loads of defences behind it. What a lot of people forget, and if I use blue as like my wave to, like red is wave 1, is that for every wave that knocks on your front door, there are going to be bugs that will be looking to loop and manoeuvre around the map and get to you in different ways. And if I use, for instance, let's take pink as wave 3, as wave 1, which is red, is hammering on the front door, wave 2 is coming around the side, we will see at some point something like this, a near lateral attack from a 3rd or 4th wave, and that is where you pay the ultimate price of losing the game. You know, wave 1 will be well defended, wave 2 might be defended by having side, like swipe defences, for instance having these kind of thick chunky sidewalls, but it's this open exposed area. And let's be honest, if you lose this power and this oil processing, you'll be so far behind. Okay, hopefully that wasn't a sign sweep, right? Oh, it was. Hey Ness, how's it going? Yeah. As you can see, none of the laboratories are working now, and it being such an easy game mode, sending signs like that doesn't really give you an advantage. It actually sets you back. So Razgriz, I'm sorry my dude, I've seen you in lots of games, but if you do that again, I will have to kick you out of this game. The reason being is if you look at all of these labs, almost none of them are working now. So, you know, your research is now massively hindered, and all you've done is push the evolution up a little bit. arguably it's not worth at all, considering that, you know, the south are defended. They've built their walls just in time. So that send is slightly tone deaf to the situation of south. And ultimately, yeah, not a good play. Not really good at all. So yeah, nice to have you with us, Ness. Welcome. I hope you're having a nice Christmas or nice holidays. Apologies if I sound slightly ropey, I am ill. But I'm not dead, I'm just dying. So until we get to that point, yeah, I'm going to keep streaming. Let's check in on our outposts. Let's see what these mad lads are doing. To the east, we have Plutocrat and Dr. Claw. Potentially could be going for some kind of spam outpost, but maybe lasers? I think I've seen Dr. Claw do lasers before. It has like a really nice solid laser build, so potentially could be building defenses for the main base. Jason, Gross, Fire, Carl, and Walrus, I would be shocked, absolutely shocked, if we don't see these guys create some form of rocket. It would be astounding to me that they just go for a simple, like a squeeze strategy, where they just build a load of purple signs and try and squeeze the number up to 50 or 60% super early and try and kill off North that way. But if I'm looking at North and I'm scouting what they have, and if we go again back to my my MS Paint tools, I'm being quite generous with them today. They have a wall here and a wall here. They do not, however, have anything here, or here, or here, or here, or here. And if I move my toolbar out of the way, here as well. They have one wall, and it's an ambitious wall, and it's large. Gaming guy, yeah, you can play, my man. At the same time too, I'm just nervous, and we're about to hit that one. I always say 1 hour and 30. No, it's, oh yeah, it is PC. Ah, yeah, you're right, you are right. I just kind of like to see the last game. Oh shit, 1 second, let's go down to the north. And we were talking about this just now. These are the attacks you can't afford. Now again, the bugs aren't that strong, but if they had some mediums in there, or even some big bugs, you could lose a lot of these steam engines, maybe a few boilers, and that's real nightmare fuel. So if I'm the captain of South, I'd be asking for something like this. You know, just get that wall down, or maybe even something like this. You want to try and avoid corners at all costs, but let's just create a nice little safe area that we can keep building, because you want to build more power, right? You can build more power here, you know, easily double up your power, and in the meantime you can build up your defenses, pushing back the bugs here, and as we can see, we already have some flamers down here, and then just stop them from kind of infiltrating, right? You don't want to give them free stuff. You know, you don't want to give them a home run from your pitching, your bowling. You know, the North have some defenses up, and I believe that in my panic I sent a player North. South will get next pick because they are slightly outnumbered. But yeah, this is a really ambitious wall, and again we can see that small side swipes are happening just in this fog of war. 2 waves of 10% bugs, so easily to kill. But yeah, not the best and most fun thing to deal with. And side swipe happening on South, right? Okay, back to the outposters. So yeah, maybe they're going for an early purple dump, effectively. Sorry, from this outpost here. God, I should stop zooming in on places, because when I do, bugs just appear. Again, this is just frustrating. This isn't game ending, but how fast you react to this is really important. You don't want to allow this to take more than it already has. And again, these builder nerds, who are just builder nerds, are not defensively minded. They should have picked this up like 20 seconds ago. How much longer before you see an entire wave in your own base? Now again, you're just putting belts back, a couple of buildings, but it slows you down, you know. All of a sudden, the stuff that you have buffering begins to become unbuffered. Exactly, literally just run in, and at this point in the game, a grenade is more than enough. Yes, you might destroy some very cheap belts that you can rebuild, but ultimately, it makes the problem just poof and disappear. And that's all you want to do. You want to problem solve at speed. And I feel like when you're defending in this game mode, problem solving at speed might be the best way to surmise it. We have Trico out here doing Trico things. I'm not sure what we're up to out here, but fair enough. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Ragnarok in North's outpost, healthy amount of smelting, a ton of steel. absolute ton of steel out here. Are we looking at batteries and another laser outpost maybe? No, they're going deep. I think they might be looking for a rocket on north. They have the right players to do it. I mean, I'd be worried about this Kohler guy, but he doesn't seem to be doing any damage, you know, so if he's helping, that's great. But just generally speaking, Ragnarok, Clutch, and Eagle, and Developer 2, these guys don't tend to spam. It's not saying it's not beyond them too, but these guys like rocket, they want to get to a rocket, right? They want to see something fly into space. And as we see now, obviously we have some blue jugs in the labs, not as many as we'd like, but you know, we have some blue going into some labs, and military science as well. It's starting to back itself up. I'm quite safe to say now that the North are entering into that mid-game, where they have access to more technology and better and deeper researches. Meanwhile, the South, with a slightly smaller, more compact research lab setup, has most of them ticking away nicely, and we'll just jump real quick into their research. Lubricant, Mil-3, batteries, lasers, and laser turrets. And these are your endgame defensive setup items. They're kind of your static set and forget. You need to power them, and where that power comes from is very important. Something like this isn't enough really to keep power like that up, because when lasers start firing, it's sustained energy use. So yeah, very interesting to see where we go on that front, whether we look at like a nuclear build for instance, or I mean maybe even more power blocks out here potentially. Meanwhile, we do get to power very regularly, nuclear, very regularly. It mostly is dictated by how accessible the uranium patch is, and you know, things like this, it's kind of a bit of a stretch because the bugs are quite close. So you know, the chance of them running into your uranium production is quite difficult, quite dangerous. You could be cheeky and just build some lasers around this, and then just, you know, get the ore to a safe place like somewhere down here, and then just process and have your nuke down here. But yeah, we very regularly see nukes go up around about the, I want to say 3.5 hour mark. It's usually near where a team is about to win or lose does a nuclear engine come online. And because I've done, oh shit, my bad, sorry, I've sped that one up. I need to rebalance the teams. I've sent 2 people north and nobody south. So the next person will also go south, just to even things up, you know. When there's a player difference of 5, I feel like that's when I can slightly influence, and yeah. But really good numbers though. 25 to 22, 47 people are in the game right now. And they're having a great time, I hope. I hope nobody's having a bad time. Not like me tomorrow cooking dinner. Oh, Jesus. Do any of you guys have vegan recipes you could send to me? If any of you out there, by the way, and I'm sure that there are a few of you, if there are any actual veggies or vegans in the chat, please DM me anything that you normally eat or regularly eat and make. Because I'm somewhat interested, and I need to expand my understanding of that particular culture, food mindset. I don't know what you call it. Choice. Is it really a choice? But there we go. But no hate, all love. It's Christmas. Holly jolly Christmas time. And a Melek. Oh, I didn't spot him out here. Okay. There's quite a lot of outposters on the south. They're sprinkled around though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outposts. I mean, they're spreading themselves a bit thin, but it leaves about 15 people to play main and the surrounding areas. But yeah, I'm... Okay, he's out here getting... Okay, yeah, I like this play. It's kind of dangerous. I'm not sure everybody would go for a play like this. But typically speaking, when we see oil being taken this close to base, the bugs are slightly kind of prioritizing, or they tend to slightly prioritize. You'd imagine that they would come in, smash this up, and then head towards your walls and then smash them up. But we do see regularly that the bugs, when they get close enough to the base, they don't really path left and right. They tend to just charge in. So maybe this is quite an interesting... This is a good play, maybe. If you can kind of maybe, like, stick this into an enormous storage... like, you know what I mean? Some enormous storage tank. Maybe you can get away with... And the south are about to be tested. May the Factorio God be with you is about to be tested. Their defences are thin in places. And big medium biters are on their way, which is denoted by blue shells and slightly larger statures. I think that they're okay. I think that... Yeah, oh, here we go. Here's the storage. So yeah, that should slowly but surely pump into this. And even if it goes down, you can pick it back up again, and you'll have a buffer. Yeah, dude, any vegan stuff, I don't know anything. They're not a military... Yeah, very correct. They'll probably priority attack. Here we go. And as we see, the small biters are beige, and the medium biters are salmon in their colour. Pinkish violet. But yeah, you can see the flamers are making very short work of them. The larger ones go down over time, and in time you can research stronger flame turrets in terms of how strong the fire is, how much DPS it does, as well as putting light oil in, which is the highest tier of damage for these things. But yeah, I mean, if they didn't have this wall, they would be in a lot of trouble. So you hope that they can kind of square the sides of their base off and shut themselves in, you know, shut the door. Literally, shut the door, keep yourself inside, keep yourself safe from the terrible things out there, because behemoths are on the way. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that one team, and what's Jason's going for oil, that is enormous patch, 2,000 and 1,000, that's crazy. Like, I know what the South are going for. I'm also trying to not point out the obvious strategies that either team are doing, because I know that people from both sides are watching, but I know what the South are going for. I don't know if it's going to completely work, but they have a really solid timing attack if they can get there in time. And as we can see here, there are some, you know, only some, quite easy, pregnable defenses, right? Is pregnable the right word for this? I mean, that's not beyond the realms of possibility in terms of attack patterns. And so if I was the North, I'd be very happy about this. Well done, boys. Congrats. And I'd be equally happy about this. Fantastic. Well done, Bazza and Delver Boy. You know, this is annoying to have to set up on your own, but it's much needed and much appreciated. So what's next? You know, do we like having our power not destroyed? If the answer to said question is yes, then, you know, the obvious answer is we're going to need a very large and very chunky, you know, defensive structure in and around this area, just to have them kind of have the bugs rebound off it, you know. And this is okay, awesome. And yeah, similarly speaking, the South are looking to get their own defenses up as well. Now you might think, look, oh, that wall's not very thick. It's only 2 thick wall, and you know, what does that do? You need it. Rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And as you can see here, the bodies of the bugs are hitting the wall and doing small amounts of damage. And, you know, the thing is, these are quite cheap to make, these walls. You know, they're not super expensive, and they're not super long to make either. So, you know, my argument would be, I'd rather lose 2 or 3 of these, or even an entire wall or corner of a wall, because I can physically replace that super quick. Whereas if you were to lose 5 or 6 of these flame towers, you know, you're not going to have spares. At the moment, they can only have 1 sat on these little pods where there should be 2, being the operant, the ideal amount, but 1 will do for now. And as you can see, the DPS is happening on the bugs, and they are getting cooked. Later on, they're just going to get a suntan, but for now, they're getting cooked. Let's take a quick check at the evolution. The North are dealing with 11%, the South 25%. We have seen the North throw a little bit of science across, with Neuro chucking a load of red actually, and green. So we went from 16.6 to 25.5 very quickly. And that's purely because science is being chested. Now, Neuro has played this game for a very long period of time, and I believe that he has a strategy for ratcheting up the pressure. That isn't some random newbie throw. It's just like, oh, we've got some in a box, so I'll just chuck it along. I believe that's a planned play. You know, we want to push the pressure. What we saw in the 1v1 tournament is that pushing pressure early in the game can really benefit you. So we see one tiny little bug here, just staring at the iron smelting, wondering what this is all about, and if he'll ever get his home planet back. And the answer to that is no. It's a factory now, deal with it. But yeah, as you can see, as the map reveals itself as well, you can see how vast the bug kind of home is. And obviously it's infinite, so if you were to run, and obviously don't try this because it's not worth it, but if you were to run, that's not the right one, in this direction, you'd go on forever, and it would be a nightmare. But if I zoom out even further, you'll be able to see just how vast a portion of the map these guys control, right? So like from here to here. So you're going to be getting attacks all the way through the game from all of these different spots. Now, obviously, the goal is for them to come down onto your silo, right? But they're never going to path in a particularly straight line. And the reason we're seeing packs of bugs kind of walk into the sides of the bases is because they meander. You know, a wave of bugs can kind of walk this way, hit a lake, get turned around, hit this lake, get turned around, and then go, right, where's the objective? And all of a sudden find themselves hitting the edges of your base. And as I said before, having a really strong, you know, healthy wall now up the front is great, because you know that they're going to attack the front of your base. It's what you do with the sides that's most important, I believe. I truly do believe so. Yeah, so far so good. I think the teams are relatively close in terms of like what they have and what they're moving towards. In a way, I would probably say the South are in a slightly better position. Majoritively speaking, because they are keeping their base nice and compact. You can see the defensive line out here is fast. It's great because you have a lot of space. I apologise for any of you that don't like me drawing on the map. I'll never change. So you may as well leave. Later on we're going to have bots. And bots are great, right? But having a wall out here is a very long distance for a tiny little robot to fly. So let's say, for instance, our stone chest is... Sorry, I'll set this up first and I'll explain what I'm talking about. Let's say our stone chest is over here. The bot can't make a single journey. It needs to refuel. So over the course... So as... Oh, I don't need that. That's terrible. Alright, ignore that tiny... 1 second. So we're going to need roboports along the way to charge up our tiny little bot, right? So it will make multiple runs. It will pick up a wall down here. It will then fly to a roboport and recharge. Fly to a roboport and recharge. Fly to a roboport and recharge. Then place the wall. It will take a long time for it to make this one journey, right? So if you had a wall, and I'm only just saying this as a what if, I'm not saying it needs to happen. If your wall, for instance, was here, we apply the same scenario. The bot will have to fly to a roboport and charge, and then it will fly and drop the wall off, negating this enormous distance. And now that doesn't sound like a lot of a problem now, but when you have walls getting smashed all around your base, and they're flying from that tiny chest here, as well as down here, as well as down here and up here, the bots really get stressed and tested. And we'll see later on, and I say this with a slight tongue-in-cheek approach, you'll see vast amounts of bots carrying walls and other items that need to be replaced, hovering around roboports because there's only one place to charge themselves up. And a smart player, and I shouldn't say this because I'm kind of giving away a little bit of how I managed to do well in the mid and late game, is I will place clusters of roboports around really key important areas. So let's say, for instance, again, I know I'm drawing on the map, oh no, end of days. Let's say, for instance, that our biggest weakness is this area, this corner wall, right? It's just always getting smashed and everything's dying, but we're surviving, right? Instead of having one roboport here, where later on hundreds and hundreds of robots are going to be flying here to fix all of the damage that's being done, right? And it can only charge 4 at a time. A little tip for you, for any of you out there, if you know that this is an area of weakness, right, you need to put down another 4 or 5 roboports around this area, so that when they fly in, you have 16 robots charging at a time and not 4 at a time, because 16 walls being replaced is a wall, right? That's a chunk of a wall that's a hole you can fill. 4 walls going down, as we see 869 purple going across the north. Yeah, just look after your robots, right? They do a big job for you, but you don't want to keep them out of battery and always dead. And now we'll take a little look at the mutagen log, because that has shot the north up to 61%, and I don't think they're ready for this. Carl, with an 869 send, jumps from 12% for the north up to by 49 points up to 61.6%. Are the north ready for this? What do we think in chat? Are north ready for this? I believe I'll be doing a lot more drawing on the map later. But in-game time is 1 hour and 38, and that's a very good timing for purple send. Now, obviously, this is all they've really wanted to do, I guess. I'm sure they just looked at the map and were like, okay, we can just, yeah, we'll just get purple done. and it's only now that the walls are being drawn, so they might slow down. They may get this down in time, but this is a race against time now for these guys on this eastern side of the wall. And as we can see, some areas have no defense, which means you need a human player to come out here and defend this area. Again, they've spread themselves really, really thin here. And if I zoom out really quickly, we can see the difference. They've claimed a lot of ground, right? Claiming ground is fine. If you want this box to be your base, as opposed to this box, there's nothing wrong with it, right? But what you are defending is an extra portion of ground that might kill your game off, right? Because the South don't have to deal with this red box. It's not part of their game plan. Not yet, anyway. They may expand later, but yeah, there is a difference here, and I believe that with that large send, and with more sends to come, as we see the bugs upgrade again and evolve into these blue shells, which are big, you know, bigger in size, bigger in health pool, bigger in damage, yeah, we're starting to see some walls get ripped up, and a breach. There we go. The bugs are in, and they're on top of the flame turrets that can't hit them. Now again, because they'll still be taking DPS damage, I do believe they'll go down, and that's correct. Behemoths are at 90% evolution. We can see now that there are breaches, right? So again, as we were just talking about, if we had bots, they'd be flying out here, like putting 1 or 2 walls down if we have our roboports incorrectly built. But yeah, holes are being created, and this will be happening all over the place, including areas where you don't have very strong, if any, defenses. So it's a bit of a critical point now. I mean, with the wrong move here is going to be the end of your game. You know, the lack of flame turrets out in this area, the thinness of the wall, you know. You need to grab, if I was on north, I'd be grabbing 5 or 6 of my guys and be like, look guys, this is not important. This right now is not important. It is important, but we don't need this now. I need you to grab walls, flame turrets and pipes, and we need to finish this off. This should have been done 20 minutes ago. I don't mind that it's not been done, but we need it to be finished. So come and join me in this venture. I know it sucks. I know you want to be like pulling uranium ore out the ground. That's great. But the most pressing matter that we have to deal with is the undefended side of our base, which is obviously this area here. So that was a good play from the South. I wonder if they talked about that as a strat. Jesco, welcome. And you'll be going south. So I just had to check my notes there real quick to see who gets Jesco. Okay. Oh, my throat's killing me. Alright, are we seeing any progression in the south? Let's see, are these guys aiming for late game, or they're aiming for bots, it looks like. As we see shooting speed on north going in, they're certainly going to need lasers. Are they anywhere close to building them? We see a roboport, fantastic. North have 102 bots. And we can see now the distance at which these bots are going to be flying in order to replace, like we said, walls out here. I mean, they have a long way to go. And later on, you need to kind of put these close enough to each other that they connect, but not so close to each other so they don't cover enough ground. But again, as you can see, these guys eventually will need recharging, and if they don't find the right charging point, they will gather around one particular roboport, and basically they won't do anything. They'll have to wait. Okay, so we've got the beginnings of the pipes going down on these flamer turrets. That's great. Meanwhile on the south, yeah, very thick wall is going down. They're quite safe now. They've been sent as well. They've gotten up to 60%, I believe. Okay, I see how it is. So both the north and the south. I did spot this. I didn't realize that was what Clutch was going for, but yeah, both sides are basically equal and keeping pace with each other. So they both hit purple at the same time on their outposts, and they both send at roughly the same time of the game. Now, as you can see, having a thicker wall does help. You know, they are going to chew through parts of this, but they're not even close to touching any of your flame turrets. And the difference in the south is they're pumping light oil through the flamers, which does a lot more damage. Now again, you need to thicken your wall, otherwise they're just going to walk through your blueprints. But having this light oil, you're going to be able to DPS the bugs down. You're still going to barbecue them as they come through. I don't know how close they are to bots. I don't think I've seen a Robobardo. There we go. Okay, so the South is slightly behind in the fact that they don't have bots. But they're ahead in the fact that their defences are more developed. So I like the South. Oh no, another breach. Come on, the dub. Help the homies out. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Just chuck a grenade. Hey, there we go. Yeah. Punching holes still. The northern bugs are still punching holes. So, where is he, the absolute mad lad? Yeah, so I thought Clutch was going for a rocket. Some of them might be outside of the grid, yes. But just on the inside there, oh no, wait, one of the outposters went down. Ragnarok goes down. Oh, this is terrible. There's no, if the North lose this outpost, they lose their ability to send the purple that might, you know, kind of take out the South's advantage by having big defences. So they need all hands to the pump here. They need to defend this really nicely, and hopefully they've got the right stuff. Don't die, Eagle. That's 2 outposters going down. Developer, have you got what you need? Another slow capsule. Another wave. Oh, it's so split up as well. The way that you defend larger bugs manually is by doing what developers doing. You throw a slow capsule onto the bugs and you kite them through a poison capsule, which is effectively DPSing them, almost as if it's like napalm. You build them and you hold them like they're grenades, so you can stick them on your hotbar, and such as that. And as you can see, developers done a really good job there. And after losing 2 outposts, that's kind of a big deal. They've only lost a little bit of coal production, but they are having some issues here. You know, that positive threat and that high percentage means that the outposts are taking some pain here. And as you can see, the flame turrets, they're kind of strong, but they're not strong enough to survive a couple of globs of acid coming across onto them. So, yeah, worrying spot now for the North. It's not like the end of the world, but Trico is building defensive items. We're not... Oh, we have death here, but they're still not breaking through on the south. But some of the walls are still just ideas. Pluto's building an enormous wall out here that typically is not a good idea, but that's fine. And meanwhile, the development on the south outpost is... non-existent. Oh, okay. I like it. We've got some laser towers in play. Whether we have the power for them or not is a completely separate issue, but we have some laser towers in play. And enormous power blocks being built. Okay, so I don't think nuclear is the way that either side want to go until I guess they can secure this area. And then grab, potentially, this uranium ore. I like it. The South have had a really solid game so far. The Soldier is one of our strongest captains. And maybe he's on for another win, the last game of the year. I'll probably host a game next week, but I think what I'll do is I'll make it fun. And I'll play. Do you know what? I feel like playing. I'm going to play next week's game. It'll be on the 30th. We'll try and make it like a fun scenario. Maybe we introduce like PvP. Yeah, 100%. You don't want to be... The problem with... Alright, so back to lasers, right? Back to defense. Having laser towers is amazing, right? You want a big, huge box of laser here, like that whole square filled to, like, shoulder to shoulder with lasers. But when you first get them, if you put them down like this, they can suck all the power out of your base. What you want to do is tactically place them down, and to begin with, just have a layer of lasers, like, you know, a single layer where they're spaced out. And later on, when they do get placed, I'll show you the range that they have. It's quite substantial. And as I say that, oh, 1 second. I don't want to have a little red dot on the screen. Somebody needs to play, that's fine. It's North side to have a new player. And yeah, we are seeing, and again, we are going to see some bosses as well. And they'll be denoted with these health bars above their heads. And bosses are very difficult to deal with. As you can see here, even with the light oil, still struggling to kill this guy off. So yeah, there's not a huge amount you can do apart from throwing slow capsules, as well as poison capsules, and you just got to keep them in the damage as long as possible, you know. This guy's trying to fight the walls, but the walls are fighting back, and you love to see it. Yeah, the light oil is running low, as well as power running low. I mean, I've got to be honest, this is a lot, right? This is a lot, and it's not outputting. So you're backed up on petroleum, which you can convert. Who's put this? This looks weird. Yeah, this needs to be filled. Oh my god, look at the size of this oil processing. It's great, but you have some idle. Is Hokuto still in the game? And that's the problem. The guy that put this down isn't here anymore. So people don't know about this. They're just in the game. You don't actually have a light oil shortage. You really don't. You just have some of these not outputting, and you also have something, your petroleum gas. I mean, bare minimum, you can just flush a tank. It's not ideal, obviously, but yeah, this is not great. All right, kind of a fuck up. Ooh, somebody stream sniping. Hello there. Yeah, you nerds definitely stream snipe this. It's kind of an obvious one though. You don't have to be a genius to look around and just wonder, you know. So I'm sure that that's something they would have naturally gotten to and worked out for themselves. I mean, if we can work it out, and we're obviously the smartest people on the internet, they will better. But yeah, cracking needs to happen very soon. Meanwhile, a pattern. Oh, fantastic! I'm so happy about this. A pattern has emerged. The bugs are still getting through, and we'll follow a wave in. The bugs are still coming, but this pattern is mwah, chef's kiss. It's very good. And once we see this wave hopefully get repelled, I'll talk and walk you through why we have these smaller walls outside of our big walls, and what kind of benefit they give to us as we see these bugs going down. All right, I like it, and they put it all the way across. Okay, so it's very faint. I know that you guys can probably see. Let's get this menu out of the way. Yeah. Alright. MS Paint, let's go. The bugs like to come straight through your defenses, and they would like to just, get straight on top of your defense, right? They just want to come through like this. And if you let them, and you leave holes in your wall, they absolutely will, path of least resistance, flow through any gap that's created, and they will just eat everything that you use to keep yourself safe. So, how do we mitigate this? We make the bugs think. And again, they're very small brain. They don't really think in obvious, see thing, kill thing, right? I see this flamer turret, I don't like it, it's burning me, I want to kill it, I'm going to go and destroy it. By creating patterns in the wall, you're creating a problem that the AI needs to solve. And you're also splitting up a wave that will crash into the walls, and then will basically spread them out a little bit. I know that's a really chaotic amount of arrows, so I'll clean that up. But effectively, we want a boss bug to hit this wall, this flattened kind of H. I think it's like a H shape. Let's draw it real quick, just so you can kind of. It's terrible, by the way. Please, nobody comment on my level of MS Paint. But I hope you can understand that he will hit this wall, and he has to make a choice: either go left or right. And sometimes they'll spin them around, so they'll then interact with this wall and then bounce back. So what I'm saying here is that the boss bugs, or any bugs, will hit this, and they have to kind of start thinking about where they want to go next. Meanwhile, the whole time, we will see, hopefully, I can't do an inverted triangle, flamers will hit this whole area with fire, and that fire doesn't hurt the wall at all. So, you know, the bugs will effectively be thinking, spinning and turning in these wall structures whilst they're getting DPS down, and it stops them from running directly through the wall, meaning they have to solve a problem. Now, each defensive structure has a different method of keeping them inside, and some of them have gulches, and if you don't know what gulch means, it's a great word. You'll see flat walls with enormous holes like this in, which will filter the bugs. And that's not what I wanted. Let's just do that again real quick. Terrible, I know. I'm just really glad I've got this. And since we're waiting for science to be built up, the bugs will hit this wall, and some of them will fight it and go through, and some will head down into like a murder hole, effectively. And what we can do is we can put smaller bits of wall inside of this, like little dragon's teeth, and force them to fight through a chessboard of smaller walls to get to the very bottom of this, where they will be completely DPS'd and dead. And again, it's another way of creating like a kill zone, as well as splitting the wave up. Now, I've spent a lot of time looking at the north, and I'm hoping that the north will have their own you know, kind of idea here as to how they go about defending their wall. But I love this part of the game because a really bad wall design is going to kind of kill your game off. In fact, it's almost certainly going to kill your game off. If you keep it flat like this, it's not the end of the world, but you want to have like a second and third order thinking, right? You need to have stuff like this being put down. And as you can see, the bots flying large distances away, charging, and that's fine for now. But later on we will see, oh fantastic, and this again is another great play you can make. Put the red chest close to where they need to be, so the bots don't have to fly for miles. Because as you can see, when they run out of battery, they go really slowly. So you want them moving at full battery as fast as they physically can go before you upgrade them, and making short distances so they can replace walls. And whoever's done this is an absolute big brain player, because this is how you do it. Yes, yes. Buffer chest, so another, I'm giving away a lot of my secrets here, but it's the end of the year, and I want you guys to play next year and have even just 5% of my skill and understanding of the game. Let's say I'm on the north. I see that we have, let's say for instance, and I'm purely just saying that, let's say these are 2 chests of thousands of walls, right? I'm gonna put a chest down here. I'm gonna fill my pockets with walls and a few red chests, and I would run to the furthest edges of my base. So I put a red chest down here near a roboport. I put a red chest down here, down here, down here, and I would just sprinkle red chests full of hundreds of walls, very, very close to each of the roboports, so that the bots aren't flying long distances in order to replace things. And what that means is that if one area gets attacked a lot, the bots will machine gun the repairs. You know, they'll machine gun walls out, rather than taking these long protracted journeys like across, you know, these kind of areas, very vast journeys where they're going to have to refuel, and as you can see, they're coming quite slow. They're just leaving from here, picking up from there, and fixing this. And how you play with your bots dictates to me, and I judge silently, I never judge openly, but I kind of know if somebody knows what they're doing by how they use their bots and utilize their bots. And people that mess them around and get them filling in useless blueprints at the worst moments, they tend to lose the... That's ban-worthy, right? Can we all agree that... Has he made his own power for this? He's taking power from main for this? Reels? And that's not a troll? No, come on, bro. Like you did this. You're trolling me now. Like that's not real. You don't have power, so you've built a red belt facility. Is all of South on? Yeah. What? Am I seeing this right? They're starving their power. Why are they not? It's 1 pump to 20 boilers. Oh, oh no. Hey dude, how's it going? Thanks for chatting. It's temporarily, it will be chips. I hope it does turn into chips, because like red belts in our community is seen as a bit of a troll. It's a meme. The reason being, and for any of you that don't know, I'm sure all of you do, yellow belts are very serviceable. Now, there might be somebody who is like got a mixed build who needs red belts for certain part of their mixed build. For instance, like these long columns of buildings are kind of pre-planned by some of these players, and kind of all the ratios are done, and they may need a red belt, for instance, here, you know, just to speed items into this kind of next level of production to make it the most efficient. But the genuine principle of red belting your entire base, it uses far too many resources. So chip production, yes, absolutely, you need tons of green and red chips, so that's a good play. Red belting is just slightly, what's the word? It's not the best use of your time. That's probably the best way I can put it. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I'm slightly ill, so I apologize for a slightly gravelly voice. I'm trying to keep it strong, or going strong until the end of this game, but we do have 2 teams. North have 21 players, South have 22, so it's over 40 players playing in a competitive Factorio game against each other, and they are quite close in terms of the position that both of them in terms of research, in terms of defences. It's neck and neck at the moment. They're running a race and they're shoulder to shoulder. This outpost over here is causing the South some problems by building lots of purple signs, and as we can see now, even more. And in the South, I don't believe there's been a deviation. No, there is. There has been a deviation. Instead of doubling down on their purple spam, they've instead opted for a late game column called a mixed build. The reason this is called a mixed build is because you start off, again here in the fog, with raw ore. Both copper and iron will be used here. These ratios have all been pre-calculated, and Outstanding already, Outstanding is literally the main man here for mixed builds, and they're built in such a way that they spit out the exact amount of items to feed the lower elements, the lower buildings of this large column. And again, if you look, there's enough space here to blueprint these. And I just love this tool. Sorry guys, I will use this as much as I can. Now that I have it back, I will use this all the time. This is a copy and pastable column that you can stick next to each other, and as long as you have enough resources to fuel them, you can have like 10 or even 20 of these next to each other, giving you all of the items you need to build a rocket, or sorry, to build the components that you need to build a rocket, and get you to the final tier of signs, which you can only get to by sending a rocket into space with a satellite. You'll need a satellite for sure, and in doing so, that is Christmas for me. Do you know what? I'll cook for a vegan, I'll do the family dinner. The fact that I have my paint tool back, I'm so happy, man. Like, honestly, I lost it for a while, and then I didn't realise how much I liked using it. I hope it makes the stream slightly more fun to watch. I try not to like use it unnecessarily. With great power comes great responsibility. But yeah, space science. You can only get it, by sending a rocket into space, which is the end game result. Like, you need to do a lot of research, you need to be playing for a long period of time, you need your team to survive, you need your lasers to have upgrades so they're strong enough to fight the bugs back, because as the game goes on, the bugs will go beyond 70% strength. They're actually going to go to 170, 270%, and these walls will be nothing to them unless you have a really interesting and solid wall pattern that you can stick down, although it seems to me like they've given up on that here. Thick defenses and well upgraded lasers, and I just don't want to overuse it, I want it to be special when I use it. Like explaining the wall stuff, like I like the idea of using it to explain how the wall builds go. And I believe it's North to pick first. And we have 2 more players jumping in, which means that we'd be sitting around 47, I believe, unless they've already joined. And again, if you see a health bar above a bug, it's because it's a boss, and they have a lot more health, they do a lot more damage, and as you can see here, they are, they're not going down easily. And these are only big spitters. Behemoth bosses are terrible. No, use it more? Okay, I will. Don't threaten me with good time. But again, we can see with all the flamers here, they managed to make it through a slight portion of the wall, but again, they haven't really breached. So, to me, it looks like the South are opting for a rocket. They're looking to build a couple of these mixed builders. There's enough, as we can see, loads of copper all ready to go here, and a good-sized, healthy iron patch feeding what will be eventually the mixed builds. But beyond this, they're looking for a rocket on the South. Meanwhile, North, the outpost is committing to purple spam, which does have a lifetime. There's going to come a point where building purple is kind of not going to be the best play for you. But again, if you're committing to it, then yeah, just go head first into it. Have we seen a big send recently? Let's take a quick look. Not particularly. So team North is sat at 61%, Team South at 71%. So a 10% difference in strength for the bugs, but both sides are defended well enough to not lose. I'm not supremely worried. I'm slightly worried that the side of the base is still open. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to stick a wall down here. Let's be honest, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't exist. But, you could if you wanted to, just to be ultra super mega safe, just put a wall down here with some defenses behind it. You know, just just lock yourself off, or even here. You know, because at the end of the day, the bugs become so big and so strong that reaching this silo is almost, you know, it's almost inevitable. Evo does go over 100%. In fact, I can guarantee you in this game we will see Evo go over 100%. The highest I've ever seen it go was 339. No, it was 400%. And the bugs were just horrible to deal with. I mean, genuine speaking, it was just awful. As we can see, South have opted for that H design that is popular. But there are loads of different designs you can use. You can opt for like Dragon's Teeth. I like the V sign. There are people that build stars. So there's one really interesting one that I saw. Sorry, I will. Let's just quickly get these tools up again. So the one that I really like to see is walls like this, where this is a solid block. You know, everything in here is solid walls, and effectively you just have these diamond shapes that give you like a tiny thing that they can squeeze through, right? Like a tiny area to squeeze through. But if they don't squeeze through this, they're just fighting these diamonds. So effectively, before they've even hit your wall, you're giving them another wall to fight, all the while being well within range of all of your flamers and your lasers. And yeah, that I haven't seen in a while, but I do believe that was quite a popular design back in the day. Say back in the day, like this is years ago. But yeah, both teams are ticking along nicely. We should be looking soon at purple and yellow going into laboratories in Maine. And I do believe on the south I saw the beginnings of, here we go, purple going into research. So we're going to be moving into some of the better technology, the more fun technology. And yeah, we're going to move into that end game. It's not going to be the end of the game, but we will be looking at, you know, what teams' ideas are. I believe I saw, yeah I did, here we go, some uranium ore being mined. Nuclear power will be huge. If you can get a nuke up early, that's massive. You don't have to worry too much about, well, anything really. You can survive almost every attack that comes your way, as long as you have enough lasers to defend it. And up here, I believe, yes, another nuclear build, or an attempt at nuclear build. Sorry, I don't want to say they're there yet. And that's a great question, gaming guy. Are they going for rocket science? It doesn't look like it, does it? They can transition to it though. They have the ability to transition to space science, but they will be behind the curve somewhat. And again, you need to keep your defenses. You need to be on your toes if you're out here. And hopefully, with a couple of capsules and one dead flamer turret. Okay, Eagle coming in clutch with the car play. Very nice. Everyone reacted there. Last time they lost 2 people, but I feel like everybody just going and helping is a real solid is a really solid effort. Alright, let's check in on all of our outposts. The Melek is out here, potentially building a laser outpost. I'm not exactly sure what this is going to turn into. Hard to say, but good effort nonetheless. Trico, meanwhile, out here doing Trico things, building flamer turrets. Maybe transitioning later to lasers as well. Claw has built... Oh, lovely. So Claw has gone for an absolute baller move. And I'm going to keep the drum bass going just to keep the energy levels high, if you don't mind. And I will transition that to some different music near the end of the game. But just for now, I want to keep it kind of here. At this level, for now... let's get this player in. I'll take a quick pause. And again, if you guys can't hear the music, let me know and I'll turn it up a little bit. So it should be quite quiet, but still you can still hear it, and hopefully me over the top of it. Yeah, we've got Claw has made a really solid laser outpost, which hopefully down the line, once he protects himself, will be able to feed lasers to the front line, to these areas. Here we go, to these areas here. Awesome, yeah. I think over the months actually of me doing this, I think I've finally found the right level. So yeah, laser outpost going down. We've got bots flying over the lake here. What's this all about? Oh, they're deforesting. I don't know. It's not that important, is it? I don't know. But fine, okay, strip the area. And we do see, yeah, some more bosses coming in. We're not far away from seeing behemoths. The north, I guess, are setting up for a really large purple send. Probably a few thousand, if not like 5,000 to 6,000 purple. And they will be able to walk the south into 90%. But not going for a rocket really does mean that you're going to have to commit to yellow or purple, I guess? Or yellow and purple? It's not a definitive win condition though. As we see, the bugs are. They're getting a suntan, you know. Flamer now is not the strongest of options. But the boss does go down. Where are they weak? This area, potentially? Again, not dealing with any bosses, though. Yeah, never. The spit becomes... It starts to stack, right? And it DPSs you too. So you want to kind of stay away from these areas as much. Or if you see a wave, chuck a poison capsule on top of the fire. That should get rid of them, and then you can go back to work. But yeah, at this point, you can no longer face check the bugs. You can't stand next to them. You know, they can, especially the biters can one-tap you. And that is a real difficult thing to deal with. South have power problems, though. Or is this on a different grid? How they haven't managed to... It's just coal? You could turn petrol gas into solid fuel. I mean, that would be a use of this petrol gas. And if anything, that solid fuel will fuel this. I don't know, I feel like this is a really basic mistake. Fuel your stuff. Maybe if they red belt it. What do we think? Do you think a red belt would work here? Yeah, I mean, you could literally just a few little. I'd probably build them over here. So I'd grab this petrol line here. 3 or 4 buildings, you know, facing each other, and then just build like throwing a line of solid fuel here, right? Fake power, exactly. And then all you do is you just back this line up with fuel. It would back its own line up, so it wouldn't constantly make fuel. And then this coal eventually would hit that fake fuel, that thing, and back itself up. So even just 4 chemical plants making solid fuel, which is here, right, would feed in and feed this, and it would bounce your power green. Now, it won't bounce your power completely green, but you've got to look at where they are now. They're at this critical point. Lasers are coming, and it looks like they're beginning to get their laser damage research done as well. We'll check in on the research as well in a second. You don't have the right power now. If you start adding lasers to the equation, you're in big, big trouble, and they'll just turn off. And the last thing you want to do is have an entire... They don't have light... Oh, no, sorry, they have tons of light oil, it looks like. But just an absolute ton. And I know where they're going with this, right? This is going to be rocket fuel. Maybe? For the outpost? Build a train and send it over? So Evo 61 to 71 on Evo. The mixed builds, as we can see here, are being built slowly but surely. Once somebody runs over here, I'll take a look at the mixed builds and kind of what they're doing, what they're pumping out. They're still being built by bots and need to be switched on. Now, here we go. Are we looking at a mixer from developer? Adrian would like to join. Yeah, well, the thing is, and you'll know from playing, like, oh, there's the big send. And we're at 95% on south with low power. Oh, I don't know about this. Could you add networks? Could you connect the networks? So like whatever's fueling the outpost, just plug them into main and try and give them some extra power. At 95%, we're looking now at behemoth bugs, and areas like this are going to become problematic. Flame turrets are good, but against behemoths, not good enough. And there are some glaring errors here. If I'm Dr. Claw, I would be taking lasers to main as soon as possible, or have somebody take some lasers to main. Yes, bugs will drop landfill if they die around water. I believe at the big stage, when they get to big and larger. So effectively, these lakes will start to be filled in. Behemoth boss. Oh dear. Okay, we're in for a bit of a ride here, boys. I am worried about the south now. They're going for a rocket. They're far away from said rocket. Very far away from launching a rocket into space. 3,600 is pretty much the only shot that's going to be sent to them now. But there are just areas, and here we go. Here are some behemoths, right? These big green guys, the fire will not affect them, right? And if you don't have fire that can affect them, they're just going to sit here and eat away at your defense. So you need to have capsules. It's non-negotiable now. If you don't have poison capsules on you, and you don't have the relevant slow capsules, there's going to be a breach. Again, we talked about this earlier on. Oh, a pause, okay. We talked about this earlier on. But yeah, look at them, they're just monstering this wall. And they're not going down. And has anybody seen this? Okay, and there's a double wave coming in at the same point. So they're just looking to open this up. And this is just not what you want to see. Again, once they're on top of the flamers, you need physical defense here. You need people to jump into this and throw poison capsules, throw slow capsules. Grenades will do nothing here. Do I need to slow the game speed at all? And they're saying GG question mark. I'd be asking that as well. Purple spam seems to, maybe the transition into a rocket was a bit ambitious. But they are through. And they are deadly, and there are a lot of them as well. Maybe that's it. You can come back from this. I'm not calling the game here. You can come back from this, but what they've done is they've opened up a hole that another wave, or 2 or 3, and we've seen a breach here as well. And it's just a real tragic event because we do have lasers in stock. We have lasers that could be going down, that would be helping. And instead, what these guys are going to do is they're going to rampage in, and they're going to pick the bots off as they go. Not only are you losing infrastructure, but you're losing the bots that are here to help. And that... yeah. Fundamentally, the flaw came from fake power, didn't it, really? And it's bouncing now. I mean, this is a short game. I'd be happy to do a second captain's game if people wanted to. And you can see, like, lasers are good. They do work, you know. But they're losing a decent amount of bots getting picked off here. And behemoths will go down. At 90%, you will see that they have a chance to... they don't have a revive chance yet. I think maybe 100 they start to revive. But they have some questions that need to be answered very quickly here. Because this is no joke. You are teetering on the brink of disaster. And you have more and more bugs to deal with in time, and they will always be 97%, right? They are always going to be made up like this. And they will continuously throw themselves into your base. And what happened literally just meters away is about to happen in the same spot that doesn't have lasers, where power is seemingly okay now. They can, this is not GG, but this is, I'd be worried now. And I'd be manually defending and asking outposts, do you have spare lasers? Do you have a spare player? You know, do you have capsule production? You know, help. And as you can see here, even the outpost is getting some heat. The lasers have some good damage upgrades on them. So fair play, they're shooting at a decent strength. But yeah, the manual play has to be the one that happens here. Physically throwing capsules around needs to be the way this happens. Because as you can see, with a decent single line of lasers, they are taking these guys down. So this is not an impossible thing. But the send from Clutch, he needs to wait to build up again to a large number. That's the only saving grace they have on the south, sorry, is that Clutch can't send 3,000 every couple of minutes. It'll be another 10 minutes before he can get that up again. So yeah, they'll need to just cover this area with lasers and hope and pray that they can get a nuke on. But look, that power meter is bouncing to the same BPM as my music. Literally to the same BPM as my music, the electricity meter is bumping up and down. So yeah. Horrible position to be in. horrible position. You have lasers, they're upgraded, but the power isn't there. Yeah, I think they've defended it. However, again, we did talk about this. The bugs do like to find other ways in, and this is one of those other ways. And we see Ragnarok now trying to push them over the 100% mark. I think I'll ask if they want to do. I'll ask if... I'm not saying it's GG, by the way. I'm just saying if this ends at like the 2 hour and 30 mark, because of the, pushing of the pressure and the sending, I have enough time to do an extra game. If people want to, that is, South will recover. I think they will. No, Too Young to Die game's gone for like 8 hours. Hey man, use it as motivation, That's not me saying, alright boys, game's done. Because again, if you imagine, like, if the North were in this position, like, this wouldn't even... They would just walk over this, right? So, again, it's not taking much to get the South to 90%. But their power, they need... Somebody, boys, somebody needs to have a really strong look at main base power and start connecting networks. And it looks to me like they finally figured it out. Okay. Said with love. Said with love. 98%. We are not far away from 100. And 100% bugs are no fun. 98% bugs are no fun. But again, they hit you, they hurt you. And when they bounce back off the ground, it is the most annoying thing. You spend all of that energy killing them off just for him to go, surprise, call an ambulance, but not for me. So yeah, and just look at this. They're just walking straight through. And yeah, it's basically just... Does Menanda have... Okay, yeah, slow capsule goes down. And then hopefully a poison capsule will go on top as well. He's going to try and bring them into the laser zone. And as you can see here, it's quite a large disc that he uses to defend, a large radius. So he's just slowing them down, confusing their spitting patterns, and putting on a bit of a masterclass here, to be honest, because not a single turret is taking damage. And when we talk about physically defending, this is what we mean. You need to get, maybe not get out there, because he could die, obviously. F. But a gallant effort, and most of that wave died off the back of his juking and moving around. So, yeah, a little bit of damage to the lasers, but, crisis averted for now. But yeah, creaking. I think that's what I would describe this. The South are creaking under the pressure, and I hope that later they have enough within themselves to kind of right this ship, because it's great having lasers all down here, and if anything comes, it'll die. And if I check into their research, I really do hope to see, yes, damage and speed. That's great to see. That's what you need right now. Literally right now, you need some damage and some speed. However, if we were to approach that same scenario here, I'd worry. If we were to approach the same scenario here, I think we're in trouble. And that's what this is all about. I'm fine with you being up in certain areas, but there are certain things like, I don't know, if Claw's outpost gets hit, so let's say these guys end up, and again we've got people kind of trying to kite them, but let's say they start destroying all this stuff. This laser outpost becomes null and void, and this is your only chance really at the moment of maintaining your defensive pressure, I guess was what you call it. And the bugs at the moment are into the power. They're around about here. Here we go. We'll follow this wave. Now again, because Dr. Claw has lots of lasers in this base, he'll be able to grab some and stick them down. But he's miles away, and Cliff is miles away, and they're setting something up, and they haven't seen this yet. And they won't get alerted to it until the guys start attacking stuff. So because they've been nice and silent, and they're creeping in, they're not actually causing any harm yet. The moment they grab and bite a belt, that's when alarm bells will go ringing. Yeah, if they start... Where are they going? There's no way that they go straight for the chest. Somebody is steering there we go. There it is. And now let's see where the reaction is. Cliff has spotted this. Fantastic. They're going to lose a little bit of their battery production, but it's not too bad. But let's hope that Cliff just doesn't run directly into these guys. He needs to put some power poles down. Okay, good. Very good. And stacking poison capsules as well. Stacking damage. So these guys will slowly... I mean, you can rebuild this, right? And, yeah. The behemoths are a slightly different issue, but most of the wave go down. Again, you could grab some of these lasers and just, you know, set up a small line of them, but, yeah. Hideous, hideous. And they're coming through here. There's no roboport coverage. Everything has been smashed. The only thing that you have left really is a wall that they'll focus onto every now and again, but you know, again, spreading yourselves a little too thin here. There are some defenses at some parts, but you know, eventually they make it through. Now, laser upgrades are coming, and that should help massively. But you don't want to be dealing with this when you want to be setting up this instead. So yeah, I'm nervous. The North aren't not dealing with pressure, but all-inning on purple seems to be working for them for now. Oh dear, red belts. Oh god, why? Why do you do these things? So yeah, it's a purple all-in versus a mixed build late game play. Now again, none of these are really been switched on or producing, because later on, once they have been switched on, I think it's research based, right? I mean, Carl's no slouch, I'm going to be honest. If you've got Carl in an outpost, there's a very strong chance that he's going to kick your ass. So, yeah, if the South can just get their defensive structure together, wall up, and just play that turtle gameplay, where you're effectively just keeping yourself at a distance to the bugs, with good physical defenses by yourself, static defenses like lasers and these flamers, as well as a good wall pattern and good bot replacement support. The game, I want to say probably an hour. I think if the North keep pushing the pressure, when the bugs get to 120, 130%, I don't think the South have enough on them. Or they really need to get processing this uranium ore. If they can get a nuke up, I think they can survive deep. But if they lose this laser outpost, they don't have any production in main base. Not yet. They are hovering over 100%. And that's where we start to see reviving bugs. Again, they probably don't have that many bots either. I don't think they're rocking thousands of bots. So only 700 bots in the network, 730. So, you know, when you're asking for things to be built over here, as well as over here, we're talking about, you know, their flight paths, etc. This is what I want to avoid. This is something that you just don't want to see. Everything is crawling into position, right? And again, this isn't the particularly difficult area to deal with, but later on in the game, you'll see them doing this. Here we go, perfect. So the way that you get around this is you have 3 or 4 satellite roboports around the area. So rather than having them come in and charge and wait, you have a few in the background. At the moment, 4 bots can charge, which means 4 jobs can be completed here. So you can times that by, you know, an extra 3 roboports, and you get 16 bots charging at any given moment. And in the most critical parts of the map, like this, and like this, yeah, you need more than just one roboport there, 100%. And I'm giving away a secret that I used in critical areas, but I feel like I need to tell you guys that so that I can come up with something new. But yeah, one roboport. I know that initially that you don't have a lot of them, but later on you need to make sure that there are vast amounts clustered around really important areas of the base, including like your wall box, for instance, or moving your boxes up. So it looks to me. Oh, hiyo gozaimasu. Game's going good, man. Game's going good. We are 98% on South, 98.7 to 62 on North. We're playing on Piece of Cake. North's captain is Neuro. South's captain is the Soldier. And we have purple spam, effectively. I don't think they're moving past this. Maybe they are. Okay, maybe they're transitioning to a rocket. But the outpost has been very good at getting to purple very early with Clutch, Ragnarok, and Developer. on north. Meanwhile, South's outpost is a bit of a nightmare. I mean, these guys are all... I mean, look at this. Konnichiwa, Friendly Fire, Jason Gross, Carl Fire, Walrus. I mean, tell me that's not a strong outpost. That's 5 of the server's strongest players. Sorry, 4 of the server's strongest players, and Carl. I know he watches this back, so I have to throw that in there. So what we have is, we have a balance. Purple spam that will transition late into a rocket, and they are transitioning quite late in terms of they committed to purple spam up to almost 100%, against mixed builds that are primed. These aren't on yet, these aren't fully producing, but they're primed and almost ready to go to turn on and get you into that final rocket race. So effectively, all they really need to do is upgrade their lasers on the south. Priority number 1, laser defense 100%, and then slowly but surely walk over the line and get to the final piece of the puzzle, which is sending space signs. The only thing that you can do now to counter is hope that the bugs find a weak area of south and start smashing south up. Eight to 9 great players on north, and I know it's a weird one. Although it depends on what you call great. But I do agree with you. The south have managed to feed in some really strong people. People have come and gone as well. So there have been people that have joined in and then kind of left after a while. So these aren't representative of the full tally of people that have been on this game on the side of north and south. But yeah, we're looking at purple spam versus a rocket rush, and we all know that if you can get to a rocket, that is absolutely GG. Everybody knows that, and if you don't, you heard it here first. The south are primed to having multiple layers of these late game building stacks called mixed builds go down, but they've had to prioritize defensive research because of the strength of the bugs and the amount of damage that's been caused. As we can see here, there are holes in the wall, there are gaps in defense, massive gaps, so they've had to kind of square their defensive up a little bit here, and as we can see, like walls and layers of lasers going down. So I'm going to hop into the research queue. Okay, so here we go. They prioritize laser research because they need to defend themselves, and the next research on the chopping block is let's get a nuke up, because we think this game is going to go on for more than an hour. So what they're planning for effectively is, right, we got hit hard, it hurt, these are not fun things to deal with, and as you can see here, these bosses do not go down quickly, but we're going to transition ourselves towards a nuclear generator, multiple nuclear generators, and they will provide the power for the lasers that we need to defend us long enough to survive, so that the south can get their rocket up and running and win the game that way. Lots of ifs, lots of buts, lots of maybes. We're not there yet, and you can see the bugs that are coming in. They're still doing a lot of damage. You know, this is a job to deal with these things, and you know, they lost a lot of bots when they got breached as well. So it's not. If I had to pick a side to be on, I guess I'd want to be on the south because they're going late, they're going long, but I would commit myself to physical defense. I'd commit myself to running around these critical areas and adding more roboports, you know, throwing down capsules when needed, putting down a line of lasers and making sure that they're all plugged in. You know, just keep yourself nice and safe. Turtle up and let the nerds out here. I'd choose the biters. They win every time. That's the problem. 100% win rate. Oh, I did have a question for you, Whitelaw. I had a few people asking during the 1v1 tournament about other scenarios that we run. Oh, I don't even know how do you pronounce that name? Whitelaw. Kappa. Yeah, during the 1v1 tournament, I had a lot of people asking if we run any other scenarios, and I remember that we had Industrial Revolution, we had the game, we played a scenario where we had the bugs that, do you remember they tunneled underneath us and then we just died in the first 20 minutes? So this server is for Biter Battles, but the community that are on the Biter Battles Discord, and I highly recommend you check that Discord out. Oh, somebody went down. Yeah, you can't fight them at this point, my man. They will rip you up. Yeah, we do like to play like space exploration. We do runs on Industrial Revolution. you name it. You know, we do a lot. So although Bite Battles is the main thrust of what we do and what we play, and these Captain's games are the most organised version of that, we also like to every now and again throw out a scenario that we play. Super Mega Death World, that's it. And we did K2 at one point as well. So if you just enjoy Factorio, and you just, you know, we've all been there where we started up a base with some friends, and then we never came back to it, or we never got past a certain science level, or, you know, we never managed to progress it. This is a community that really have a chance to start up those runs and play all the way through to the end of the game. And as we can see here, this game's been going on for a few hours now, and we're getting to the end of the game. So you basically have a base run every single time you log in. Very difficult for North now. Is there anything out of place? Oh, this is Neuro's power build. Avert thine eyes. This is yeah, this is gory. Difficulty for the difficult thing for North is they're not moving towards Rocket, and the purple spam has run its course. There'll probably be another send of a few thousand, so they're going to put the South into, you know, 110 territory, maybe 115. But this is the only thing that they're doing at the moment. I don't see it. You know, maybe with the existence of these speed mods going in, looks like they might transition into rockets, but they're like going to be an hour behind on the rocket. So, do you know what I'm saying, mate? This is just. Now, please don't ban me, Neuro. What is this? What is going on? The long pipe is long. The long heat pipe is long. I'm sure, though, that in his French nerd brain, Neuro has calculated this to the absolute nines. Like, it will work. It just looks, to me, a little bit... Oh, I don't even know what the word is. Monstrous. It's like a monster truck of a power plant. They're not built for their aesthetics. They're not built to look good, but they're just really powerful and massive. And it just, yeah, it just gets to me a little bit. What happened? Ban time. Who's getting... And the thing is, with this buffered, the storage tanks as well, giving you fake power, I don't know. Yeah, but he does do this with boilers, though. He does do this with normal power as well. So you'll see this, you know, for this, which again is equally monstrous. But yeah, the South have survived the initial kind of hit. I mean, I'm still worried about, you know, areas, but they kept their laser production up, which is great. You know, I'm not rooting for the South, but they've survived a large, egregious attack, so we want to point that out. They've done well there. And as we can see here, the bots are placing down another couple of these mixed builds, and there's enough space to build even more directly behind this if you were to flip this around, and you know, you could build like another 5 or 6 over here. The laser upgrades are looking good. They're not the best they could be, but they're where they need to be for now. And if I look onto North's research, they're also equally looking at getting laser upgrades as well. So, you know, what we're doing at the moment is we've realised that if this was a boxing match, we've gone through round 1 to 5, right? On round 5, the North started swinging big knockout punches, and they almost got through. You know, they physically rocked the South, but the South came out round 6, round 7, round 8. Their feet became steady, their legs became strong, and they fought on. And we're in that stage now where both teams recognise that massive haymaker of a punch didn't really end the game. And we're now coming up with other plans. We will see, without a shadow of a doubt, another massive send from North's outpost. Like, that will happen here. But it's where we go from there. And I just don't see the necessary production. We also have to look at the position of where this outpost is. I don't think you can fund a rocket here. You don't have the relevant copper or iron patches. Here you do, but you need to bring a lot of copper in. So maybe if this goes the distance, but I don't know. And it looks to me like I'm Negan is in for a rude and painful surprise. What's the play here? Military spam? Yeah, as we can see at the 2 hour and 33 mark, 4 sentry turrets will not protect your base. And Negan, yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. This is probably this is maybe your first ever game of this, and I hate to highlight it, but and he's down, and his base will be torn, ripped from the ground of whence it was placed. But yeah, these beginner starter defensive structures do very little, if anything, to this. Now, developer's been quite good there. He saved an outpost that is going to add to the spam, but it's unlucky that Negan went down, and a lot of his base dropped as well. So you hate to see it. At the same time, too, though, these new players are learning as they go. So, you know, you have to find that out the hard way, and sometimes it is by walking into a bug that is the size of a building. And he's not rage quit. That's a very good point. You know, I see a lot of people that get to this position and they just tap out, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility that you respawn, go again, grab some items, head back. Whoever chose to, oh, here we go, Bullin. All right, you're going to be going north. So yeah, nice to see. And maybe he's a friend of developers. You know, we do see that people like to play with their mates. So yeah, hopefully he can get that base up and running again. If I remember correctly, I saw about 700 military science there. That'll add to the spam that we see later. So we're really just in a position where, as we can see, there was a bit of an attack on the side here. We're looking to move into a position where these mixed builds are up and running again on the south outpost. We're not miles away from it. It's currently creating some of the objects needed. But like I said before, these things are massive. They're voracious. Grab some items. Alright, I need to walk you through this because there is a little bit of a hierarchy. There are 4 horsemen of the Bite of Battles apocalypse. For any of you joining us right now, this game mode is Bite of Battles, and there are 4 things that new players like to do that are disruptive. They're not game enders, but they are annoying. Do you think Negan's come back with any defensive items? And Clutch sends back. Okay, right. Ooh, so both teams are over the 90% mark. North are dealing with 110. So South are dealing with 110, and North 93. Negan has come back to his base. The Spitters and Biters are very close to a very expensive chest that you do not want to lose. Luckily, he grabs and sends the science at the same time. But this is, this is brutal. I don't think that it's worth picking this base back up. I mean, you'd almost be better served heading to this outpost and just giving them your time. In fact, almost certainly that's what you'd want to do. So the 4 horsemen of a Bite of Battles apocalypse, I may as well go through it with us now, because you know it's the end of the year, and maybe we can start a new year with a little bit of a lesson learned. So stallers, stackers, gridders, and I'm gonna have to turn my grid on, aren't I? Oh, and stealers, in that order as well. So I'll stallers. Now, that might mean nothing to you, and that's fine. To us, it means everything, because if you see somebody do that, you need to let them know why it's not a good idea, and also why it could be damaging to your team. Grid, how do you turn the grid on again? Let me show you this real quick. Sorry, I know a lot of you guys play a lot of Factorio, so I'm not putting anything new to you here, but how do you turn on the grid? What's the button for it? It's like an Alt button, right? Alt F. It's not Alt F4, right? As we can see here, the boss is at 110, and also with upgrades to lasers, and there being more lasers with a stronger laser damage. Control G. I don't believe you. F4. Ah, somebody with actual, someone with a bit of help here. Oh, my chat's in the way. Can I move this around? I can indeed. Look at that. And is it near the bottom? Okay, I'm about to show you something that is horrific. I apologise to you right now. Oh my god. I really want to apologise to all of you out here if you're currently vomiting some people play like this. This is for me the third horseman of the Bite Battles Apocalypse. For two reasons specifically. One, it's terrible, don't do this. And for two, second reason, the most important reason, is some people build according to this grid. Meaning that if you hit a solid black line, I love this grid. I know you speedrunners love the grids, but the grid is terrible. And people build according to the grid as well. Alright, my head hurts. I'm going to have to turn this off. I apologise to anybody who saw it, but it's awful. And that is the third horseman of the Bite Battles Apocalypse. People who play with grids on, just don't. Do better things with your life than that. Cool, so stackers. Stackers are people who join the game and stack with their friends. This doesn't happen on these captains games because the game's a lot more organised, but on normal games during the week you may find that one team has all of the best players on them and the other team has all of the new players who don't understand how to play the game. So they're playing with each other and they don't realise they're up against all of the strong players. For instance, as we see a huge wave of behemoths head to the eastern side of the base, there are no lasers down here. I'm scared. I'll keep an eye on that. They breached again. Oh dear. Breached again. You need capsules for this. It's horrible. It hurts my face. Genuine. When I see grids, I'm like, why? Who hurt you? What happened to you in life that made you think that grids? Ah, dear. Is it an engineering thing? Yeah, we need capsules here, boys. Poison capsules, slowdown capsules. You can handcraft them as well. But this is a lot of lasers getting killed. And again, yeah, these outer edges. Now, coincidentally, the north will also be dealing with large waves too. So I'll try and make it through. I'll try and follow a lot of the attacks that are happening all over the map. But as we can see now, the bugs are flooding through, and they're heading what looks like to be towards the laser outpost. And if they hit this and they kill this, it's massive, massive win for the north. So yeah, we'll track some of these waves coming in, but like these piddly little lasers here are not enough. And you really do hope that Cliff and Dr. Claw have the ability to kind of intercept these waves before they hit anything major, and they can try their best to just juggle the waves, split them up, slow them down, poison them. This is a very expensive loss as well. The amount of lasers that have been taken out here are egregious, and a capsule would have done the trick, I'm going to be honest. So we've got people playing defense, but I think it comes back down to, and I'll do it again purely just because it's at that point in the game now that we need to start talking about this. You know, if you draw a line down the middle of your screen, I'm not putting the grid on, but if you draw a line down the middle of the screen, right, bugs coming this direction, hit the wall, they get bounced, and then they come back. Bugs that are coming down this direction, they might hit this wall, and then get bounced, and then you survive. There also is a very strong potential for them to come this way. And before you know it, they're on top of your silo. So I'm worried about this. This is how you play the defensive structure correctly. You move them slowly into your poison and DPS them. Whatever happened down here is a real waste of lasers. Like, this is such an expensive play. Clutch is doing it. You know, he's slowly but surely pushing pressure onto the south, and the south are responding relatively well. I mean, they're defending, but this is a contentious area for them. And we talked about this earlier on, right? I mean, I'm not wrong in saying this. If there were multiple roboports in this area, you'd be doing 8 jobs a second, 12 jobs a second, 16 recharges a second. Instead, we're waiting for 4. And all of these things carrying items are just hovering whilst you need to fix the wall, you need to fix it. It's just like, why? And why do we have a belt as well? What the hell is that all about? I'm very confused by this outer defense. But yeah, Clutch has done well. These bugs are getting stronger. Areas like this are a pain in the arse because, again, flamers aren't going to do the trick. And there's going to come a point where they're going to get tested in an area where it's going to be too late for them to really set their defenses up. So you do hope that in time they do find these spots. Again, these bugs are strong enough to actually get through the walls. I know that the defensive pattern is doing a good job of, again, like I said earlier on, confusing the bugs and making them dance around the pattern they've set. But you know, if you look at the wall here, it's, I mean, obviously there's a lot of fire coming over, but you can see they're just chipping through and they're in. And now they're on top of your flamers. You know, I'm just worried a little bit, that's all. the South aren't strong everywhere, and they're having to kind of really hustle. And to be fair to them, they are hustling well, but yeah, they're having to react to a lot of pain. This outpost is pivotal. If anything, if I had to put a number on things, right? If I'm South, and I don't know what these Western outposts are doing, but priority order, literally priority order for me right now. If I'm captain, and I had to break up my kind of energy in terms of trying to protect things. So like main outpost 1 and an outpost 2. Let's see. This is priority number 1. This is priority number 2, and this is priority number 3. Because if you don't have lasers heading to base, then you don't have a base to defend. This is second priority because if you can't build the rocket, there's no point in us being here in this game right now. You know, 19 people can pack up their shit and go home because there is no point in continuing this game if you don't have an offensive plan. If you're just sat there and you're soaking up defensive pressure, you're going nowhere fast. So you're expecting these guys to build a rocket, and you're literally holding out north side attack. Against mini wall? Up here? I mean, they've got good damage on their lasers, not great, but they've got clusters, left side. I'm guessing that was here. This, oh my god, I mean, I don't even want to begin talking about this. We all know that this is, they'll just melt this. This is like throwing an ice cream, a tub of ice cream into a volcano, right? This will just melt away the moment a solid size, here we go. I shouldn't even start talking, I should literally just watch what happens. And it's always too late when it's too late. I'm not even going to commentate this, I'm just going to watch. Now again, the bugs on north are slightly weaker, so they may die to the fire, but they're still strong enough to fight through the wall. They have enough damage upgrades, and they're on light oil as well, but they're still ripping up areas. If anything, to be honest, this maybe will like start an alarm bell ringing on North's head to look around and be like, okay, we got absolutely, done here. And they're lucky that they went for the thickest part of the wall. That's very, very lucky, because if they'd have touched this, it would have been like opening a door with one finger. They would have just pressed it open, and away you go. So very, very lucky. And as we say that, laser blueprints go down. I'd opt for a wall blueprint, as well as filling any gaps. But nevertheless, they have survived. And as we see, the nukes are heating up on the north, sorry. And this absolutely ridiculous structure that we see here in front of our eyes is about to switch itself on. It's been a really good game. It's actually been a really good game, to be fair. I'm not sure exactly what some of these players are doing out here, but fair enough. Play what you want, play how you want. Melik's got some bots up. The outposts are grabbing more and just churning out items. They're waiting for research. This looks to me like they're just waiting for research. Yep, here we go. How much main base research is getting done though? Just checking on the labs real quick. Okay. Labs looking healthy. Very, very healthy, in fact. South is yet to get their nuclear up, but they're processing. They're processing, but we haven't seen any of the light green rocks. Sorry. So far, the best thing you can do with this. I mean, what, uranium ammo? Oh, Negan, no. He's really having a tough time of this, is Negan. Let me really quickly check on his stats. I'm not doing this to point him out, but I think Negan is a new player. I might be wrong in that. He's played 7 games. Okay, got you. Right, 7-game player. Still learning lessons. The bugs are strong, and they don't want you to be anywhere near them, so they're going to try their best to fuck you up. That's 7 more than me. You seem to know what you're doing. You seem to know what you're doing, mate. And that's the key here. Is I find that when I get into games, and I don't say this often, but you know, you might have heard me say this every now and again. I have a 100% win rate as a captain, because all that you need to do is let your strongest players be strong where they can play their best. So if the soldier is your main base player, let him play main base. If your outposters are really strong together, group them together and send them out into this area and let them outpost. For everybody else that's left over, right, and I always do this, I get on to how very dare you. They only started recording stats after I had 7 games back to back won as a captain, 8 now, and that's a 100% win record, and I will keep that. But yeah, before they put the website up, my games weren't recorded, but they are there, they do exist, and those games are on file for anybody wanting to know. They're just not being recorded because I wasn't streaming then. I'm streaming now, and I will play lots more next year. I kind of want to end the year with my 100% record intact. I can say I've got 12 months of being the best. So I'd let all of my good guys that I know that I play with every day, I see them in the server, they're always trying new stuff, let them be strong at what they're strong at, right? I'd grab some of the new players and I'd say, hey guys, get into voice chat with me, I'm going to stay in this main base, and we together as a team of newbies, I'm going to try and weaponize you and try and get you in doing jobs that we all need doing. So we together would put together all of this power. And I'd say that to them. Look, oh dear, they've lost some. Oh, power's bouncing again. Weaponize them, get them useful, get them building something that is easy, that's simple, that they can see, and that we can turn around and be like, look, we did this. 4 of us together built all of this up, got all of the call in, and we've given our base some power, right? What are we going to do next? All right, we see some walls being built. Let's put down a blueprint, and together as a 5-person or 4-person group, with me included, even though I'm stronger at that than anybody else, we the noobs, weaponize them. Get them doing this. And have a laugh with them, get to know them. You know, some of these people might stay and play for the rest of the year with us. In fact, some of the best players that I bumped into haven't been the most well-established players, but they have joined the game where they're a bit nervous and they get onto mic and you go, you're right mate, how's it going? What can I do? What are you good at? What do you not know how to do? And you just go and help them, you know. We've all been there. At one point, it was for about 10 seconds when I initially started playing. At one point, I was a noob. That quickly dissipated once I realised how legendary I was. But yeah, you have to help people out. You have to kind of show them the way a little bit. And sometimes a bit of humour, a bit of, you know, questioning and talking. And before you know it, you've got somebody that you know that you can play with. And think about this, right? When I started playing, Carl didn't even know how to install Factorio. Right? And look where he is now. Look where he is now. Getting carried in an outpost. But he's enjoying himself, and that's the key, right? He's enjoying himself. Happy learner. I wish I could put L plates on players, and if I could, I'd put one on Carl. Maybe next year he'll learn how to do blue signs, you know, but he's getting there, you know. We joined him in a game, we talked to him for a little bit. He told us that he was relatively, you know, skill capped. He wasn't in a very good gaming chair. And he, look at him, look. He just built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 solar panel buildings. I applaud that. Well done, Carl. Very well done. And as you all know, I am joking. Carl is a very strong player. Not as strong as me, but strong enough. So I like to take the piss every now and again. But I love him. He's a great lad. And he's been very helpful for me when it comes to streaming. So any of you that think I'm bullying, I'm not. We know each other quite well. And I like to have a laugh with Carl. He's got a unique sense of humour. It's very, like, a German sense of humour. They do have them. It does exist. But, There are a few constants. Trico will AFK after Green Rush. FTNS will flame admins. Neuro will make mega power. Ghosty will be humble. Hey, can we add to that? Ghosty wins games. I've lost a fair amount though. I've lost a lot of games recently because I like to play with new players. Literally, there was a guy that joined that was like, I've seen a stream, I've seen some games on YouTube, but I don't know what to do. And I said to him, well, I've got free time, so. The 1v1 Masters winner, let me find a link to that game. That's actually a really good good shout. I will send you the first game of all 4. I'll stick this into chat. For anybody that didn't know, I upload all of our games onto a YouTube channel. I've recently had to create a new one that's linked to my Twitch, which makes things a lot easier. If you have a look at that link, the final was between Clutch and Raslington, and I've even got an interview with the winner of the 1v1 tournament, which is Raslington. Yeah, I didn't want to spoil it, but you guys know by now. He had a pretty mega... So he sent me a clip of him celebrating the win, and he pretty much pops off. Like, he's like, yeah, come on, boys! It's kind of quite funny to see, so I'm going to try and cut up a... The funny thing is that people say that Germans don't have a sense of humor. I disagree. It's just very different, and like I can't categorize it as particularly dry or particularly, but if you know a lot of Germans or if you've grown up around a lot, you kind of get it, and they are funny as fuck. Seriously, like they are really funny. The same way that people think Japanese humor is a bit off and a bit weird. It's not. It's just bitingly funny, and it's really like. It doesn't take itself seriously at all, whilst taking itself very seriously. It's hard to explain, but yeah, some of you guys that know, and I love it. I genuinely love it. When I first got into the server, some people thought I was a bit of an idiot, because they were like, oh, he keeps calling himself a legend, and he's only been here for 5 seconds. It was a joke, and it always has been a joke. Like, I don't take myself that seriously. There was a point where I played video games, and I really cared about winning or losing. I just like the community. I like the game mode. I'm streaming it. Oh, here we go. A revive. Nice. I stream it because I would normally be playing these games, but this allows people to watch them back. And it is a bit of an endeavour, you know. If you're the captain of one of these games, you might watch this back on a night and go, do you know what? Well, ooh, what is this? What? Why? Sorry, my brain just broke there for a sec. What are we doing here? I know that we've gone big, right? 16 generators is massive. And are we warm? Is this max temp? I just don't... Okay, oh, fine. Who knows? Who knows what goes on in Neuro's head, honestly. This is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. I know what it is, but I just don't get it. I'm struggling. I'm in Strugsville at the moment. Okay, let's get the hell out of there, because that hurts my face. Yeah, so don't take yourself that seriously in a video game. I used to play people like Counter-Strike at global elite level, and it's like, mate, no one's recruiting. Seeing this for the first time is interesting. Welcome, TMG Warrior. I hope you're having a good weekend. I hope also you're having a great Christmas too. This is Bite Battles. I do have a video of Raz's interview. Let me go and find that for you. So that tournament concluded last week, and the week before we did all the pool stages and stuff. And yeah, it was so funny when he popped off at the end. Like, he sent me a little clip of his stream. Yeah, how much power do you want to build? Yes. Here we go. The winner interview is here. It's with Pitter. Pitter had a bit of mic issues, so there was it's a bit scratchy. But this is the winner interview. Again, I've never talked to Raslington, so it seems a little dry. But I didn't want to like ruin the moment by asking like really stupid questions. I just wanted to see how he felt. I'm not a natural interviewer. I hope you can tell. I'm not a natural streamer either. That's why this is not the highest quality production. But welcome. If you have any questions, the guy who said he was new, TMG Warrior, if you have any questions, feel free to ask away. I'm more than happy to explain what's currently going on in this game, and also the different kind of things that we're seeing from the different parts of the map. The game at the moment as it stands is almost 3 hours old. We have 15 players on North and 19 on South. At the height of the game, oh, thanks, Cizek. I'd like to try and just be myself. I feel like if I tried to be a character, then I just wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be like, yo, what up, boys? Welcome to Ghosty Nation. Like, nah, come on, man. Just be me. I think that's the best way to do. So 15 on North, 19 on South. At the height of this game, we had about 22 on North and 22 on South. It is dinner time, though, so I imagine some people have gone off for their dinner. This game will go on for a while, so These mix builds are building endgame components, and I do believe that the South are trying to go for a rocket. The aim of the game is to survive long enough, research deep enough into the tech tree in order to get deeper tech unlocks, like laser towers for instance, to defend your base. The only thing that really matters in this game mode is this rocket silo, which is ghosted at the moment, which is weird. Why is it ghosted? Okay. This rocket silo is the main objective of the game. You have to protect this at all costs, and as we go throughout the game, as I zoom out really quickly, and as I use my MS Paint, my glorious MS Paint skills that I'm very happy to have finally back with me, the bugs over the course of the game are going to slowly but surely trickle in and fight you until they get to your main objective, that rocket silo. They don't like it, the fact that it's there, and their main role in this is to fight it and to kill it off. At the moment, the bugs are 111% evolved, which means they're very, very strong. As we can see here, we have some behemoth bugs, which are enormous, and they're very strong. They can eat walls. It's hard to kill these things. And later on, there'll be millions of these running into your walls, fighting your base, and testing your defenses. Both the North and the South have to contend with the bugs. So there's a river going down the middle of the map, as you can see, this river, and each of the ore patches, for instance, if I zoom in on this ore patch over here, are reflected in the river, so that it doesn't matter if you're on the north or the south, you get the same pattern, the same geography, but you just get the south version of that, or the north version of that. And equally speaking, the north bugs will come from the north, and the south bugs will come from the south. Both teams have a silo, and both teams must protect their silo at all costs. You start off with, hey, thank you. I'm so happy I've got them back. I lost them for a few months because the developer stopped upgrading their software, but I found a beta and it's working great. So yeah, that's the initial thrust of the game. I'm also refereeing, by the way, so I apologise if I have to nip off and do some referee stuff like getting people into the game as well. So you start off with nothing, and they're very weak, the bugs, at the beginning. The reason that we play this game is that each team has different players with different styles. So your team having certain people in it, certain presences, like Carl, for instance, is a monster outposter with fire, and that's why we're seeing a rocket outpost over here. These guys are built like a mini base, and they're building a rocket in this mini base. The geography of the map always changes, the patches change, the setup of your team changes, and also the way that you play the game changes as well. Now, you'll see that we have an evolution here, as well as a threat. Threat is just the amount of bugs on the pitch that are on the map at any time, and if the number is in a positive, like it is here, then they're going to attack you in waves of bugs. They'll grab 10 to 20 bugs, and they'll just run down at a random location, like, hey, here we go, a wave has just been beaten, and they'll hit your defense, and hopefully you push them back. You can influence how strong the enemy bugs are by building signs. Obviously you start only with access to red signs, and through the game you'll have access to stronger ones, and you can throw different mounts at the bugs. So the first send we saw to increase, is a tiny amount of, South almost had a griefer. You can't kill the silo though. One thing just to note, you cannot kill the silo. It's made so that a player firing a bullet into the silo. Let me ask if that player's still here though. Yeah, I wondered why it was why it had a. Anyway, yeah, the silo's the main objective, to defend. He's fantastic, yeah. So I didn't catch that, but we do have other admins in the game too. So I'm with a few other people helping, and if you see a little red A next to the name of a player, again like Clutch, like Martin Max King, Neuro, myself as well, if you have any problems, head over to these people and they'll be able to help solve and resolve your issue. So by sending signs, you pump the numbers up to make the bugs stronger, so your enemy has to deal with stronger bugs. And so if you don't put down walls or upgrade your lasers or put down flamers, you're going to kind of die. So when you play this game, you basically play a full game of Factorio with 16 to 25, we've had 67 people on one team before, all of you playing on voice chat in Discord, all of you coming up with a plan and theorizing, and as a new player, you're more than welcome to join as well. there's so many different jobs and things you can do. You don't need to do the big brain stuff like calculating ratios or, you know, building bots. Sometimes just building power or helping, you know, build blueprints is more than acceptable. So yeah, welcome as well. And if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. I like... Sticklord griefed his own production. No, it's not. Okay, they've got a buffer. Yeah, there's loads to this game mode. And we do have like a stats page where you can check out your own elo. Let me find a link to that actually real quick. Because this is the stuff that I don't think people know a ton about. But if you head to this webpage, it won't count this game because we're on a different server, but I'll send you a link to the captain server as well. So this is where you can research other players and you can look up their win percentage, their wins and losses. As we can see now, almost 4k purple science, which is going to move the South's bugs from 111 to 124 by 13 points. And there's an extra 30,000 bugs to fight back. So if you have a look on that link there, you'll see the, you know, kind of normal games that are on the normal server. And I'll find the captain's game, and it might be worth pinning these or here we go, right. It might be worth saving these in a file somewhere, or they're quite good resources for when you're building a team or you want to be picked into a team, like figuring out who is worthy and who's worth playing with, and also who's new. This is a good indicator for me to look at who needs help and who might just be, you know, less than 5 games into the whole thing. So yeah, 124%. South's power again. Have they got the nuke up yet? Oh, what the hell is going on? They deleted the power block here? What? They deleted the power... What did they... Why did they... Are they close to nuke? Yeah, I guess. But they just had a massive send go their way? They're not desperate for copper, but they're desperate for laser power, surely. This is not the right time of the game to be... This is not the right time in the game to be low on power, boys. That's a really, really weird play. As you can see now, the bugs are so strong, they will punch holes through the walls. And, you know, at this stage of the game, I'm not throwing shade here, I'm sure it's done for a reason, but pulling up an entire power block for less than 20 copper smelters, wherever this is going, I just don't know. I don't know. Yeah, keep it up. Even if it's creaking and it's not fully up and running, like, this needs to be up and fully hot for it to work. That's dangerous, boys. That is so dangerous. Oh, cliff build. Sacrifices himself. Now, bearing in mind, they'll be able to survive this, but it's a lot of expensive items going down there, right? There's a lot of laser towers that you've just lost. And, yeah, slightly tone deaf to the situation that the South are currently experiencing, which is they're in need of more lasers, but they're in definitely need of this to turn itself on. Yeah, 100%, mate. I just don't... Or hand feed it. I mean, what did we see earlier on? There was like a fuel... There was issues with cracking, and... Maybe this is the play, but if all of this for some extra copper... Unless you're feeding it to LDS. Am I wrong here? They're feeding it for nuke. Oh, that's so sad, man. Then they pulled power up, but they need for copper, but they need copper to build the nuclear, which will give them more power. So they now have less power and no copper. Oh, I'm so sad, dude. Welcome again, T-Bucket. Thank you for joining me today, by the way, everyone. I really do appreciate it. And Merry Christmas. I hope you guys have a Happy New Year. I'll stream next week, but I think we'll try and do like a fun game. Trico fighting for his life. Where is Trico? He's out here, isn't he? Oh no. Oh no, mate, you're just about to transition into purple, right? I mean, he can get this done. There's not enough... Oh no, they're still kind of around... Oh no. Jeez. Trico, mate, good luck with that. Is that a GG, I'm out? Trico has left the game. Yeah, go for it. I'll take a look at North Outpost. We have... Is there any deviation? So the initial thrust was purple spam. And it looks to me like they're just staying with the purple. Like there's just no other move they want to make. It's been effective. 124% is causing a lot of problems. I mean, it's almost down Trico's outpost. So he's done well to kind of like semi-defend it, but they're all in on purple. And meanwhile, I mean, how far are we really? But my problem is, and as we see again, the stacking and racking of robots on a roboport. Like, put some more down, boys. Help these boys out. They want to help you, right? There's some beacons here that need to go down. Another roboport down here, another roboport down here, and you're sorted. I'm worried that... Okay, question to you guys. Let's say the South survive and the South get rockets. Looking at North space, and I'll scan around, how many rockets do we think go through this? So what are we thinking here? Because like 4 probably gets them into like the 180 point. You know, I know they'll want to send 10, right? That's always the meme. But with the amount of purple pressure, I think 3 or 4, right? That seems to me like a sensible send, because you're not going to be able to, unless they've got tons and tons of spare parts, you know, spare rocket parts. They'll probably build one quickly, the second one kind of fast, and then the third and fourth one will be slow. And yellow's power is still an issue. If they survive this, they're so lucky, so lucky. As we see a 1, 2, 3, 4 thick wall. Oh no. Oh dear. We had a breach as well. I mean, 2k send? Do we think a 2k send? Oh, that would break this in half. The lasers are good, but... I think you're right, Ling. I think you're right. If they can hold... And holding's kind of not that hard at this point in the game, right? All you've got to do is just react. So say, for instance, a big wave comes here. You need to just down your tools, make it to this spot, and start, you know, obviously throwing poison capsules, etc. Because... Yeah. How far are we from silo research? Nuke is almost up and running. I like where this is going. It's gonna take some time to get there, but I like the way this is going. I would hope. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, we're already starting to pump out some RCUs. Electricity's bouncing though. Oh, power's an issue. Oh, come on, boys. Are they connected to main? I think they're connected to main. Maybe, I mean, am I wrong? They are, aren't they? So when main goes up, everything goes up. But also if main goes down, then we're completely screwed. And what a bizarre position to be in. Their copper, why is there no copper coming in here? It's just trickling in. Now it's coming through. Okay. Have they lost some production? Oh, okay, they're flooding it now. So they're in a slight lag here. So this should, touch wood, bounce them back into the power side of things. But yeah, uncomfortable, man, uncomfortable. We haven't seen green power on south for a while. Yeah, they're not even building the parts. They're getting there, don't get me wrong. But I mean, what's wrong in sweeping this line, right? Sweep the entirety of this line and then just dump that into this. It's up and running now, and they have them, you know, the turbines. But, geez, what a roller coaster for South, man. They're surviving some really and meanwhile we look at this monstrosity, this absolute disaster. I mean, I'm sure it works. I mean, I'm sure it will work. But Jesus, look at the state of this. Oh well, never mind. Moving swiftly on. Developer and Clutch's outpost. Have we seen any transition? Maybe they go yellow? Purple at this point, I don't know. They'll keep making it for sure. Soviet era power, yeah. I mean, decent laser production, I guess. Made over 200 lasers. I'm kind of okay with this from the north. Like, I mean, but what about main base? Do we have any kind of mixers going down? Do we have anything? I mean, this is really large production. And it's like being bussed across. What the hell? Okay. And plastic's letting us down off the back of this? I mean, do we need red bells? No, come on. Don't, yeah. Neuro has keyed rocket silo. Interesting. Do you know what? I'm liking the drum and bass. I hope you guys are too. I'm going to find another drum and bass playlist and stick it on. I quite like that. It's good tempo. It's good tempo. Okay, this is apparently Twitch safe. So I'm definitely going to get banned off the back of using this. And again, if it's really quiet, let me know. Because some of these things are literally like whispering. Bit more volume would be great. Yeah, sure thing. Let me roll it up a bit. Hold on a minute. Okay, yeah, this is fine. I haven't heard this before. Sorry, I missed chat there for a second whilst I'm tabbed out. Look at South just before. Look at my Spuller. I don't hate this. I mean, what do we think? You're not really. You're so backed up on Millside. This doesn't impact Millside. Genuine. If you, as long as you put that on you, right? I don't want to see turret production, because literally, look, what's directly below this is what you use to defend. But if you want to give 100 mags to each player, now just think about this for a second. When you're throwing poison capsules, you're kind of just stuck at doing that. If you can throw on some uranium ammo damage at the same time, as long as this guy hasn't set up turret production, I'm actually fine with this play. Because you yourself become powerful. But everything's backed up. What my hope is that, you know, their nuke comes online properly, and they go full green, and everything just kicks into gear. Because yeah, like you said, it's a good game. It's a good game. We are now looking though at, you know, potentially seeing the Rockets get into play here, and it's South's turn to grab a player. So it'll eventually run out. I mean, I'd do it for like, for myself personally, I'd grab 100 mags, and I think that's acceptable. I'm just gonna have a bit of water real quick, sorry. I don't hate it as a play, but at the same time too, finally we have green power, I know, right? South are ticking their research in, but they're slow on it. And the thing is, these are big researches, speed 3s. The silo will be a big research. So somebody's managed to squeeze in drilling efficiency. I don't know if that's the play, but it will come in quick. Let's take a look at their labs real quick. What are we missing? Blue. Interesting. And blue's really trickling out. Because, I mean, arguably the power's only just come back on full, so a lot of this stuff should be flowing in now and starting to back up, but most of them are researching. This is decent, you know, I can't hate on this. This is solid. And they're slowly moving towards the rocket silo. So yeah, I'm happy with this if I was on the south. Meanwhile up north, I believe they queued the silo to be done now. But do they have any plans? No. Oh, they put silo at the end of their queue. Right. Okay, so right, so Neuro has predicted that the South are going to send a rocket, right? You don't prioritize this until... Okay, right, I like this strategy. This is a good play from Neuro. You know, he's opted for the defensive play. He wants plus 72 on his lasers, and he wants them to be capped, maxed out, because he anticipates that regardless of where they go with their spam, and it has worked so far, the South are dealing with some pretty egregious bugs, he's anticipating to defend big waves. So he's gone, do you know what, let's take a pause, let's take 30 minutes out of our game time, and let's lock those laser upgrades in. Yeah, we've got my mega nuke, this thing, oh. My question is, where are they, am I missing something, right? They have no mixed builds. There's 0 mixed builds here. And they recently got kind of smashed a little bit, but 93% at this level, it's not so bad. A Melik with the laser outpost, looking nice. We're missing some green chips, but that's fine. Oh, what are we doing? Oh dear. Straightener's just gotten absolutely rumbled. Completely rumbled. And as you can see now, yeah, we're starting to see really thick laser defenses coming into play. So the focus now turns, our attention now turns away from the purple spam to the emergence in time of a rocket silo. We need the research to happen, so we're not miles away from it, but we are going to have to wait. Now, my question again to you guys is, obviously you'd want to send 10 rockets, right? 10,000 white signs obliterates this base, marmalizes it, right? But my question to you is, what is the lowest amount of rockets that you could use to hit this base and break it? And I don't mean just hit it and get through, I mean break it down, so that they smash into this and they start tearing up stuff, you know, where your whole team has to get involved in defending this. Production. Oh, you mean things like, what, this, in terms of who's sent? I don't have access to things like the power menus or anything like that, so I can't look at how many green chips they're making, or, you know, any of that stuff. I'd need to be in the game to do that. And if I join one side, yeah, the morale boost alone is a winning thing for them, so. Interesting. Carl's sending is fine, like, he has some good ideas on sending. My problem is, and again, we come now to the second horseman of the Bite Battles apocalypse, stallers. Now, who here knows what a staller is? We've talked about stackers, gridders. We've turned the grid on. It's horrible. We can all agree it should be banned. Who knows what a staller is? Because there's only stallers and stealers left to explain, and I feel like this is the perfect time to explain stallers and then move swiftly on to stealers. But I'll give you a minute to just have a think about it, because they are the worst thing that's ever happened in any video game ever. Yes, 100% right. People who sit on their stuff and don't use it. For instance, and I'll point something out real quick, a staller doesn't have to be a rocket staller. It can be somebody with, I don't know, 1,000 laser turrets in a box, watching their base, like down here, get smashed up. Not having put the lasers down. You're like, you've built the things, why don't you just run down here and just left click and build them, right? So stallers, it's not always about holding rockets and being like, oh, well, I'm going to build 20 rockets. Sometimes it's about those small items, like holding on to items that you can just use and they'll work for you. And finally, the fourth horseman of the Bite Battles apocalypse, and this is far too much uranium ammo production if you ask me, but nobody did. Stealers. How juicy does this look to a new player, right? I have 0 Bite Battles games, I've just logged in. There's a whole belt here of blue chips? Yes please. Oh, I didn't make any of this, but I'll take it. You never ever take what you didn't make, right? Especially in the main base. So this looks juicy, and you're like, I can build power armor, or if I steal some of those, and again, if you have to ask yourself the question, do I need to steal something in order to make things happen? The answer is no, don't steal it, make some yourself. Power issue. It seems healthy for now, but they're slowly building up the new power. So, like, if you had no idea, if you didn't build this, stay away from it. Like, if there's a box of blue chips sat somewhere and this stuff needs to be turned on, don't touch it. It's here for a reason, and the people that built this had a clear understanding and plans of what this needed to do and what this makes. So don't get involved. Stealers are the worst offenders because they don't know they're doing something wrong, and the fastest way to get those items back is unfortunately to kill the player. Now, I don't advocate trolling people at all, but I think that if somebody sweeps 400 blue chips off a belt and then just starts running away, you're well within your rights to grenade them into the ground before explaining to them what they've done wrong. If you can talk to them first, if they're on voice chat, say to them, look mate, that's not okay, you've got to give that back. But it's in line with, very similar idea to just sweeping science off of the belt. You need this. It's really poor play to just grab all of this stuff and just go, haha, I'm sending random numbers over to the north because I did something. Look, you didn't make it, don't take it. This is obviously needed because look at the research that's flying through, right? If you wipe a belt out, you kill these labs off, and all of a sudden it takes you an hour to reproduce all of that stuff. It's just a point, it's such a terrible thing. It's difficult. Again, new players, they don't mean to do it. So what I want to say is that it's not malicious. I don't think they do it to be like, oh, let me ruin a game. 1 or 2 people have done that. We ban them fast. I'm not interested in keeping anybody around who is making life worse for everybody else, right? If somebody's like racist, for instance, nah, I don't care. I'm not here to hear that. It's a game after all. If you start calling people the N-word, or you start throwing stuff like that out there, I tell you now, and I'll say this every time, you can fuck right off. That's not what we do here. Yes, you have the right to say what you want. I'm not trying to walk all over that, but freedom of speech doesn't come with freedom of consequences, right? If you act like a cunt, trust me, I'll treat you like one. So just be nice, be respectful. You're going to have disagreements, and that's fine, right? You can disagree with people all day long. There's nothing wrong with that. But have a respectful disagreement, right? At the end of the day, we're all humans. We're all here having fun. We're all trying to win as well. So there's no point in trying to dig somebody out. And I know that people in Factorio can be a little bit specific. Some of them can be very rigid and like, no, it must be done this way, and it must be done this way. We have captains in these games, and they'll direct you to what you need to do. And if you disagree with them, you're allowed to, but don't get involved in the main base, right? You can go over and build these little outpost bases and just do whatever you want, right? A Melik, he's not going to win his team the game, but he's doing what he wants to do, but he's also not impacting the main base, right? So yeah, I think that's my little PSA. Is be nice to each other, man. We are a small community out here. There's not thousands and thousands of us, and if you're here, welcome. Thanks for joining me. I won't swear too often, but it definitely does rile me up a little bit when you think back to idiots drawing swastikas on the ground and stuff. It's like, don't do that, mate. Like, you can do whatever you want in life, right? Including being an arsehole like that. And it's the easiest way. You point yourself out. You know, hey, who needs to be banned? This guy. It's like, just don't, because you don't get to play anymore. Like, what happens is you get banned from this server, and you'll equally get banned from Kobe's server and any of the comfy servers. So all of a sudden you won't be able to play any of these game modes. For what? Oh, I had a bit of a laugh. Like, I get it. There were probably some young people here, teenagers who are a bit edgy and, oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the edgy thing. You just will never be unbanned. So for the rest of the existence of this game mode, you won't be able to play it. So you might turn 20 and realise that actually drawing swastikas and calling people the N-word is a bad idea, or it's not going to win you any friends, and you want to come back, and you'll just be bounced, you know, like, try and be nice, you know. Life is rough enough as it is. That's my PSA. And I'll move on from there. I feel like I've made my point more than once. By then it's too late. I know. We all know people that it never gets chucked. I get rid of them fast. I've had them in here. When I first joined, I had somebody join my chat, and they started speaking in weird ways. I was like, nah, bro. I know it sounds strange. I'm not some power trip kind of guy. Like, I like to think as an admin, I'm quite reasonable. If people have arguments, I like to talk to both sides. I like to figure out what's happened and avoid bans if we can avoid a ban. But there are people that have joined that are just the most toxic, and I'm not into it, mate. And I'm not willing to hear it out either, as we see massive amounts of bots just queuing up. You hate to see it. I'm not here to hear it out either. At the end of the day, this is my time as much as it is yours. And if somebody becomes argumentative or aggressive, you can just leave. Come back another day. Maybe you'll be in a better mental space. But if you're like that all the time, or if you take it too far, you can just leave. I don't need you here. And in this game especially, like, some of the guys that are in this game play with their children. So there could be, I'm not going to say who, I'm not going to point them out, but in this current game, I know for a fact that there is a father and a son that are playing together. So there's somebody who is under the age of 18 playing, and there's the dad. Now, if all of a sudden somebody starts spamming the N-word, or calling people the F-word, or whatever, retard or whatever, in chat, if I'm a dad, I'm sat there going, I really like playing with my son, I can share this time with him, and it gives us a connection that most dads don't have with their kids, but I can't keep bringing him back here to play with me because there's some idiot that can't keep his language to reasonable, reasonable levels. And that's all it is, we're not trying to silence people, man. You just got to be understanding, like, yeah, the time, yeah, no, I made that, I'm going to read that out just so that it's on stream, because obviously chat's not popping up for you guys to see. I banned someone on a chan I mod because they just weren't changing and being a good person. This is from Seasick, by the way. About a month after they messaged saying something like, can I be unbanned now? It's been a month, I've learnt my lesson. I was like, no. The time for learning was when I was giving you all the warnings. The ban's permanent thing. And warning's a warning, man. Some people just don't learn. Some people just don't learn. And you see that in life as well, man. People that like challenge armed police. Have you seen these videos where people challenged armed police officers? And then they get shot, and then they're really surprised they got shot, and it's like, what did you think was going to happen? When he was telling you, put the knife down, stop stabbing people, it just, what did you expect to happen? Oh, he's holding a gun? Yeah. And did you stop stabbing the person? No. Did you get shot? Yes. I see no disconnect in the logic here. We're going slightly off tangent. So I apologise for that. But it's nice to be able to walk down these roads with you guys every now and again. Again, I mean this, like, it doesn't happen often. Weirdly, at the beginning of the Ukraine conflict, we had some people join the server that were very patriotic Russian, and we had some really, I'm going to burn down Berlin and London will be nuked, and I just thought, I've not no time for that, mate. Oh, more nukes. Okay. And that's a good point. A lot of the time we share these channels with other people, right? So if somebody's blowing up one channel, there's a good chance they're blowing up all the channels. Hey man, it's life. Some people are just self-destructive. You hope that they can work on it. This isn't therapy, but if you need help with something, feel free to ask. But at the same time, yeah. Amalek is saying don't grieve. Again, somebody deconned his stuff. Who's... we've got some blueprints down? Okay, I'll keep an eye on that. Mate, if you need to have a chat, I said this at the beginning of the stream, right? And I mean this, and I'm going to say this at the end of the stream, but I'll say it now because we're kind of waiting for the rocket to tick in. The Christmas holidays for most people is a really fun time. You get to see your friends, you get to see your family, work stops for a little bit, and you can just do what you like, and it can be stressful for people too. But it can also be a very lonely time for people as well. And I'd be tone deaf not to say something like this. It's okay, mate, don't worry. This is important though, and I mean this. If you're at a low point during Christmas and you don't have anyone to talk to, it's going to happen to some of us, right? And it's happened to me a few times. Reach out to people that you can talk to, even if it's online, even if it's in a video game, even if it's to like the Samaritans. Like, you're never really alone, right? So I'm not talking to everybody here, but just as a point to address that these holiday times can be quite a dark time for people. And so if you feel like you're on a bit of an edge, or if you need someone to talk to, please do not hesitate. Send me a message. Trust me, I will get back to you as soon as I can, because it's not easy out there. Some people don't have family that are close, or even family at all, and some people don't have friends that they can even see, and some people just don't have friends. They just find it difficult to meet people and connect with them. And so my message that I'd like to kind of put out there is, you're not alone. People do care about you, and if you need it, get in touch. You know, we'll talk. I don't know what we'll talk about. I really don't mind what the conversation's about. But trust me when I say this, I will be there as fast as I can. I'm not talking about really big things like, you know, oh, if you're mentally in a really bad place, obviously seek medical help. I'm not like that level. But if life's getting you down and you just feel like there's nobody around, trust me, I'll be here. I'll be here for you. And 2024 will be a good year. You know, you just got to get through a rough patch. Sometimes we're sailing in storms we don't understand, but you'll get through, mate, and calmer waters await you. So, yeah, that's all I'm going to say on that. I'm not going to go off too much on a tangent, but listening to you, Ghosty, I'm impressed. I realise why I do not stream myself. I would not have a chance to keep the talk up so well as you do. Do you know where that comes from? That comes from playing years, decades actually, of Dota, where as a support player you need to like constantly keep people informed of like item builds and positioning, strategy. So you get used to talking for 1 hour constantly. Information. This is more fun. Yeah, man. It was rough. Hey, man, it was rough for me. I mean, I don't want trigger warning and all that jazz, but I was at a train station. Somebody fucking threw themselves in front of a train. Christ, mate, for like months, I couldn't get it out of my head. I realised I was like not sleeping. I was drinking more than I normally would, and I was like, I'm in a bad place. I spot the fact that I'm in a rough place now. I need to go and get help. And I talked to my doctor, and my doctor was like, yeah, that sounds like. And I wasn't doing the stuff that I enjoyed doing. I stopped streaming. And I should have, you know, streamed more, but I wasn't. I don't think I'd have been able to talk much. I was pretty much. They ran out of red. Oh no, that's copper, isn't it, mate? All right, now you got to turn this off. Surely you just turn that off. That's such a kick in the balls. But yeah, I got help. You know, that's where I was going with the story. I asked for help. I got help. And a couple of therapy sessions later, and I'm back to being me. And again, I don't understand what's going through that person's head, so I don't judge. But it definitely impacted me and probably the few hundred people that were on that platform that saw things that they didn't expect to see that day. North are building blue chips, moving into LDS. Oh, soldiers getting dropped and downloading at the same time. I think we're close to that flipping point, that tipping point. Genuine, like I think that the North have outstayed their welcome in terms of being in charge, and we can see now the research has been done. Somebody has evacuated a lot of copper plates out of their pockets for artistic reasons. The rocket fuel is a bit of an issue. It's just been built, so you know, you hope that this fuel can really, you know, tick in at a nice rate. %100% agree with that. Depression, I stopped remembering the things I enjoyed doing, and I'm least likely to reach out to people when I'm down. People do care. People who care and their talk to people is really beneficial. I say this often enough, like, it doesn't have to be about the big stuff. Sometimes just talking about the weather, or like a sport that you like, or a game that you like, what it does is it just opens up pathways where you feel good about having that conversation. You don't have to achieve anything. Oh no, adverts. I need an. Oh no, I have an ad blocker. Somebody sent me a. But it's really important. Look after people, man. Seriously, add to people's life. And do you know what? I when I started coaching, somebody told me this, and I use this often when I coach really young kids. You don't lose any of your own flame by lighting somebody else's candle. So if somebody else needs that energy, or if they need that bouncy, you know, questioning, oh, how you doing, mate? What's going on? Some people need that, and some people can't generate it themselves. So you don't lose anything by giving them a light, you know, by lighting their candle, and it might just pull them out of a dark spot that they're in. You never know, mate. You never know. It was weird, right? Because again, tangent, I guess, but I don't mind going off on them. Somebody told me they were proud of me, and it just pulled me out of a funk. It was weird. Like, I had been going to the therapy, and I was doing all the things I needed to do. Like, I was eating healthier, I was exercising, I was doing all the things that would help me. And somebody just said they were proud of me, and I was like, I haven't heard that in years. Literally years. And I don't need to hear it, but I was like, fucking hell, mate. I'm missing some stuff in my life, you know, that I need to pick myself up onto. So, for any of you out there that needs to hear this, I am proud of you. And 2024 is going to be a fucking mega year for you. It might have some struggles. It might be rough at times, but you're going to nail it. You're going to nail it. You got this. So yeah, that was the thing that really helped me, was that one thing, that one saying, and it was just like, yeah, fuck yeah. I am. Thank you, man. Thank you. Because let's be honest, we're all human, you know. I'd be tone deaf to turn around and say that Southwest Outpost getting chewed. Oh no, is it Melix? Oh no, it's this thing. This thing has been in a war or two. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'd be tone deaf if I turned around and said, "Oh yeah, everybody's fine all the time. There's no problems. Everything's great." You know, everybody's struggles are different. Everybody's successes are different, and everybody's route to, you know, where their end goal is, their success is different. So. Yeah, I'm proud of Trico in his own unique way. But yeah, it's been a great year of streaming. It's been a rough one, but I can't complain. Yeah, I feel like I've gotten better at doing this. I do go off on rants. I do apologise if they're not game related. If you want to see something in the game, feel free to just say, "Hey man, can we check in on Neuro's mega plow plant or whatever?" Like I'll click around and stuff. But yeah, it's working though, right? They're not having power issues, and they're managing to almost get 16 up. I worry about the length of these pipes because you lose heat, right? So normally you stick the you know, them in the middle, and the furthest pipe is normally colder than the closest, meaning you lose power. But I guess with the output, the steam buffer as well, yeah, it's kind of nuts. But very much so, if we reroute, and again, I only wanted to say that because, yeah, it does pop up into my head every now and again. We have a silo. The silo is building stuff. I don't think I could stream any other way. I genuinely don't think. I'd never want to be the kind of person that sits here and ignores people. Like, I hate that. I know that when people have loads of people chatting and talking, it's hard to get everyone, but I feel like how we're quite small, it's nice to be able to answer questions, talk to newbies. It shows me if somebody's first time chatting as well, so I can see if there's a new person. And much like earlier, we were explaining the game. I don't mind taking a minute or two to show off, like, you know, why we're here and the different, what all this stuff is. And, you know, I hope, you know, the drawing is the stuff I really enjoy. I'm really glad I can finally get this tool back. Power shouldn't be an issue. Not as it looks. At the moment, they're just doubling up, or even tripling up actually, doubling up on their nukes. Are they processing enough? And they're still committing to this? Nah, come on man, you don't need 1,000 mag. Somebody limit that chest, please. I'm not in the game, but they didn't. Oh, and they haven't fixed. No, wait, what? They haven't fixed red? They have fixed red? Oh wow, imagine that. You have everything you need, and red and purple are the things that get you... Well, I guess they're copper-centric, aren't they? Someone stream sniping. I know for a fact that somebody on South, as well as somebody on North, must be watching this. I appreciate it either way. I know it sounds weird, but the higher viewer numbers means that there's an algorithm that recommends you and stuff, and I feel like we do a good stream here. And the thing is, I like to think it's both myself and yourself. You know, it's me and the chat that make this good fun experience, because you guys help fill in the blanks. You know, you guys can point me in the right direction and say, "Hey man, have a look over at that outpost," or you know, there's a massive attack happening, etc. There's not been much going on the outpost. I feel like I spent a lot of time here early on, and now it's a bit of a ghost. They are banking up a lot of purple signs. Have they thrown recently? Let's take a look. Yeah, large throw recently, but it's not... No, that was a while ago. Somebody's holding on to a lot of purple signs, unless they've choked this off. Item ingredient missing? Interesting. Okay, so now, I mean, let's be honest. How fast until we see rocket number 1. Since we're here waiting, I'm going to go and fill up my water bottle real quick. My voice is stabilizing. I'm not in the pits at the moment. What I will do is I'll zoom out really quickly. I'm just going to do a BRB. Alright, yeah, the rocket fuel. Let's take a zoom in. It's like trickling in, isn't it? You don't have a buffer. I mean, it's starting to come in slightly larger portions, but we're also moving at a slower speed. Oh, I need that. I need that in my life. Now, I am British, but good cup of tea warms up the soul. And as we can see here, the emergence of rocket number 1. I'm quite happy with this. The timing is correct. We're at a quite slow game speed, I guess. But 3 hour 36 rocket is about on the money. Now, my question, and we'll wait here, we'll take a look, is how long's rocket number 2? Now that we can start buffering stuff, how long rocket number 2, rocket number 3 come in? Because hopefully now the rocket fuel can start to kind of slightly buffer. And you love to see it. This is it. This is why we're all here. We're about to watch, if we're not careful, that rocket will return back down with us, to the ground. 1,000 white signs. I mean, people are saying that South are low on power, but I don't see it, unless there's something I'm missing. South main base, maybe? There's no way. Speed is 0.7, I know. Can we pick the speed? Let me ask. Okay, that's not needed. That's definitely not needed. I mean, you've literally got almost 8 nuke. I'm going to pick the speed up a little bit. We don't need to be at game speed. Well, I'm an idiot. Let's go to 0.9 for now. Yeah, unless people start getting kicked out, at which point I will drop it, but we're not at a point where we need to be at 0.7 now. The big sends have happened. We've crystallized around this 124 for South, 94%. And again, if people start heavily dropping, Oh, we've got... Oh, shit. Sorry, I should have done this when I got back. My apologies to anybody that was waiting for a little bit too long. Jumbo Billy. Wolf is new, I believe, but Jumbo Billy is an older player of ours. Very, very veteran-style player. And we've got a couple of people coming in. Yeah, now that the nuke's up, you've just got to keep feeding it. And it looks to me like, yeah, they've got a really healthy amount of nuclear fuel here, so... 0.9 is fine. I'd like to take it to 1, but I do believe there are some people playing from West Coast, and you know, we might have a couple of Southeast Asians here, so I do want to keep as many people in the game as possible. And the person who wants to join is not clicking the I want to play button. Okay, right, that's fine. Yeah, of course. Cool, awesome. So effectively what I'm saying is that, look, you can build as much as you want, send as much as you want, but just tell me. And as we can see, in fast succession, 337 rocket number 1 went up, and at 339 rocket number 2 is blasting off. And that is 2k white signs. For one of the teams, I'm not saying who, because there might be snipers here. Fantastic. I mean, and as we say that, the North have just completed their silo research. So it was 2 minutes between rocket 1 and 2. It looks to me like fuel is getting buffered nicely, LDS is really well buffered, RCU's really well buffered. So I'm just going to wait here. It's slightly kind of one-track minded, but I just want to kind of measure how fast rocket number 3 comes out, because, you know, that number 5, it might be coming at us a lot quicker than we initially thought. And Neuro just throws down a huge 2k. A huge 2k. Although it's purple, which isn't the strongest. So as we look at the mutagen log here, North have sent 15,000 purple across, while South have only sent 4,600. But the aggression has really been from the North to the South, with the idea, and it has happened, hopefully this isn't another staller game. I think the number is 5. If we look really... Oh, no, I wanted to say actually, sorry. I'm going to stay and just measure how long it takes this to get out. But what I will also do is we'll head up north. Why are we slowing the game down? Okay, I don't mind, but whatever. It just means this take longer, but I feel like it's GG soon. I genuinely feel like they're throwing everything they have at South because this is now in play. This silo is now in play. And everything they have is not enough. Even if you throw... don't sweep science. I'm just going to put real quick. Yeah. Yeah, don't sweep main science, man. They need to look what they're doing. They're researching. You can't be doing stuff. And this is what we're talking about. Steelers. Yeah, classic. And then yeah. You just don't take what you didn't make. We did cover this earlier on. I might cut up this game and talk about the 4 horsemen of the Biter Battles Apocalypse, but you know, oh look at that, there's yellow jugs, I'll just take some of these and throw them across. Meanwhile, your labs get starved, and that research that you need, like for instance the damage on your lasers to deal with 140% bugs, doesn't come in on time. The silo is still rocket fuel limited. Yeah, I agree. Although 98 out of 100, I mean, where is the issue here? It's purely just the creation of fuel, right? I mean, you could prod mod these, right, or speed mod these if you really wanted to. It's an interesting one. So rocket number 3 comes up now. So we're at 2 to 3 minutes in between each rocket. So here's my contention to you. As we look at North Space, we can see some flamers with light oil. fully upgraded lasers until you start putting white science in, and a wall that's thick. How many rockets beats this? And doesn't just beat it, because I'm not talking about just breaking in, I'm talking about smashing all of this up. You know, really like punching a hole, basically detonating the North's base. Because they have, it seems to me, 3,000 white science now, right? And 3,000 white science is going to cause you problems everywhere. In fact, if I zoom out, you're not just going to get problems from this direction. You're going to get it from the side as well as here. And I just think 3k, it's not enough. It is enough, but it's just on the very edge. 5k must be the game ender here, right? They're not going to be building any rockets anytime soon, right? You could save 25 rockets, but, you know, the bare minimum. You know, some of these areas, they do have lasers, yes, and they do have a nuke up which can power the lasers. But so far, 3 rockets have gone up down here. And that, to me, is a bit of a warning sign. If I'm on North, your time is running out. And they're it is coming in relatively quick. I really want to pick the speed up. I don't... We're just prolonging something, unless somebody has some issues, but... it could be a connection issue. In which case, I want to keep as many people in the game as possible, obviously. Got you. It's kind of game anyway, but that's fine. If it's connection issue, then... Nura's kind of like the granddad of the server. You know, he bans everyone. I'm yet to be banned, but I believe I'm on a list. Don't say enough nice things about French people, instant ban. Yeah, I agree. Let's go to 0.75, right? Go up a little bit. Just dial it up. See how we feel. If nobody gets kicked, that's great. Yeah, because we want to keep everybody in the game. Nuro is the captain of the North, so we do want to keep him in the game and keep him fighting and playing all the way to the end. That's the plan. That's the plan, Republican. They want to send a large amount of science all in one go to transform this 94% into somewhere like 200%, maybe even over 200%. And that will create so many bugs, there'll be almost 1 million of them. And they are going to absolutely pulverize. I can't see this defense surviving a 5. Now 10 is clear as day. I mean, 10 rockets is clear as day going to win. But the bare minimum that you need, I think 5 is right in that sweet spot. To just punch a hole. And the thing when you have lots of them coming in, and I'll just draw this out real quickly because we are waiting for rockets to come in. So we're in that weird gooey phase where, so the bugs are going to come in and they're going to fight you at different angles, etc. But there are going to be multiple waves. So let's say this is wave number 1 in red. Wave number 2 is in pink. And they get here. Right? They come through the same alleyways. Wave number 4 is in yellow, right? And all of a sudden, in the space of a minute, 4 or 5 waves, you haven't had a chance to replenish your defenses because multiple waves are smashing in, smashing in, smashing in. My total colours, 10 colours in total. I think that's enough. That's an agreeable amount of colours for a free tool, by the way. But yeah, so that first, it's relentless as well. They will group, they will push, they will group, and they will push, and they'll do that all over the defences of either the North or the South when a big send does eventually happen. So yeah, they are at the mercy now. And look at that, as I speak. This is fast. Rocketry at speed. Arrowy explanations, I do like that as saying. Yeah. I mean, I like using that tool. I lost it for a while, and then I kind of got it back. So, as we see number 4 fly into the air, Rocket fuel still is, you know, a bit of an issue. They're slowly churning it in. But we're not far away here, surely, from the end of the game. So rocket number 4 has gone up, so 4,000 white science. What's the magic number here? 5, right? It has to be 5. And what I might do... okay, what I might do is, when the send happens, I'll turn on emoji only chat, and then we can try and react with emojis how we think the North will be feeling after the big send. He will do 6. They can kind of do as much as they like, but I think that, yeah, there is a tipping point where you can just wait, stall the game out, you know, they can just wait and wait and wait. So yeah, we'll turn only for like a minute or two. Once they send first, we'll do an emoji only chat and just kind of show me what you would be feeling if you were on the North and you see, you know, 5,000 white signs go and this turns to like 250%. I've got a few of them ready to go. Let me preview them. I've got this. That's gonna definitely get spammed. Okay, they want it. Okay, so yeah, they want to tap themselves out. We're not far from that, to be honest. RCUs are starting to slow down. LDS obviously are going to be, you know, quite strong. So yeah, effectively maybe that's it. And Neuro at the 3 hour 46 mark is asking for. No. Thanks for the chat, mate. North bots have repair packs. I don't believe this. Not like this. Not like this. The last game of, oh my god, everything. Should we add a 5th horseman of the apocalypse? Packers. Repair packers. Where are they coming from? Alright, have they built it in Maine? Has some cretin absolutely ruined the bot network by putting... If any of you are in-game, have a quick scan around and see if you can find a repair pack building. I want to find the name of the person who came up with this 9 billion IQ. No way. Stand by, sending soon. I'm ready to go. Just let me know, and I can just drop the game speed as soon as possible. So apologies for anybody watching. We're about to see a large change in the game, and as the referee, when that enormous send happens, I'm going to be needing to kick the game speed down. So I'm stuck somewhat in this viewport for now. And I feel like 0.6 is a good start for us. Obviously, when you send a large amount of science, the game needs to spawn all of those bugs at the strength of which that they have been changed to. And what we're going to see is, you know, a million maybe 1.5 million things needed to be spawned. And that can create a lot of pressure on the server and kick people out of the game. Now, my argument is, if you've been in the game for 4 hours, you deserve to see it all the way through and be there to defend. So we toggle the game speed so that weaker computers or not as strong computers have the opportunity to not get booted straight away. So yeah, I was told that there was a send very soon. I'm just kind of holding at the moment. I'm about to inject that code into the server, I guess once they're ready to pick this science up. In fact, I can get here really quickly, so I don't mind. Let's just take this thing down. Northeast outpost via train. Is this a laser outpost? It's kind of just a little bit late, really, from them. They've built themselves up, but I feel like they haven't gotten... There was a point at the 2 and a bit hour mark where they were just committing to purple, and actually, had they gone to the mixed builds then, chest in the outpost. Oh wait, on this outpost. Oh, he's got a laser outpost going. Okay, I like that. And what's he dropping off? Is it thousands at a time? Okay, 1 second. Mall in north, right? Oh, somebody dumped a load. Sorry, mate. I'm sorry if I'm missing this. I'm just it's a lot to take in. I'm also kind of anticipating a. Am I in the right area around here? Did somebody dump a load of repair packs into a load of northeast output? Oh no, is he the guy bringing them in? Hang on. Am I blind? Oh, he's overbuilt. Yeah, okay, got you, yeah. I thought I was looking for the repair packs. I was like, is he training in to just send repair packs? Terrible. Okay, right. I mean, it's ambitious. I don't know if you have enough time to get them down. No, that's fine, mate. I thought you'd found the repair pack building. I was kind of worried. Nura's pulling up walls? What? Why is Nura pulling up the walls? And the defenses? They're... What? Is it because they've encircled the... You kind of want to keep that there though, right? It doesn't hurt you. It's already down. That's a weird thing to do. Every bot now on your team, on your side, will be working on taking this wall down. Meanwhile, the South are about to send an enormous amount of white signs, meaning that you're not going to have your bots to fix this. Unless, yeah, maybe, unless they want to double this, maybe? That's a bizarre play to make. Like, I'm sure as they know that this exists, and that they are very close to being sent on. That's such a bizarre thing to do. I'm not saying this is bad or good. I don't think that these walls alone will hold the amount of pressure that's going to come onto them, but yeah, like, it's already down. Keep it there. If anything, it's just an added, speed bump that they bump into, right? Yeah, multiple layers of defense. I don't know. Well, it's not game ending, but there's certainly a lot of bots that are very busy at the moment doing this. And networks are connected. There's no way that repair packs have come from here, right? Are they connected? Oh my god. So, we're about to see Ascend, but I did talk about this earlier on. And I want to speak about this now. Normally, and I'll turn on my drawing tools again. Normally, your base's bot network is in and around your base's area, right? So your bots are flying around, doing what you need to do. If you connect bot networks, as the North have, the bots have an enormous area now to cover, and if you look at the difference in the length of travel that somebody has to go from a chest in Maine to the furthest outskirts of a base, they've connected all of this together now. That is, I mean, you're not going to see your bots for a very long period of time. And when we talk about like keeping things compact, and again, I'm going to just do this as a zoomed out version, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but if we take the South as the blue box, so this is their defensive box effectively, and that's generous considering the wall kind of comes down here, and then the North being like the yellow box. We're now looking at a main base that's connected, so what we're missing on the South is the defensive pressure that all of this landmass adds. They're effectively covering half, if not a third. That's bizarre. Fair enough, but if you take a look at the size of that red box, that's what they're not defending. That's the area they've freed up. So everything that happens in that blue box, your bots will get there quick, and they'll have all the items you need. Now, it's not wrong to do this, but it is by connecting these bot networks, and I do believe they are connected, here we go, they are. A bot will, travel miles. Even if you had like 10,000 bots, when you get attacked, so just to put that into context, sorry, because I know that a lot of you guys have seen this before, but if a wall goes down here, you're fine. But if a wall goes down over here, a bot might fly from your main base, here somewhere, around where your wall production is, and go all the way out here to drop one singular wall down. And that just can't be efficient, especially as you're about to get hammered by multiple attacks. Thank you for joining me, anybody that's just popped in, or that's joining us now. This is the end of a game. Rockets have been fired into space, 5,000 white signs exist in the game, and I'm literally just waiting for somebody to tell me to slow the game down because a large send is going to happen, signifying the end, the demise, potentially? I don't even think it's potential, it's a guarantee. The demise of one of the sides, and that side will be, it looks to me, and I might be wrong, but it looks to me like the North are about to get folded up, like a bendy bus hitting a brick wall at 100 miles an hour. It's just going to fold. Exactly. Separate your networks. And you can transfer bots, you know. Separate a network and transfer a few hundred bots into that network extra. Job is done and dusted. People get carried away though. Even with the speed increase, I still wouldn't be comfortable connecting networks. Now again, when I win games, it's how I commentate these games is kind of how I play them as well. I am constantly scanning around looking for problems on my side. What don't I like? What could we improve? Where are we weak? And then instantly, don't even grab someone if you need help, and just be like, look, come and help me with this, come and do this. Yeah, and how many games have we lost to side swipes or the bots being mismanaged? It's easy to say in the heat of the moment, but it is kind of an obvious play, you know, it's an obvious play when you're about to be attacked. You need to keep yourself safe. And the issue here now is yellow. Because LDS is a problem? No? Because frames are a problem. I'm gonna be honest, like, the game is, once they choose to send, oh, we're gonna be here forever. Stallers, the second horseman of the Bite Battles apocalypse. A Neuro trying his best, but flailing in the wind, sends all of the signs he can get his hands on. I'm almost 90% sure he is by their labs. But I believe now that with 6, I think? Am I wrong in saying that 6 rockets have been launched? 6k white side. North haven't even built a rocket. North haven't bothered with rockets. They don't believe in them. Space isn't real. So we can see now the beginnings of a mixed build that's coming down from... I'll kill him? What happened? Oh, yeah, and some of the worms are downing bots as well, which again, you just don't want to see. Oh, no, I don't want to tell them. It's not my job to influence. Somebody has put repair packs in the bots, and that means they can't carry items. Where have they come from? That's production, right? That's somebody actually physically producing them. And I'd like some more game speed, my dude. Let's go 8-5. Right, I am going to have a little scan around, but at the end of the day, really speaking, this is the pivotal concept in the game now. This is the power implement. Now, I don't know what the plan is for these guys. However, there is 6k white signs in the bag. So are they saving for 12? You know, like, they're safe to do so, but RCUs are slowing down now. You know, that's what they're now backed up on. Yeah, I'm just not sold on this. We are at the end of the game, to be fair. But, they only have the starting silo. I don't think they're not feeding it anything. Oh, they're trying to. I mean, somebody's building a satellite and some rocket fuel, but it's ambitious, let's be honest. It's ambitious, and I don't think, I mean, you could pull LDS from yellow prod and some uranium ammo. They have 12 Turing Star rockets. Piece of cake is 12 times, yeah. I mean, we're just in a holding pattern at this point in time. That's really all we are. We're here waiting for these guys to stall or not to stall. That is the question. Bear with me a second, guys. I'm going to go pull my food out of the oven. I'll pause. I'll obviously mute the mic. Nobody wants to hear me eating. It's only a pizza. But yeah, nobody wants to hear me chewing the mic. So if you want to see something in chat, type it in. Go, hey, can we have a look at this? Have a look at that. Just whilst I'm muted, I'll be eating. But it won't be long. But nobody wants to hear that. and hopefully we see yeah, we see some really good defense coming in. You know, hopefully a big send. So yeah, my alarm's just gone off. I'm gonna go and grab a pizza. What do you guys want to see? Should I just zoom completely out whilst I'm away? This should do for now. And like I said, while I'm eating, I'll scan around. I can still look places. I'll just have the mic removed away for a bit. So okay, I'll see you in a minute. Okay, right, real quickly before I start eating, have they sent at all? I didn't miss the send, did I? Okay, no, awesome. Right, I'm gonna have a pizza. Let me type this in. I won't be long. Won't be long. really spicy. It's really spicy. I've picked the spiciest pizza I could possibly make. Oh my god. Apologies to everybody that's joining. I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours now, almost 5 hours. I'm just going to get a bit of food on. I am here, trust me. I'm going to be putting everything back into place once I'm done. But just as we speak, I thought I'd get a bit of food on, because it's the hardest thing, trying to pick the right moment. And I can appreciate there's a decent amount of you here as well. But just try and pick the right moment to get some food on, to kind of see the end of the game out. In game, we've been playing for 4 hours, so I need to take a break from this pizza. It's far too spicy for me. In the game, we have North that are about to be impacted by an enormous amount of white signs coming in from the South. The South have built 7 rockets, so there are 7,000 white signs to be sent, which I believe, I mean, yeah, we're looking at a ton of evolution here. Well over the 200% mark, well over that. You know, if you think about how much damage purple alone has done, 7 to 10, I mean, I really hope they don't go over 10. Oh, do you know what? Toucan, I'm going to credit Toucan for this idea. So we talked last night about, we were watching a game and spectating and talking, and he had a great idea. So, you know how people hold on to rockets, and sometimes they'll hold on for too long. They'll save like 15 rockets when actually 5 would win the game. Imagine if you had to, once you had a rocket in the silo, the moment it went into space, it impacts instantly. Meaning that if you wanted 2k white sign to send, you'd need 2 silos to simultaneously send at the same time. So 3, 2, 1, click the launch button, and that's how you get multiple sends happening. Otherwise, you're limited to a 1k sign send at any given time. I thought it was an interesting concept. You know, the idea of holding tons and tons of signs is good. You do need to do that sometimes. But you have to remember, we're on Piece of Cake. We're not on I'm Too Young to Die, which is a much harder difficulty to break bases on. So just imagine, like, you know, main rocket is up and sat in silo, and then you have one in an outpost, right? You go 3, 2, 1, click, and then that's 2k going across. Now obviously you could have 3 silos, or even 4, and then that would allow you to, yeah, to kind of plan. Now don't get me wrong, rocket silos are expensive as hell, and it does take a while to fill them up, but yeah, I like the idea of that. Maybe we'll try it one game, you know, we just try it out. Anyway, I'm going back to my pizza. I'm diving back in. My mouth's not on fire anymore, so. One game mode is first rocket wins the game. I mean, it would be interesting to see how fast the fastest is. 1k times, it wouldn't stack, which is weird. But I just feel like having that would be an interesting dynamic, as opposed to pocketing the signs and then sending it. 9k sends. Okay, we're closing in on that number. I'm happy with a 9k send. I am going to return to my next piece of pizza, so I'm longing this one out because it's got these really spicy chilies on, and it absolutely blew my lips off just then. I started, you know, when you're really like enthusiastically eating something and then you realise it's actually got a lot of spice to it. I was like, oh nom nom nom. So yeah, I'm not AFK by the way, guys. I'm just eating in the middle of this stream. So yeah, I'll quickly turn the mic off. And they said they wanted 9k. Alright, you said you wanted 9k. So they're waiting for 2 more. And they'll get there quite quickly. Well, not really quick, but quicker than normal. So yeah, AFK for a second, back to my pizza. I'll do a slice at a time. Okay. It's getting easier. It's getting easier. The longer they leave it, the more chance North has to put defences in place. That's correct. But at the same time, they're not thickening their wall, so at any given moment, this can be run down. The lasers themselves are at max upgrade, so in terms of the North's research, robot speed so they can replace the walls quicker, refined flammables so that their flame turrets do more damage, but I would be worried, I'd be worried a little bit. Now this is an interesting move. They have uranium ammo, I think. 10k always, it's like the golden standard, yeah, you hit 10k, and I would struggle to see. It's an interesting play this, I don't think it's going to work out. Even with uranium ammo, these turrets are like, terrible. Oh, Discord has, I haven't checked Discord in a while. Hang on a second, so guys, I've got a few people with messages, blah blah blah. Yeah, the griefer got kicked. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We saw that guy earlier on get kicked up, so. Awesome, right, okay, get rid of Discord. I like long game modes are fine. I don't mind them. But sometimes the games are like 8 or even 9 hours long. And you'll know how hard it is to play in those games. Imagine how hard it is to referee them, or cast them even. It's a real challenge to stay motivated in. So yeah, it looks like the South have ambition to get one up themselves. RCUs are just non-existent though, right? Where are these being made? I mean, they haven't had anything to do in main for a while, so may as well do something like this. And it's speed 1s that are slow. Well, the game mode is slow, but uranium ammo is ridiculous. And it crits as well. So you can do critical hits with uranium ammo. The only problem is the turret they sit inside are terrible. I mean, these are so weak. 400 health. There's just no real point in them. You know, compared to a laser tower with 1,000 and the flamer with 1,400. It's just it's a frustration as hell to see these things that they have the strongest defensive thing in them, which is uranium ammo, but they sneeze on them and they break. It's another defensive layer, yes. Is it a waste of your time? Yeah, kind of. I mean, I would argue yes. But each to their own. You also got to remember that after playing for so long, your brain does kind of turn into soup a little bit. So not everybody is fresh in this current game. So people might be making moves which seem like a big play and seem like a game-winning play. And it's easy for us here to sit on the sidelines and spectate and go, that's not going to work. And I'm categorically telling you this is not going to work. We will check in on this. We will check in on this. It has the highest DPS, yes, but it's just the container, the thing that holds the bullets, is so weak. It's like a paper bag. Jefferson Hengler, thank you very much for the follow. I really do appreciate that. I hope you're having a good Christmas. Thank you for joining us. We're about to see the end of a game, and as we can see now, uranium ammo does a ton of damage, but the towers are so weak. So yes, it can crit bosses down, but look, 1, 2, and remember the North aren't at the same level the South is, right? So like these guys aren't even really that strong at this time. So there's gonna come a point where Xmas, hey, let's go. Have you got big plans? You seem family, or is it pretty much just plug the gaming console in and just enjoy some free time and some video games? Welcome either way, and nice to have you in. Hopefully it's not too stressful. I found out in the middle of the stream that I'm cooking for a vegan tomorrow, and I had not planned on doing that. As an ex-chef, I've been roped into cooking Christmas dinner. I don't like it, but I'll do it because it's not that hard. I complain more about it just being like dick to do it. But festive gifts, yes. But at the same time, yeah, it can be a real drag. Alright, I'm going to have another slice of pizza. I don't know if they're going to be sending anytime soon, so I'm just going to take this opportunity to munch away whilst we wait for the game to finally end. If you have any questions, Jefferson, or I'll call you Jeff. Maybe it might be an easy way to talk to you. Feel free to ask away. I'm happy to explain. I'm just having a really spicy slice of pizza at the moment, and it's kicking my ass. So I'm just turning the mic off whilst I cry. So yeah, back in a second.
We lost our minds in the darkness of night. We live to die. We lose our souls every day. We lost our minds. We don't remember what's wrong and what's right. The world is dead, but we stay. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we're surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon light.
Okay, I'm an idiot. I just checked the box. It has Scotch bonnet hot sauce on it. I was looking at it thinking it can't be that spicy. Yeah, there's like a Scotch bonnet sauce on there, and it is whipping my ass at the moment. Oh, sorry. I read bits of chat just then. Are we now? What's the number? 7 or 9? 11k, not 9. At 7 they send at 9. Vindaloo, it feels like a Vindaloo pizza. It's meant to be spicy sausage and pepper, and it's got like a drizzle on it. And I didn't really check the drizzle because I was like, how strong can that be? And it's Scotch bonnet, like sauce effectively. Way too spicy for me, mate. Way too spicy for me. I might need to counterbalance this with some ice cream. But never mind. That's my problem. That's not your problem. But yeah, we'll work at this. I'm not giving in. You know, I made it. It's to be eaten. Holding on to the rockets is frustrating. You know, oh, we'll just build 5 more. Well, actually, 5 more is an extra hour of the game. And actually, like, do you need 15 when 10 will win? Is my contention, you know. I've never ever seen, it would be a miracle for a 10k white sign send to come onto this and it be repelled effectively. They can't go deep into the laser research because they don't have white signs. And they can only go as deep as they can with flamer research. So 10 rockets like absolutely blows this out of the water. There is no question in my mind at all. It's just, it's the last game of the year. So maybe people are holding on because they know that there's not going to be another one of these until January. We'll play next week though. I will stream and I'll try and find something fun for us to do. I think there needs to be a cap, right? 5k of anything is a big amount of anything. 5,000 white signs is big. Hey, it's alright, my dude. I love to stream. It's good fun. I just, I feel like I sometimes fill some dead space because there's not a huge amount going on in the background, but that's absolutely fine. When it does kick off, we will follow the carnage that is about to ensue. So, I think like 5k anything, 5k red is a big send, 5k green is a big send, right? So maybe 5k white, it just is, it's enough. Do you know what they're doing? They're doing this. They're waiting for main to have a rocket, I think. Which, if we have to wait for that, we're waiting all day. You know? So it'd be nice to have a rocket up here. But, let's be honest, boys. Let's cards on the table, right? At the bare bones bottom of your base, you have a flamer, 2, and a couple of lasers, right? Anything comes here, they need to get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 layers of walls, and they're in right next to your nuke. So let's just have a look at this for a second, right? If you lose this, and again, this is a weak spot down here, an incredible weak spot. Yeah, exactly. It's game. It has to be game. South don't lose this. They would have to like literally pull all of their walls and lasers up. Somebody would have to grief on South, and if that happens, obviously they're going to get banned. But you'd have to like let them come in. Do you know what I mean? Like there's nothing. Big power poles, yeah. Yeah, first rocket wins. And they're trying to build mixers over here, but it's so late. So we're closing in on 9. I'm going to take another bite of this incredibly spicy pizza. My eyes are basically streaming, but it tastes amazing. It's just super hot, so yeah, back in a second. Okay. Sorry about this. This is really unprofessional. I do apologise. This is actually the most unprofessional I think I've ever been. Just eating on stream. I'm really sorry. But these are long, protracted games that happen, so I need to kind of take some time to stretch and to, yeah, get water and all that jazz. Okay, we found an issue. The Death Star has a breach. That's it. T-Bucket is so correct. They don't need more. They just need to press the go button. They just need to push the let's blow everything up button. They don't need to build this. This is pointless. You're keeping yourself busy whilst rocket number 9 enters a silo. So yeah. I know what they're trying to do. They're predicting something from North, but North haven't got anything. We know they haven't got anything. I just looked up there now. It is, in a way. If you think about it, you know, if you can win, you should win. You know, winning quick. There's no problem in that. When I used to play sports when I was younger, we used to get blown out by teams, right? Like 70 points. I'm not addicted. Like 70 points. But the thing is, you lost. It was a heavy loss, but you took the loss. Making it even or making it seem like the other team have a chance is actually really bad for them, if I'm being completely honest. I'd rather have a heavy loss and learn from it than have a long protracted, maybe we can do it. Actually, they're playing their B team and their B team aren't even trying, and you know, you don't learn anything from that. So what's the number then? Is it 9? Melik's done well here. I can't believe he survived. Slanted walls aren't great. Like, we're not a big fan of kind of diagonals in this game, but this base has somehow managed to survive. I don't know what it's doing, but it's still here. Fair enough. The ghost of an idea is still there. It is. It's just kind of like cock and ball torture. It's like, what are you doing? Stop flicking my sack and just... Yeah. Sorry for anybody that wasn't expecting that analogy. I do apologise. It has been a long day. I do put that this channel isn't for kids. Obviously we want to be wholesome, we want to be nice to each other and stuff, but every now and again I may swear, and I apologise for that, but it is Christmas. I think Carl likes it. I think Carl likes the idea that he's in control of the game now. Everybody else has to wait for Carl to be ready. He needs a safe space so that he can feel powerful. But again, the sends from the north really aren't doing a huge amount to the south. I'd be very surprised if they somehow managed to get breached on the south. It would take probably power to go down. You know, something that egregious. Something like all of these just switch themselves off somehow. Someone swept Lads ban Neuro. Oh dear. So yeah. I just don't see the point in stuff like this. Secret agent, you know, just hops in and just detonates it. The problem is as well, as it goes deeper into the night, people lose time that they could be playing other games. And I think that's my main concern, is that like at 9 o'clock we could start another game on the main server for sure. So yeah. Again, more pizza. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, this is just, we are where we are. I don't hate it. I think that this is pretty much done. So, and it could have been done a while ago. So that's what I'm saying. At 9 o'clock at night, at my time anyway, so 10 o'clock your guys, you could have a 2-hour game or even 3-hour game going into like the early morning, and that would be great. But if this goes on for another hour, it's too late to start that game up on the main server. So all we're doing really is we're kind of stopping ourselves from having another game, because the north aren't improving and the south have nothing to do. Literally, there are people putting down solar panels and accumulators. There's just nothing to do. I know they're waiting for their own rocket, but do they have a satellite? Oh, they built 2. I know, right? Anyway, next piece of pizza. We are waiting, so I don't feel bad about doing this now. If I miss anything massive, I'll get back into keep talking. But the no send game is great. I love those ones where you're just trying to get defended up as much as possible, and then the Evo just goes up and up and up and up and up. But yeah, this is missing and lacking somewhat in some really key components. And you can argue maybe, and this is just my argument, with 700 chested blue chips, why don't you just turn this into all of your speed ones? Like, just switch production, and then you'll be able to build more RCUs, and then we'll be out of this faster. Anyway, pizza time.
Nights are getting shorter, lack of energy I'll conquer. In my soul, this is real. These nights are getting shorter. In my soul, this is real. In my soul,
Okay, that is done. South Captain is the soldier, and North Captain is Neuro. That pizza just got demolished. I'm gonna regret that in the morning. Whoa. The thing is, I know what you're up to. You've already told me your intention, so I can't put you in as a sleeper agent just so you can go off and shotgun Carl. You also said it on stream too, so it'll come up on the VOD. It's done. You promise? You have to promise me you're not going to go and do something. Okay. I'm going to put you on there so you can see the prod stats. Maybe you can tell us them as well. So, you want to go south, right? Oh, I'm quickly saving. They are going to drag this out for as long as physically possible. Alright, you have a minute to have a look around. Don't move though, okay? Because otherwise you're getting dusted. Yeah, can you imagine? Just decons everything. I went out in a blaze of glory, boys. Let me know when you're done, mate, but I don't want to keep you here too long. People get suspicious as to why somebody's just been joined and not picked. Main launched? Awesome. Oh, we missed the main launch. Never mind. They got there in the end. Yeah, this has got to be now, right? And now you get the win. You get the W next to your name because you're on the south side for like 10 seconds. A very clever play, my friend. Very clever indeed. So let's take a look. 1k from here. And I believe over here we have 9. They have 10 in total. Why aren't they sending now? What? They sent 25 white jugs? Did that do anything? It actually did. It did something. 25 jugs, 0.6. Come on, Stick. You know you want to, right? Just bang all of that white science over to them. Oh, it would make me smile if 1k does it. Yeah, it does. The thing is, they've got a lot of purple, but you've got 10 rockets now, right? It was 9, before it was 7, then it went to 9. And this is number 10, right? So you have 11 rockets now. Maybe this is it? Yeah, the North also have a large amount of purple ready to go. So that's what I'm worried about here. What I want to do is preload the game speed command so that we don't lose anyone. And that's what I've been waiting on this whole time. Like, I need to be told before they send. Alright. Sending. Preload. Give me a second. Come on, boys. Oh, they're grabbing everything. Yeah, okay, yeah. They're grabbing everything. So this is just let's just deplete everything. So, we are about to witness the detonation of North. How many minutes do we think, in-game minutes, not like, because obviously I'm going to have to slow the game down. How many in-game minutes do you think is going to be, it's going to be until we see North absolutely disintegrate? Because 1k science just pushed them to 114 with 4.4 million. Oh, there it is. There it is. And we will go through the numbers. We absolutely will. I don't need to look at South anymore. Because we see 10,000 white signs jumping 188% up to 336 with a joined 33+% of their 8,500 purple. And obviously Sticklord's 975 jumped by 20 points. We're at 427 now. I would be, and again, these waves aren't the waves that have just spawned. These were already on the map. So there's 444,000 bugs in here, but these haven't spawned yet. These bugs were already on the map. So currently spawning are those bugs. So these are the regular sized and strength bugs. I'm gonna go like 430 wall dead, and then from there, like if they path aggressively down, like less than 5 minutes. Yeah, 7's a good shout. 1 or 2 to break this. Again, they are maximally upgraded, these lasers. And what you have to remember is these bugs aren't the ones that are this strong. These are the previous strength bugs from when Sticklord sent at 100%. Their revive chance is 90%. So there's a 90% chance that when you kill the new biters that have just spawned, which will be coming in quick as well, in multiple different waves and areas. Oh dear. They're just swarming. Yeah, I don't see this going on for very long. They're melting through the defenses. And that is one massive hole that is being kind of created here. So if we take our drawing tool, for instance, apologise if it lags a little bit, but that small hole here that's been created will allow the next wave to come through. Meanwhile, some of the bugs will stick around and widen the hole as well, meaning a larger area for a lot more bugs later on to come through. So it really only starts from here, right? It doesn't end here, it really starts from here. Shorter games? No, ITYTD will never make short games. It always makes ridiculously long games. Okay, so we have a wave now that's meandered down, and we can see again, they're just going to slam into this wall and rip it up like it was nothing. Like a tiny flower in the hand of the giant, it will be pulled out of the ground with force. And this just doesn't exist anymore, the defences here on North. And again, they've been chewed up a little bit here into the enormous laser wall they have. But most of the attacks are happening to the north and to the east. And again, look, a power pole goes down and everything turns off up here. And they're just going for these power poles. All of these lasers are free food. You hate to see it. Lasers are doing a decent amount of damage, however, so these guys aren't just walking in for free, but they are taking a lot of pain, and they're taking a lot of their defense with them. I mean, look at that. That's one wave has just wiped out all of this. And there's more to come. There's so much more to come. You know, that's the beginning of the there's 4 million bugs, right? 4.18 million bugs to come. So anybody thinking North has a chance, they don't. The South have had their number pumped up too, but the North will have to defend for their lives first. And yeah, we see this is the wave that we need to worry about. All bosses, all mostly behemoths, and they will get through. They're just carving a way through now. A channel has been created now, multiple channels. And they're just going to pour onto these defenses. Horrific. Trying to do anything in this situation is like throwing a deck chair off of the Titanic. There is nothing you can do in this situation other than bring capsules and try and kite them. The lasers have been proven to be relatively inefficient against the bugs this strong, and that's because eventually they just get far too cumbersome. Too much health, too much revive chance, and just ultimately they overwhelm you. We'll kick it down by 0.5%. People are still on North and they're not giving up, so I want to allow them the opportunity to defend, as we see really tragically repair pack bots fly over walls trying to fix them. It won't help. Nothing helps here in this situation. Now I'm going to zoom out and find another area where they've been. Oh, here we go. Widening the gap in the defenses. Literally just walking up to things and one-tapping them. And the right-hand side of this base, only by a few of the bosses still alive, are just rampaging through. There's a power block here as well. Oh wow, they're close to nuke. they here? They're close to we might see a nuclear explosion here, which I will highly recommend to watch out for. So yeah, we have this area done, this area done, this area done here in pink. And anything for the outpost? Yeah. What can you do? I'm sorry, IMI, but it's the end of the game. I would get you in, but there's nothing you can do. Other than experience what the end of a Bite of Battles game feels like. Is this cruel? They need all the help they can get. As you can see, 2 waves are converging on to make 1 super wave. The lasers just don't have a chance. They're fully upgraded without needing white signs. And ultimately, they are just falling, getting chopped down like tiny trees by a giant axe. There is nothing that can be done here as well. If I remember correctly, there was some uranium ammo in some turrets. It's not going to help you boys. It's just not going to help. And there we go, the reviving, and the reviving, and the reviving. It's just not going away. And you're just going to have to down the same thing over and over again. And watching it just pop back up again, it's horrendous. But it's why we love to play the game. We don't play the game for the early game. We sometimes play the game for the mid game, but it's the late game that we like the most. These carnage scenes of just rampaging bugs, pushed to ridiculous levels, lobbed into your opposition's base. Going, there you go mate, deal with that. And as you can see, they can. So well played to the south, as well played to the north. It has been a good game. I feel like they cut themselves off a little bit by sticking to purple sign send only. No, each kill on a behemoth reduces by more than 1. So because they're larger, they're valued higher. But again, as you can see, they're not really killable unless you have ridiculous upgrades and some really heavy mechanical defense. So you running around and capsuling them, etc. So yeah, the bugs are not far away from the objective whatsoever, and we are literally just waiting for them to kind of find the silo at the very base of the game. And as we say, at the end of the game, any game like this, it will be laggy for anyone. Like, I don't know whose rig can support this, but currently there's a server in France that is completely on fire at the moment, having to deal with all of this. Somebody's laptop is currently like taking off, and as you can see, the players now are gathering around the silo, probably trying to defend it with the last little bit of hope they have, but this is it. This is it. This is good game. One thing I'd like to ask you guys is that if you have a streamer that you'd like me to raid with, feel free to put them into chat. I'll raid somebody after this. You know, make somebody's Christmas Eve, or I don't know what you call it. It's different for every culture, but we'll go in and we'll say hi to somebody with not a lot of viewers, or maybe somebody else who plays in, you know, these kind of things, like another speedrunner or someone like that. We'll go and say hello, Merry Christmas, and hopefully cheer them up. And yeah, here they go. They're just hanging about a bit here. The south haven't really been tested, I guess. So it's all about the north. And all of these pink ghosts have been destroyed. It's just horrific, isn't it? You have no base now. All your base belong to us. As the remaining motivated players wait and pretty much just have to accept their fate. They didn't really focus on rockets. They wanted to go purple signs, fair enough. It didn't work out for them. It almost helped break south. South rebounded, and here we are, the end of the game. It's been a really good one. It also has been the last one of the year for Bite of Battles. Thank you everyone who's joined me over the course of the year. As you probably have noticed, the streams are getting slightly better, and I'm finding my feet on this whole streaming platform side of things. So yeah, thanks for joining me. It's been a really, really good fun year, and I hope that your Christmas is as eventful in a positive way as it possibly can be. I mean what I say earlier on when I did say that this time of year it can be quite lonely for people who don't have families, or don't have children, or don't have friends. So don't feel like you're alone. It's tough for everybody, but there are people here that will listen to you. There are, you know, if you feel a bit depressed or a bit down, feel free to give me a message, ask me how things are going. Reach out to people. You know, it can be tough for some people this time of year, and I really do mean that. Look after yourself, look after the people around you. And coincidentally, just whilst I'm here and whilst you're listening, if you know that somebody is like that, they get down over Christmas or they're a bit isolated, and you're in a good place, feel free to reach out to them. You'd be surprised how much that can make somebody's day, that can make them happy. The end of the game happened about 5 minutes ago. It's not over, but we're dealing with 336% bugs, with a 90% chance of them reviving, and close to 4 million of them being on the table. So you didn't miss much, but we are witnessing the slow but sure destruction of a well planned out base. I mean, they just sent another 1,000, so I can't up the game speed really, because it'll just kick people out. So yeah, the waves are coming in, and it's inevitable now. It's guaranteed that these guys are just going to rampage in and down. Let's go to 6-5, right? Let's just pick it up a little bit. Most of what spawned is in, and again, if there's a streamer that you like to watch that's in Factorio that we can raid, feel free to mention them, and I'll drop them a raid, you know, and we can all say Happy Christmas, or just, hey mate, how's it going? Hope you're having a good stream. And spread the love, you know, spread the cheer. We've had a good time, right? We've had a good stream. I'm worried that we're not going to see a nuclear explosion like this. This needs to be blown up, right? But the bugs are moving, again, at half speed. You know, this is pretty much them moving at... Oh, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the cheer. I really do appreciate that. Never seen this before, but loved it. Great stream. Thank you very much. We do go on tangents at times. We do, you know, talk about some odd stuff. But these games are long, and it's nice to have a bit of company as well. So I appreciate everybody that's joined in with me this year. And yeah, let's raid either Anti. One of the big streamers has like they don't have a raid option. So we might not, I don't know if it might have been Nephrums. I tried to raid somebody at one point and it didn't let me. So either way, we're going to raid somebody today. And we're just going to say hello. But I think Anti is a good shout. I mean, he was the champion of our last Bite of Battles tournament. The one before the 1v1 Masters. And let me just get on one final playlist. We don't need to hear it because it's pretty much done. Hey man, you're awesome too. You're all awesome. And just remember that. It's a dark part of the time of the year for some people. And so like video games can bring us together and help us enjoy the things that we normally naturally love playing on our own. It makes it that much more enjoyable when we play together. So yeah, it's good having you guys here. I'm really impressed with the turnout. I didn't think it would be anything like this when I first started, and it really does warm my heart that, you know, there are people that play this game with their kids, and some of them even watch the stream with their children, and that makes me genuine, honestly. And I don't just say this to be like, oh, look at me, I genuinely paint skills. I don't know if that's sarcastic or not, but it's fine. But yeah, I didn't expect it to be like this, and I genuinely am looking forward to 2024. We've got some big tournaments on the cards, and as we see the bugs from the north, slowly but surely rampaging through these miners, finding the AFK players who have just given up. The end is near. And this tiny little silo, as we see this guy's just ping-ponging off the ground, is merely a few hits, a few taps, a few whacks, and we're seeing G's in chat. Everlord's up to it, he knows what's going on. The bugs have left it at 36 HP, how nice of them. And here we go. Even a nuclear detonation doesn't scratch the surface. GG, well played all. It was Carl's outpost that eventually won the game. A really nice game to end the year though. Genuinely quite good. The repair packs in the bots was a slight pain in the arse, I do agree. But yeah, what do you guys think? Not a bad year for Bite Battles. I feel like we're growing and we're getting a lot of people in, a lot of eyeballs on. We did some real money tournaments as well. So there's lots of things happening in the space that I'm really happy about, and it's nice to have, to be part of that, even a small part of it. So let's head over to Factorio. And let's find... Yeah, let's raid Anti. Let's raid Anti-Elites. Let me make sure I spell the name correctly. Faker underscore, thank you very much for the follow. You've kind of got us at the end of a game, but I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much for the follow. We're going to raid anti-elites, I feel, if that's alright with you guys. Okay, alright, we're gonna go over, we're gonna say Merry Christmas. I don't know what you say in German. I think Anti's German, right? So what is Happy Christmas in German? We'll find out, but we're gonna say Happy Christmas, right? And then I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you for joining me. I hope you guys have a really awesome weekend. And if you're feeling down and you're feeling low, I'm here. Send me a message. I will get back to you. Enjoy, and I'll see you in 2024. See you next year, exactly.